Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy. I'm a good boy. There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker as the others.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Take a breath!
Look at me, I'm a gay dog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay dog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
Last night was wild. What a turn of events, man. I thought we were gonna be in for the long haul. I thought we were gonna see a lot of shenanigans. I didn't expect this, though. I don't think I said it on stream, but you can. If not, I said it to Mark. You can ask him in the Discord if this is true, if you don't believe me. But I did think that there was a distinct possibility that the left wing establishment, after the joy and vibes fell off, that they weren't really gonna back Kamala because they realized that they need another 4 years of Trump to blame whatever fucking things happen on him. Regroup type situation. Utilize a lot of their failures as an excuse to become more progressive, push leftism more, and just wait for a fuck ton of illegals to become voting citizens. Because like Trump's not going to deport every fucking illegal in this country. That's not fucking happening. What almost certainly is going to happen is, if he gets a Republican Congress, then he's probably going to pass legislation that deports criminals. Deports anybody that has like, a criminal record or a record of being in a gang, or anybody that has broken any like specific violent crimes, and automatically deports those people and ends their pathway to citizenship or ends their asylum status and just revokes asylum status. Which means he's going to deport like 1 to 2 million people at best. And then you're going to have like another, 20 million people that are going to slowly but surely become citizens voting Democrat. So it's just very interesting. Now begins the new fight, I guess. Now we have to do everything that we can as libertarians to push Trump towards all of the promises he made, most of which he'll probably break, but hopefully, we'll probably get Ross Ulbricht freed. I wouldn't be surprised to see Thomas Massey, as Leighton Prayon said, in the cabinet. Though I also wouldn't be surprised if he just grabbed a different libertarian and all those talks are bullshit, because Thomas Massey did vote for an articles of impeachment, and Trump seems like the kind of guy that's petty enough to be like, yeah, whatever, go fuck yourself. So we'll see. It is very interesting. I'm very interested to see the data come out on the demographic change, Wade County and Palm Beach in Florida, showing that there might be, there might have been a shift in Jewish voters. I'm interested to see the fact that over 20% of the black men supported Trump or simply stayed home. As regular conservative viewers of yours, Trump. Yeah, no, I mean, I get it. Also, did I see the LPNH endorse Trump? Yeah, of course I did. I understand their reasoning, but I understand the PaleoCon strategy and everything. I don't think you ought to be endorsing a guy that wants to protect Social Security and put forward tariffs as a fucking libertarian. But I mean, there is a give and take, right? There is a certain understanding that like libertarians aren't going to win an election anytime soon. So you can, you know what I mean? Like if he makes enough promises openly, like supporting them and shifting libertarian support over to them for those incremental changes, I get that strategy. It's not one that I think is particularly principled, but it is what it is. Can't we just have at least one moment of unity? I mean, it's time to turn the page and be unburdened by what has been and all that jazz. Yeah, I mean, that's not going to fucking happen. The left is already freaking out, as we knew they would. Maybe a little bit less than Hillary Clinton, because this one doesn't surprise them as much. But, yeah, I mean, he's going to have articles of impeachment drafted the moment he fucking takes office. I don't think they're actually going to not certify him. I think that's way too far. LPMC has utterly thrown away the spoiler status we built over decades. Yeah, I've talked about that plenty on here. There's no love lost between me and Angela McArdle and, Michael Heiss and stuff. I think they're a bunch of fucking grifters that utterly ruined the party. Due to arrogance and hubris, I mean, they don't take critique well. Very stupid. Draft impeachment in Republican Congress. Well, you don't need, just because articles of impeachment are going to drop, no matter what. That doesn't mean that they'll be sent to the Senate, Gary. Right? Obviously, I don't think the Republicans are going to go along with it. But it is, yeah, dude, like the stream. It's 21 and you in here, only 6 likes. Let's go. Thank you, sorority. I always forget to pimp myself. Rudy, what's good? Rudy was hanging out with us in the Discord when we were watching the election results come in. Learned a lot of crazy things about Rudy. Rudy votes for Marxists, everybody. That's what I learned. He does it for the memes because he knows that they got no vote. He supports Marxism, you little fucker. Take your Marxist bucks. He says he's like, I do it for the memes. We get 3 votes. Rudy's amazing. I appreciate you guys. And I appreciate you too, Rudy. But yeah, the monarchists. I'm sorry, the monarchists, not the Marxists. per what Prion was saying about, like, you know, populism versus fascism, Trump is not a fascist. Like, he's just not. I mean, you can say that his economic policy is fascistic, and you could say the same thing about the majority of the neoliberals in the Democratic Party. Like, there are certainly fascistic things about Trump and about, you know, Kamala Harris. But too often we have utilized like fascism is not right-wing authoritarianism, right? It's blood and soil, which, like, Trump really doesn't have much of that. He has a little bit of that, right? It's you know, like, state unions. It is a form of socialism. And so, like, there's an asymptote, a kind of sliding scale of what it is. And the reason fascism is difficult to define is the same reason that Marxism or communism is difficult to define, because they're not a set, it's not a set ideology of policy prescriptions, right? Like liberalism, for example, is a set ideology that has policy prescriptions. These are Enlightenment values such as freedom of speech, freedom to address your government, right? A right to a trial by jury, you know, equality under the law, you know, et cetera, et cetera. These are, you know, liberal ideas, right? So the ideology has with it certain axioms that lead to policies that are supposed to be there. Whereas fascism and communism are just it's just a right-wing, left-wing branch of the same thing, which is socialism, which is not a set of prescriptions. What socialism is, you know, and if you talk to, like, an honest Marxist, I know there's a bit of a oxymoron there, but they'll, you know, if they're willing to explain it to you and simplify it without being like, you just need to read more Marx, right? You need to read more Engels. You need to read more whatever branch of fucking Marxists they are, Luxemburg, Mao, whatever. They'll tell you that socialism is a process of resolving contradictions that are inherent under capitalism, that are inherent under monarchy, that are inherent under a class system of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and that utilizing state power as a means of resolving these contradictions for the benefit of the proletariat and the waking up of people to ensure more of those things towards inevitable revolutions that synthesize new nation state statuses so that the process can start over again until we eventually reach some utopic form of communism is what socialism is. And fascism is just another variant of that, right? It is an anti-capitalist, anti-materialism, you know, form of right-wing communism that states that, you know, the nations, you know, that like, you know, tariffs, massive tariffs are a big part of it. Protection, you know, economic protectionism, nationalism. You know, Germany created the National Workers' German Party created the largest labor union per capita to exist in human history because the state forced everyone to be in a labor union, and then they put their own people in charge. They had the illusion of capitalism. But a great read on this would be Vampire Economy by Gunter Reimann, who was a Marxist economist writing in 1939, I believe, on basically explaining how the fascist economy of both the Nazi Germany and, you know, Italy are just a different variant of communism, that it's a distinction without a difference. And so I do see fascistic elements in both of the political parties, and we are going closer and closer towards fascism. Now, populism is the simplified ideology that can branch into fascism or socialism or communism or libertarianism. And so when I say that, like, you know, what do we do with this populist uprising, is that it is good that populism comes in, and that it is good that to a certain extent in waking people up, but we have to be very, very careful because these things can shift towards fascism very easily, and they can shift towards, you know, a much, much more left-wing, you know, like stakeholder capitalism that you see in like the neoliberal kind of socialist left, etc. So we have to be ever more vigilant to make sure that Trump's victory and the rise of populism leads to an awakening of libertarian ideology in a lot of people, and they begin to see why offering solutions via the state as opposed to deregulation in the market is so imperative, and begin to understand why aggression, leads to all of these negative unintended consequences. No, socialism doesn't retain controlled corporations and syndicated unions because it abolishes the exploitive employer-employee relationship. Hence, they claim they don't need unions. Sure, a socialist would say that, right? But again, like, this is where you have a Mott and Bailey situation with socialism, Leighton Pryon, because like that answer is why you get into this trap where they go, well, that's not real socialism. That's not real communism, right? Is when you allow them to define socialism based upon the current belief system that they hold, that they think will work, and constantly redefine what it is and be, unburdened by what has been, if you will, of all of the failures of socialism. They go, well, that's different than what we're doing. Democratic socialism is different, you have to understand it as a historical process towards an inevitable end, and that the means of resolving contradiction that are apparent between class distinction and differences, and of course with Antonio Gramsci's prison papers, racial discrimination, gender discrimination, sex discrimination, etc., all these other social categories being added in, right? That you have to understand that for that process and not let them get away with it. I agree it should be Republican versus Libertarian, not Republican versus Democrats. Much better dichotomy. Well, it should just be libertarianism, but we'll do what we can. The problem is that most of our philosophy, most of our society has become deeply Marxist in a lot of the ways that they view simplistic conflicts. Obviously the Marxists would laugh at that. But left-wing critical theory, offshoots of, neo-Marxist critical theory, has obviously infected the left. But economic socialism and things like that have also very clearly affected the right. I mean, look at Donald Trump. He wants tariffs. He wants economic protectionism for American manufacturing. Why? Because, free trade in the market can't solve the problem. We need the state to protect the workers and the natural American ingenuity. Like it harkens close to blood and soil without being blood and soil, because it's not ethnic nationalism, right? It's just, it's civic nationalism. Right, so it has some of those elements while missing others. But have I watched the History of Philosophy course from Leonard Peikoff? I have. It was a slog to get through because Peikoff is an asshole, and so he's just very difficult to listen to because he's just constantly bitching. But he's a genius, and it does become funny when he's like being really petty against like Kant or Hegel or Plato, or modern day like physicists, especially like quantum physicists and things like that. And like when he's just calling out woo-woo, it's very funny in his pettiness, but it can be a bit of a slog fest. I mean, anything by objectivists tends to be super detailed and autistic in a little bit. What is that course? It's a philosophy course. I mean, it's a philosophy course of logic and objectivist philosophy. So it's really good, right? Like, I mean, at least, it's necessary to, Peikoff does a good job of explaining things like, for example, the unavoidable axiom, right? So like, kind of like reformulating, I think, therefore I am, Ayn Rand says like, look, all of these ideologies are dependent upon an axiom. And the axiom of objectivism is existence exists, or A equals A. Depending upon who you're talking to, they may switch the two. They may say A equals A comes from existence exists, but regardless, it's existence exists. Well, that is an axiom. And, Ayn Rand argues, and Leonard Peikoff does a good job of making it easier to understand that concept, that this is an axiom. But the problem is that if you exist in reality and you attempt to assert non-existence, then you prove your own claim false, because you prove that you actually care about the argument by attempting to even argue it. By trying to say there is no existence, you're engaging in an existence that you believe in. And so she considered it to be an unavoidable axiom. But like the way that he describes it will like help you really understand the foundations of objectivist philosophy. It's a good course. I think everyone should listen to it if you have the, I don't want to say that some of you guys are stupid or anything, but a lot of times, like, not everybody has like the brain power to devote to like a fuck ton of, you know, highly autistic philosophy YouTube lectures. And I understand that not everybody has that, you know what I mean? But yeah, ideologically, all collectivist systems will just result in tyranny eventually. They're all similar there, but they at least claim to be different. So these claims do need to be addressed. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree that all collectivist ideologies are doomed to dysfunction. But again, it depends on how you define collectivist, right? So like, if you define collectivist as we see ourselves as a group and the group requires other people to be my brother's keeper, I disagree, right? Like the Beachy Amish, the Pennsylvania Dutch, like these are collectivists in that regard. And they're highly functional and good and very conservative, right? I do think ultimately at a large scale, the affirmation of altruism is a destructive and evil philosophy. And so that includes Christianity. That includes the major monotheistic religions. And I do think that most socialism and these things stem from that. And we will have to eventually transcend that in our philosophy. But like by comparison, you know, collectivism can kind of work at a small scale pretty easily. Scott has said that anyone with an IQ lower than 130 is dumb, or was it what? No, I never said anybody with an IQ lower than 130 or 115 is dumb. I do view people like that as dumb often, but I would say like I wouldn't consider anybody like below 115 to be dumb. I find people above 100, in the 100 to 115 bracket, I find them to be very annoying and dumb in the aspect that, like, even though Dunning-Kruger isn't real per se, like if you actually read the study and you read what the authors wrote about it, the Dunning-Kruger effect isn't actually real. It's mostly a statistical test of variability that lessens as you get closer and closer to a perfect score in testing. It's not actually anything different, you know, and like a general confidence that most people have. But taking that concept, that idea, I do find that there are a lot of people in the 100 to 115 IQ range that are very confidently wrong or put forward very weak arguments or no arguments at all in such a confident way, because they tend to be a little bit smarter than other people, and they tend to be just smart enough to box themselves into their ideological thinking and convince themselves that they're right. Whereas I find there to be more wisdom and more grace. And oftentimes this leads to a higher capacity for an intellectual conversation with people who are actually below 100 IQ, right? I find that people that are like 90 to 95 IQ, yeah, they know they're kind of dumb and like they're okay with it and they're willing to listen, because that's how they achieve success in their life, is through hard work, having patience, and not having an ego. And often those people will learn more and gain more knowledge than people that like are a little smarter than your average person, or even significantly smarter than your average person, that lack that humility, right? Like somebody like Destiny, for example. Destiny's not dumb. Destiny's probably 115 to 120 IQ, right? Like he's not an idiot. He's intelligent. He thinks quick on his feet. You know, I mean, part of that's the Adderall, but, you know, nevertheless, you know what I mean? Like, but he's not an idiot by any stretch of the imagination. But he has this massive ego, and he has this toxic personality, and so he just puts forward these blindfolds everywhere, and it leads him towards very, very dumb arguments, right? Like you know, if he's passionate about reinforcing a position, he'll do a fuck ton of research and he'll memorize a lot of it, and he'll take good notes, and he'll be able to figure it out. Like when he did that Israel-Palestine thing, I mean, he was shitting on academics, right? So how could you call someone like that dumb? He's not dumb, right? But if you try and talk to him about COVID, he says stupid shit about COVID all the time. And he still says stupid shit because he has ideologically against it, refuses to actually engage in an honest conversation with anybody that is his opponent in it, crushes most of the people that he talks to, because most of the people that he talks to are going to be of average intelligence or a little dumb or a little crazy. And so he just says ignorant shit constantly, despite having dealt with it. That's kind of what I'm talking about, is the hubris and the ego of the midwit that's a little bit smarter than your average person, or even significantly smarter than the average person, that refuses to take the time to sit back and try and genuinely understand what it is the other person is communicating. Because even the best communicator, the language we speak leaves out data. Like, ideas are difficult things to communicate because they need to be compressed and contextualized in language that we can understand. And we all have subjective feelings about all of the words that we hear. So it's just like, it's a very imperfect, crude way of passing ideas from person to person. Language is. I mean, that's why art exists, is because it allows us to tap into a different form of communicating our values in the symbolic way, as opposed to narrative and words. And so, yeah, so like, I would not say that people like below 130 or below 115 are dumb. I would say kind of the spiel that I just gave. Enough IQ to manipulate complex concepts and not enough to make them. I mean, they can make them too if they work hard enough at it. Veritasium's video about the study of intelligent people interpreting numbers the same as dumb people when looked at it in a political spectrum. Interesting. I'll have to look at it. I do think when you look at the audience, you do think they're dumb. Well, I mean, any streamer's audience tends to be a little bit dumber, or at the very least, less competent on the topic than what the streamer is doing. So even if they're at the same intelligence level as the streamer, you know, they have a 9-to-5 job, and then the streamer does whatever it is they're streaming for a job, right? And so even if I'm, like, if one of you has the exact same IQ as me, right? I'm going to be more involved in it, researching for the stream, and etc., right? Whereas you've been doing whatever it is that you do that makes society run. So there's always going to seem like there's a discrepancy because I've thought about it more and I've researched it in a way that you haven't. So anytime you look at a streamer, their chat is going to be quote unquote dumber than they are. Because people don't like to, for the most part, they don't like to watch people that are dumber than they themselves are, because it feels like a waste of time. And people don't like to watch people that are way smarter than they are because they feel insulted and they don't feel like they can relax because this person's kind of talking over them. What you want is you want to watch somebody that's just a little bit smarter than you are, because then you're, whatever it is that you were thinking but you couldn't quite put into words, the streamer or the person puts into those words. And you go, yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I meant. And that feeling, that positive joy of figuring out a concept that you were almost there and you needed discussion, entertainment, whatever, to get to that next hurdle to grasp it, is like a dopaminergic reward system in your brain, right? So like, if you find a streamer with 115 IQ, you're going to find their audience is predominantly going to be like 105 to 110 or 100 to 110. You're not going to have a bunch of 80 IQ people watching their stream. You're not going to have a bunch of 120, 130 people watching their stream. Unless they're doing so ironically because like they're debating somebody better or, you know what I mean? Something like that is occurring. What's my position on global warming? Do you think it's real? I don't think global warming is real, but I think climate change is real. Do I think it's man-made? I think man-made is like a loaded word that makes it seem like the majority or the entirety of climate change is man-made. That's not true. But I think that obviously we have an effect on the environment. And that effect is probably more negative than positive under most circumstances. Or at the very least accelerates a process that can be very chaotic. Urgent. Well, it's urgent so far that we're humans. Like the planet's going to be fine without us, right? And so long as we develop the technological capacity to be able to develop the environment to our will, then there's nothing wrong with global warming. Like if it improves our life to be able to go out and conquer the land and the ecology, then that is good, right? That is good, even if that leads to like deleterious effects to the weather. Like that doesn't actually matter. Obviously, you don't want to like have like an accelerated thing and then like have flooding in some area that like never had storms before, like, right? Like there are negative consequences to it. But you know, what can we do and what do we sacrifice in order to do something, right? And those are all questions that are still up in the air. It's like, yeah, it looks like a potentially big problem. It looks like we're having an effect on it. And obviously it's real. But like, do we sacrifice gas production? Do we sacrifice natural gas? Do we sacrifice oil? Well, what does that mean? Well, that means degrowth. That means losing human innovation to an inevitable climate change that we need human innovation in order to counteract. Like what? That's just Malthusian death cult shit, right? Like what we need is we need to bring the third world out of poverty. We need an educated human population, not an educated Western population in pocket cities throughout the third world, right? What we need is to destroy socialism, not create more socialism, so that the market can be freed to come up with all of the solutions that we're likely going to need over the next 200 to 300 years, right? So that would be like kind of my basic position there. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't like what is like the left's solutions to global warming are all retarded. Like, if the left came to me and was like, we're the party of global warming, and they were like, and I was like, cool, what is it? And they're like, we're going to deregulate nuclear energy so that we can have more nuclear energy. I'd be like, fuck yeah. But instead, the left is like, what we need to do is we need China to grow economically with all of the slave labor that they use in Africa, to purchase conflict minerals, to build solar panels that break all the time, and steal tons and tons of tax dollars. Don't forget the Solyndra scandal, which Ron Klein was a part of, who was the White House chief of staff until 2023, right? You know, those crooks. So that we can steal tons of tax dollars, overpay for them, massively subsidize this specific product to try and de-incentivize the things that actually could get us out of this mess, then bring over said solar panels, and then after 15 years, they either break or need to be replaced, and we repeat this constant cycle of building and throwing away trash, fill our landmines up with all of this bullshit, and create an energy source that only works during the day. So now we need to invest a fuck ton of money in batteries. Oh, and by the way, when Facebook or Meta wants to build an AI data center that's powered by nuclear energy, looks like we discovered a species of bee. So now we have to shut down Meta and their ability to actually be able to have the green energy to run AI data centers. That's not a made up story. That happened. They found a new species of bee, so now they're not allowed to build their data center and they have to start over from scratch. Like, that's not a solution. That's death cult shit. That's pushing for fucked up countries like China to gain and profit off of slavery. That's massive socialism. That's massive regulation of the market. It's like, no, just let people fucking build fucking plants. Yeah, right? Like you can't have hydroelectric things because it'll kill the fish. It's like, yeah, it has an effect on the fish. Geothermal plants, for example, have an effect on the wildlife because of the heat of the water. Changes the surrounding water temperature, which can kill certain species. Like, fuck those species. If they can't survive a 3-degree increase in the fucking temperature and some other fish starts to bloom and fill that niche, what the fuck do I care? Like, your hippy dippy bullshit is fake, and it always supports corporations, and it always supports the literal stop oil people push policies for green energy that are owned by fucking oil companies. Stop Oil pushes shit so that oil companies can make more money. So it's like, Yeah. Do I believe in global, do I believe in climate change as a reality? Yeah, of course I do. Do I believe that man has a role in it? Yes. Do I believe that we ought to do something about it? Yes. Do I believe that something about it is literally the exact opposite of what we should be doing about it, that they're trying to fearmonger us into so that we can destroy farmers, make corporations rich, get more socialism, and destroy the environment? That's what the left offers. The left offers destruction of the economy, destruction of your lives, destruction of your well-being, destruction of your affordable life and affordable daycare. Oh, and by the way, they offer destruction of the environment, just on a longer time scale. Right. So like, I hate the left and their presumed climate change positions. But that doesn't mean that I think they're wrong on like recognizing that there are problems that ought be addressed. They're just hyperbolic, and they do it for the corporations. And it's insane that anybody thinks that they're the good guys. Yeah, the Ayn Rand Institute, I don't know. So I've been blocked by the Ayn Rand Institute, and I've been blocked by Yaron Brook, even though I interviewed Yaron Brook, and we had a really good interview, because I was mildly critical of Israel. That's it. That's all it took. I was mildly critical of Israel, and Peikoff and Yaron Brook are these total war crazies, where their own objectivist philosophy and, libertarian, I know obviously Ayn Rand and all of them are against libertarians, but I mean, they're in the category of libertarian as far as most people on the outside are considered, right? We'll just say, bottom right of the political compass, right? Like, all of that shit just ends up in complete contradiction, and they get offshooted to the far, like to the authoritarian right, the moment like their precious fucking Israel gets critiqued, or the moment that like we say like, hey, maybe this isn't a good way to wage war. Maybe there's some other solutions that we can do. Maybe there are some negotiations that we can do. And they're like, no, I have the right to defend myself with total war. Leonard Peikoff is more total war than Yaron Brook, but still. Like they went crazy when it came to Israel-Palestine. And it's like, dude, you're not winning any favors here with this silly rhetoric. And I don't know. Objectivism needs a new thought leader. Hilariously enough, I think you should listen to Liquid Zulu on a lot of that. You should watch Zulu's series. The one I have seen gives the impression that they do not actually believe the things they say. What do you mean? Why did this disappear from this chat? Some of the things that the Arcux said on their channel were batshit insane, and they will make it impossible to convert Arabs for like 50 years into the future. Sure. But the thing about objectivists, right? Like if you read Atlas Shrugged and you talk to objectivists, they're not really concerned with the masses. Like they don't care. They don't care if 99% of the population doesn't believe what they believe, because they have kind of like, they have adopted Rand's perspective that like a few philosophers that gain power can change everything. And like to a degree, they're not wrong. But to another and much larger degree, they're wrong, right? Like they don't give a fuck if 99.9% of a population is totally against them, because they're looking for the one genius in that population to become an objectivist, because they are truly worthy of the mantle of being a legitimate philosopher, and to like develop AI, or like to develop like life-changing things. And then their second goal is to maintain or to, gain private property rights, including intellectual property. We'll set that one aside. To the best of their ability to protect that one thing, right? Like that one invention, that one thing, so that massive wealth and power can be given, and then they can utilize those goals to kind of bring the rest of humanity under heel to the betters, and like cut them off from being looters. Sounds like the Brotherhood of Steel and Fallout. Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of games have taken inspiration from Rand and then just fucked it up. Objectivism has had many artistic representations in video games for some reason, and they've all failed for the while. That I mean, that sounds base though. Yeah, no. Like, I don't disagree that that's a path to victory. I just disagree that, like, it's necessary to say wild shit that, like, pisses off 99% of the Muslims, right? Like, I'm saying you don't need that to preach your message. Like, you don't need to just, like, go wild and, like, put forth, like, you know, I don't know. We disagree on the messaging in terms of that, because it, like, I think it makes all other paths to victory exponentially harder. It makes, like, a cultural shift slowly towards libertarianism nigh impossible when you have people like that, right? Because people like that are representing your ideas in some fashion, and they're representing them in the most, like, batshit over the top ways possible. Like, if you talk to an objectivist about nature, right? Like, they'll be like, nature tries to kill you, and going outside and enjoying the sun is the same as a wife that loves her cop husband that beats her. It is an abusive relationship, and we should dominate nature and bend it to the human will. And going outside and enjoying a picnic is the very idea of being against the will of man and is evil. And it's like, dog, picnics aren't evil. Calm the fuck down. This is retarded. You know what I mean? It's like let the couple enjoy a picnic. You're being fucking weird. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, dog, fucking relax. So, like, I like objectivists for a lot of things, but they're just so over the top and full of themselves, and it creates blind spots. But they're usually, like, retarded smart. They're usually very, very intelligent people, and I mean, like, it takes a certain level of intelligence to accept objectivism wholeheartedly. I don't know how we went down a fucking rabbit hole. I think Leighton Pryon did it to me. But we're supposed to be talking about fucking Trump winning. But to be fair, I'm going to be on a panel about it, and then I'm going to talk to Rob Knorr about it. So, like, the majority of the stream is going to be about it. And to slog through the book in the first place? Yeah, I couldn't read the book until I had objectivist leanings. I read like half of Atlas Shrugged, and now I've read it 3 times. Well, that's not true. I've read it 1 time, and then I've listened to it on audiobook twice. But I mean, the same difference. I think Fountainhead sucks, to be honest. I don't think it's nowhere near as good as Atlas Shrugged. Have you been? I've been all right. I've just been, stacking some dough and, moving, and, I'm settled in a new apartment back in the city, and I'm happy to be back. Should Clarence Thomas and Alito resign during Trump's term? They're both pushing 80 now. I think Clarence Thomas and Alito should resign at the end, just before the midterm elections, because I'm very, very concerned about who Trump will replace them with, because Trump doesn't have the greatest track record of picking the right people, right? I mean, he did okay with the justices. Kavanaugh is, he's not great. Amy Coney Barrett is pretty good. I think she's actually fairly based, but when we look at his previous administration, he wasn't that great about it. I think he has a much better team now. I think he learned a lot of lessons, and I think he would be better about it. But I want Thomas to be able to rule on Section 230, right? I want Thomas there for some important decisions, and especially for the incoming court battles that are going to be here. And I don't trust that we're going to get somebody as good as Clarence Thomas for liberty if we get some, populist conservative, people picking new judges. I'm not aware of the Doge thing. Oh yeah, I'm ADHD as fuck, Shrek Eyes. Yeah. I guess I love being in an abusive relationship with nature, living in the middle of fucking nowhere, right? Yeah, Red Tornado, that's true. That's true of the woke, but the woke is just a different type of the Department of Government Efficiency. Yeah. I don't know if it'll happen. I kind of hope it doesn't. I kind of hope that he just brings on advisors to do that job without creating a new secretary position. Or because I'm very worried about what Democrats will do with that when they get power. Yeah, I thought he was talking about Dogecoin at first too. I was like, what? Like, you should read We the Living. It's a shorter version of Atlas and it's as good. Honestly, you should just listen to John Galt's radio speech. Like, you don't actually need, like, the story contextualizes it. And I think especially and specifically the love relationships and an understanding of how man values his fellow man, right? Like, I think you miss something by not reading about the affairs that occur and not reading about, like, you know, James Taggart and, you know, Reardon, you know, Lillian Reardon, and, like, you know, the disgusting nature of their anti-love affair, and, like, you know, the suicide of Taggart's wife, and, you know, I mean, like, a lot of these things I think are necessary to understand how we instantiate in human relationships our values, but that requires reading the whole book to really get it, right? Or Reardon, you know, in his Apprentice, you know what I mean? That was one of those college boys. And, you know, when he takes a bullet for Reardon and crawls back to warn him of the takeover of the foundry, right? And that lost soul searching for reason in an unreasonable universe. And how he rejects his brother because his brother is a looter and accepts one looter reluctantly, but he doesn't have the genuine mindset of the looter and all of that, right? Like, there's a lot there that I think is necessary for the full understanding of interpersonal relationships and how objectivism can be something that I think most objectivists have completely missed and misunderstood because they're all fucking autistics. But for the general summary of the philosophy, just listen to this radio speech. Like, you can go on YouTube and you can find people doing the radio speech, and that is all of her philosophy put into a speech to the people. Yeah, I don't know. Let's expand government to reduce government. Exactly. Like, we don't need another fucking cabinet to get rid of government agencies, right? Like, just hire some people that come to you and go, hey, these are bad. And then you're the president and you sign something that gets rid of them, right? Like, you don't need a whole department for that. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, if it makes it easier, I guess it's all right. It's just like, I'm very 50-50 on it because I worry about how it will be used later. Tariffs are fucking nightmare to me, though. I don't trust Donald Trump. I trust Donald Trump over a lot of other people, but I don't particularly trust Donald Trump to utilize tariffs in an effective way to negotiate free trade. Because the way he and JD Vance talk about tariffs, they love it, and they uniquely misunderstand the economics of tariffs. But then when you get into the nitty gritty, it shows that they kind of understand how they work, but, like, they won't admit that it's destructive. And so it's just, I don't know. Like, it's, I don't know. I don't know what their real game plan is. I just know that they're lying. They're lying about tariffs. And I don't know particularly why. Are they lying about tariffs because they know that they needed to sell the average American on tariffs as good in general so that they can use them as a scalpel to negotiate with China and to negotiate at getting rid of tariffs on, like, fruit and getting rid of, like, certain meat tariffs, right? Because, like, there's a lot of problems now where, like, so for example, if I want to 4D chess and give Donald Trump, like, the benefit of the doubt, there are a lot of tariffs on food from America, and thus we sell a lot of food to China, but we have difficulty selling that same food in Europe. Well, maybe he tariffs imported goods from Europe, And then he goes to a meeting and he says, hey, look, I got RFK. We're going to we're willing to pass laws and legislation to make our food safer so that it's acceptable to your standards, and we will lower our tariffs, but you got to get rid of these tariffs on cars, and you have to agree to certain trade stipulations so that we have a place to sell our food, because we don't want to be selling all our food to China. Now, that would be a brilliant stroke and a brilliant usage of tariffs, and give a really good economic incentive for certain regulations to be adopted by the Food and Drug Administration in, let's say, meat, or in, let's say, food not having yellow dye, and certain things that are already illegal in Europe. That is like a more classical, liberal, conservative approach, where those tariffs could be used in a positive way to eventually get us free trade and to get us into other markets so that we're not propping up China as well. And it kills like a whole bunch of birds with a single stone. Maybe that's the point, right? But like, I don't trust Trump and his 4D chess. I don't trust the guy that was patting Fauci on the back to be like, oh, the 4D chess is going to be good. You know what I mean? Like, if that's the goal, that's great. But I don't trust it at all. I mean, not great, because tariffs still suck, but if we're in a trade war and you use them to get rid of other tariffs, they're acceptable. Also, what do you think of the serial monogamy in Atlas and the marital infidelity of Reardon while he was with Lillian? That's a really long conversation, right? Like, I think Ayn Rand felt guilty about cheating on her own husband and wrote things into her characters that maybe were a little bit of a self-insert. I also think that the concept there is the stupidity of marriage as a contract that is forever, and showcasing, letting go of that is one of the final things that Reardon needed to let go of in order to transcend into being an objectivist. But also, I think it is a way of elucidating the fact that, like, you should have a Machiavellian relationship, that you should love someone because of what you value and not love someone because of altruism, right? Like, and it is, I mean, she is genuine in that belief, and I think she is right? Like, if you hate a person, but you're with them because you have some moral duty or obligation, that is altruism at an interpersonal level, and it's destructive towards your life and your ability to move forward. Now, granted, when Ayn Rand wrote that shit, the divorce laws were a little bit easier. Rand's self-insert was the fisherwoman in Galt's Gulch. That's hilarious and not true. Come on. She thought she was Dagny Taggart. Don't fucking bullshit. She put herself into Dagny Taggart like a motherfucker. That's why I abstained this election, but due to being registered to vote, I got selected to do jury duty. She's not the greatest writer as a narrative. But when you understand that it's a philosophical treatise packaged as a narrative, all of a sudden it becomes wildly different. It's a much, much better read when you understand that it's not intended to be a story just to be a story. Yeah, jury nullification's based. All right, but I gotta hop over onto Wix Discord and get ready for this panel. I'm gonna take a quick piss and then I'll be right back. All right. do love that there's like a significant portion of like of my audience that drops off when I go to these panels, because there's at least some portion of you guys that are like, yeah, I'm here for the intro where we talk a little philosophy and do some AMAs. And after that, I'm getting the fuck out. Like, I don't want to watch lefties be retarded. I want you guys to know that while I resent you leaving the stream and my numbers going down, I don't resent you. All right, I totally get that. Like I'll have a guest on for an interview or something, and they'll leave when the guest comes on because they're like, you know, all right, whatever, dude. It's like, I'm like, I get it. You know, but it is funny where I'm like, no, I got like 30 viewers right now. Obviously, I'm just coming back. Some of the numbers are a little lower. But we'll build back up to like 40, probably better at some point. Are Mark and I dating? No, we're just good friends and roommates. We were in the army together. What label best describes you now aside from anarcho-capitalist? What label describes you philosophically as opposed to politically? I would say I am an anarcho-capitalist, first and foremost. And then I would say that I am a mostly objectivist. I have some disagreements with objectivism, but I'm mostly objectivist. And I would also say that in my personal moral preferences, in my equation that I use in life-affirming things, I am fairly conservative in certain aspects. And so when I am unsure of the calculation, the kind of consequentialist calculation that we do within an objectivist framework, so long as it's not aggressive, right? I tend to fall on virtue ethics, right? Like if I don't know what's right, I'm like, do I feel like I'm lying? Does this feel like what I want a hero to be? Does this feel like, and you could argue that is objectivism, right? Like you could argue that is, those values that are inherently pro-life and not anti-life, etc. However you wish to define it, but that's what I would say. Are you a consequentialist now? Well, no, objectivism is consequentialist in nature, but I've never had a problem with consequentialism when it doesn't attempt to justify those things that I know logically to be false, right? So I have no problem with consequentialism in regards to, should I eat the cheeseburger or should I eat the ham sandwich, right? But like, when consequentialism attempts to say that it's okay to stab a man to save 3 people, I know that that's unjustifiable. And utilizing a purely consequentialist analysis, as many do, to say that, it's okay to sacrifice one for others or to violate someone's bodily autonomy and property rights that is non-aggressive. I just know that to be false. And so I wouldn't say that I'm a consequentialist in that frame. But like when I deal with my day-to-day shit, I have a goal, right? And I'm going to make decisions that lead towards that goal. And in effect, is that not what consequentialism is? It's when consequentialism attempts to justify things that are performative contradictions that I'm mad. I'm more like, no, I'm implying that it is absolutely wrong to switch the lever and that the consequentialist would switch the lever. And to say that it is morally right to switch the lever is evil. And that's my beef with consequentialism, right? Because it is a positive act. But in that specific scenario, I would, the virtue ethicist, I'd circumnavigate the problem. I'm going to do what I can to fucking save somebody without killing or sacrificing myself. And then I'm going to try and figure out who did that shit, because I probably would feel some level of guilt. And that's kind of where the virtue ethicism comes in, right? Is that like, I couldn't value myself. It would be an anti-life position to myself to not try and find that person that involved me in the death of other people. That's not a moral duty or obligation that is anti-life, in my opinion. That is just what a good man ought do. And to me, it feels anti-life to do it. And so, like, that's where you get into the thing. Do you still think patriarchy is good? Oh, dude, it depends on what you mean by patriarchy. But I'm going to hop in here, guys. So let me do this. I know. Oops. Virtual Cam just doesn't like Discord, so we're just gonna have to deal with it. Where's Wicket? All right.
Hey, what's up? We are live, by the way.
Howdy.
Ni hao. How's it going?
Very un-American of you on this day where we're all feeling super American. All right. I want to hear fucking howdies and yeehaws. Okay. I don't want to hear this chai-com form of introduction. Okay, brother.
Ni howdy. I'll combine them. Okay.
There you go.
Oh man, it was a long night. A long night last night, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think it was a long night for everybody. I didn't stream. I was like, people are like, dude, are you going to stream? And I'm like, dude, there are so many good streams to watch. Like, just hang out with me in the Discord. Like, I do not have the production value, the resources, or any of that shit to other people. The hubris to think that, like, I should pull from those channels so that you guys can watch me bitch about how I don't like either candidate. It's just like is wild to me. Like, just like fucking like, no, go watch those streams. We'll hang out. Like, we'll be back tomorrow. And also, I thought we were going to be up like for days wondering, you know.
I did too. I thought we were going to be like counting still. And we are, to be clear. I don't think they've finished counting in all the counties, but the result is absolutely clear at this point.
I think Nevada and Arizona still aren't called, but it's Trump. No, for sure, we know. But like, and I know that there's a lot of California votes that haven't been counted yet. So it's possible that the popular vote margin shrinks, but I'd bet quite a bit that Trump maintains his lead.
We're killing time, by the way, until Econoboy gets here, so we can start the show, right? Just kind of hanging out. I like people equally represented across the spectrum. Does that make sense, right? We got some on the left, some on the right, some of the more moderate left, some of the more extreme left, some of the more moderate Republicans, some of the more extreme conservative types, right? Anyway,
I'm a wild card. It's okay. I get it.
It has been a little disturbing to me, actually, seeing some of the responses to the Trump win from my side, to be clear.
Like?
Well, I'm in a group chat where they are unironically talking about holding their own January 6th and killing monarchists. I don't think it's
monarchists.
Serious.
What? Did the Hoppians win an election that I was unaware of?
I'm just
based.
saying, okay. Again, they're just. I think it's just blowing off steam, right? But man, oh man, it's not good. You don't want to be doing that, right? So, it's what it is.
I'm kind of hoping that like the Democrats get really petty and like Joe Biden steps down just so that Kamala Harris can be the first female president.
Genuinely,
just for 2 months. I think it'd just be funny and petty. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying like it would be good or bad for the country, right? Like, but it just would be funny to me.
He just said it'll be a little late.
Saxiums?
What group chat are you in? Like, is this buddies of yours, or is this like?
I'm no snitch.
No. I was just wondering
it's not. Are
they friends of yours? Okay.
They're people I'm acquainted with, if you will.
I see.
Fuck it. All right, Fed boy.
Okay. But let's just
what are their addresses?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but Econoboy's gonna be a little late, so we're just gonna get this party started. There's a lot actually to cover and talk about, and we got to get through it. So we're gonna start right off the bat with just introductions and initial thoughts. And we're gonna go first to actually Staxiums, and we'll let Lacko finish this off. Staxiums, what happened?
I am a little worried about overfitting the data, if that makes sense. Like
Sure.
everyone's.
No, I get it that like we're still waiting,
Yeah.
we're still collating, we're still going through. We're talking
Yeah, so
gut
these are
initial
these are
impressions, right?
these are gut initial reactions because obviously, I mean, I kind of felt like it was still a coin flip up until yesterday, but it seems like it seems to be that the issue on almost every American's minds was inflation. That like you look at this with other OECD countries, like with the response to COVID, almost none of the incumbent governments have stayed in power. And I think it is that a lot of the American people would prefer low inflation to low unemployment, which is kind of a crazy, I don't know if that's accurate, but that seems to be a little accurate, that they would rather a bunch of people suffer, or sorry, a few people suffer greatly rather than a number of people suffer small. So, I don't know if that's too harsh on the American people, but that seems to be the case, is that grocery prices was just kind of the number one issue.
Fair enough. Fabian Liberty, what are your initial impressions here?
Yeah, so obviously I wasn't like particularly pro Trump. I was anti Kamala, but I'm not like super stoked. You know what I mean? I hope he keeps all the promises he made to libertarians, which he almost will not keep, like almost certainly won't keep.
What promises did he make to libertarians?
Freeing
Is this
Ross
your opening
Ulbricht.
statement? I'm sorry to.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
know.
it's
I don't
fine.
mean to
It's
interrupt.
fine.
Yeah.
Well, dude, I'm not super stressed.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
It seems like we're all healing. All right, we're healing. All right, let's just
Sure.
in the spirit of healing for the lefties here. Let's
I
like
appreciate that.
freeing Ross. I think he probably will do that. But promise to put a libertarian in. We might get Thomas Massey as Secretary of Agriculture. We'll see. And there was other ones. I hate tariffs, and so and I don't trust him to use them intelligently. So because tariffs can be used as a tool to negotiate, free trade agreements and negotiate reduction in tariffs and et cetera, and, and get better trade in the long run. But I don't see Trump being good at that. I think he's just going to, but setting all that aside, like what happened, right? I think obviously, not to be like smug, it's obviously a ton of variables, right? I think, Biden stepping down and her not having a real campaign, like a traditional campaign and a longer campaign, is a problem, right? I think her unwillingness to be able to have genuine conversations and not so much scripted environment made her come off fake as hell. Whether she is or isn't, that's how she came off to everybody. And whether Trump is or isn't real, he came off as genuine by comparison. I think Trump ran a good campaign. I think he nailed it. Having Vivek on college campuses, having Tulsi Gabbard there to defend against Liz Cheney allegations, having J.D. Vance doing the hardball interviews. I think it's a very, very different campaign than 2016 and 2020, where he let his ego kind of run everything. He's a much better campaign of putting out the chessboard pieces into the places that they belonged. And ultimately, I think the other one is, Kamala ran these like targeted identity politics positions, right? Here's what I'm doing for black men. Here's what I'm doing for this. And she was in an unenviable position in the left with the Israel-Palestine issue. And I think we don't know yet, but I think looking at like Florida, like looking at Dade County and Palm Beach and places that are high in Jews and seeing how those flipped massively, I think, and I want to combine that too with black men. I think black men looked at the economy, but also looked at immigration. I mean, you're seeing a lot of black American men feel left out by the left, as it is kind of anti-male, and black women go on all these podcasts kind of shitting on black men and blaming cultural decay on men specifically. And I think the polls have a much more difficult time figuring out whether or not someone's a likely voter than figuring out who they support. And I think low voter turnout that we're seeing so far in the black community means that a lot of black men told people, yeah, sure, I'll vote Kamala. And then on election day, they were like, I can't be bothered to vote for either of these people because they had nothing to vote for, or they were too conflicted. And obviously Latinos being, 45% white Latino men So there's a lot of factors, but that's kind of my initial thoughts.
Okay. Lactoid, what are your initial thoughts? And then I'll give my spiel, but go ahead.
Yeah, so still a little bit hungover. So I wrote down my initial thoughts. So I guess here's where I'm at. I think that from the very start, the whole primary process thing was fudged. They should have known by February from the Her report that there was issues, but they saw that as a partisan challenge as opposed to a warning as to, hey, maybe we should be actually looking more into this and have a full primary. But unfortunately, they didn't do that, right? You saw Congress attack Robert Hur unjustly. I mean, even people like Pisco were coming out and saying that was ridiculous. I mean, Congress was wrong about that. They just saw it as a partisan thing, and they just couldn't get over the idea that maybe Biden had some real issues, which obviously he did. They only fully accepted that in July, and that's when the party heads like Obama and Nancy Pelosi actually did anything to pressure Biden to step down, when in reality, there should have been a pressure to at least have a primary, like a full primary process, way earlier, at least in February. Probably earlier than that, but I'm going to be as charitable as possible and say by the time of the Her report, it should have been absolutely clear. I think the DNC, the Democratic platform, had a lot of issues when it came to credibility. They were sort of running on the "we are the credible ones" and Donald Trump's the liar. However, there was a couple, in my opinion, high-profile falsehoods that were being repeated, such as the lies about Project 2025, the Very Fine People, bloodbath, the abortion stance coming from the Republicans, and also the abortion stance from the Democrats, right? And you know, while I understand that people might not think that's a big deal, it is a big deal when you're trying to sell yourself as the authentic alternative to Donald Trump, when in reality you come across as incredibly inauthentic. And authenticity was a major part of Kamala's weaknesses all throughout the campaign. Every time she talked, it just seemed like she was trying to inauthentically pander to a specific voting demographics, as opposed to actually speak her mind. This was confounded upon by the fact that she didn't go on Joe Rogan, but that she did go on some kind of like cheap SNL skits, which I think actually did her a disservice. I think she's probably kicking herself now about not going on Joe Rogan and actually trying to have a full conversation. But I don't know if she'd be able to, frankly. So maybe it is a good idea that she didn't do it. But you know, at that point, that's just a weakness with the candidate, which again goes back to my first point. Two more quick points. I think DEI and the culture war are still issues, and big government skepticism is still real. I think those were big parts of this election, which I think is what motivated a lot of Trump support. And then finally, I mean, I think there was indicators beforehand. The betting markets, I trusted them. I was right. And kind of Trump was polling well, and Trump outperforms polls, and we saw that happen again here. So, I mean, everything I think was, this is why I had it for Trump. Frankly, I probably should have given it more for Trump. I have been repeatedly saying it's going to be like a super, super thin margin, one state difference. This is a sweep, right? He's going to win the Electoral College, the popular vote, the Senate, probably the House.
And the whole blue wall.
Yeah, and the whole blue wall. Like it could not have been a better night for him. So, yeah, I mean, there's some major issues with the Democratic Party.
I do want to, we'll get Econo Boy in here in a second once he gets his stuff together. But I'll give my spiel while he's getting his stuff together, okay? I think people need to look at this. I'm going to share my screen, right? I think people need to watch this. I think people need to internalize this. One of the things that I've been seeing happening is a lot of soft kind of like, well, look at America and how bad America is, right? I need you guys to watch, and dear viewers at home, I want you to really look at. I really want you to take this to heart, because this is probably the most damning thing I have seen.
Oh yeah, I've seen
electoral
this.
politics.
So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we could show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming in 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one county?
So you
literally nothing. I need you guys to understand how bad that is. Literally nothing. In no metric, with no group, in no area, did Kamala do well. She just didn't. So we have to take a look at that cold, hard fact and do some reevaluating. The things that Kamala Harris was being praised for in her campaign, she's running such a great campaign, she's doing so well, obviously did not line up with reality, right? A lot of people deluded themselves into thinking she was doing the smart thing or she was doing the right thing or the correct thing. That obviously is false. What we have to do today and over the coming weeks is take a good, hard look at where these failures were. Why is it that Latino men, who Trump has made all sorts of comments about, trusted Trump and felt like Trump was a better option than the Democrats? Because if you think, and I tend to agree, that Trump is kind of racist, you have to reckon with the fact that the average Latino voter thought that the Democrats were worse than that. We can't pull the wool over our eyes here and just say, well, no, America's racist. That's not going to fly. We're not going to win anything ever if we have that take. So today what I wanted to talk about is why. Why is it that this was such a monumental, colossal failure? What could we have done differently? And what can we do going forward to fix this problem? The just broken trust that the electorate has in the Democratic Party. But that's my speak. That's my spiel. I want to give it to Econoboy. Let him, like, what the hell happened to Econoboy, in your opinion, right? Give you the chance to share your piece.
Number one, I gotta say, I was just plain wrong. Okay, I gotta say I was just plain wrong. I think, I think that a lot of what I said about demographic transformation, I mean, those things are true. And I think that when you look at, like, for instance, Kamala does better than Kamala does better than Biden when it comes to older people. And she, I think she does about the same when it comes to younger people. The group that she, like, really loses out on the age demographics is Gen Xers, basically, people from 45 to 64. She takes, like, a complete dump this election in that group. And I think in part it points to, like, the inflation narrative being particularly correct here, where those are people in their prime earning years, right? Like, these are people that are very disproportionately likely to be members of the workforce, and people who, like, you could say particularly are impacted directly by inflation. Like, older people are on fixed incomes, younger people are more likely to be students or dependents. And so I think that that's a big part of it as well. And I do maintain that, look, I mean, to the extent that we might quibble on the degree to which this is correct, sure. But I do think that a more progressive and positive platform would have helped here. Latinos specifically respond better to more populist platforms. I mean, for instance, in 2020, Bernie actually did incredibly well when it came to Latino voters in that primary. You can see a lot of border counties and, counties where there are big shifts between from Clinton to Biden to Kamala on Hispanic voters. And I think that a more populist platform does actually help here. People are not very economically informed, right? And so the last thing that I'll say is that I don't think, like, the center-left liberals who are like, we need to just run on, like, the wonkiest tax reform, that just clearly, even if that's good policy, which I don't necessarily agree, that just clearly doesn't work, right? Like, you have to run on what I would imagine to be, like, populist economic messaging that is both good for people and also gets people kind of excited to come out and vote. The last thing I'll say, 13 million people that voted for Biden didn't vote this election at all, right? Trump literally got 84% of people who voted for Trump in 2020 came back and voted for him again. That number was 77% for Biden voters. Like, we just had a huge portion of the base that just, like, didn't give enough of a fuck to come out and vote.
So I'm just looking at this, right? Because you said something that I was like, oh, is this true? No, even among 65 or older voters, Biden did better in 2020 than Harris did.
That's not the polling I have.
I could be wrong, right?
I'm just looking at CNN exits. CNN exit has Biden at 47% with 65 and older, and 2024 Harris is at 49.
Okay, again,
So
maybe my data is
not-
incorrect here, right?
I think
that's not his fault, because Biden had a lot of dead voters. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta factor that in.
But
I also think we got to be careful when we're talking about like, oh, there's so many less voters for Kamala or even less voters for Trump or something. I believe, and unless I'm incorrect, there's a lot of votes still haven't been counted yet. So right now, Trump's at 72 million. In 2020, he was at 74 million, and half of California still has to be counted. And
right, but they
number
still
of
know
other
roughly
states.
how many votes are left to count, right? So when
Yeah,
we're talking
they
about total vote
do.
count,
Right, but they don't have the total vote count for Trump yet, or Harris
right,
yet.
but yeah, true, and they could swing one way or the other. I agree with you. I just mean, but they do have total vote count between the two candidates in comparison.
They know like like the percentage of popular vote between two candidates right now,
Mm-hmm.
and they can project that Trump's going to win the popular vote. But I don't believe that if Trump is sitting at 72 million right now, and half of California has yet to be counted, and Trump has almost 4 million there already. I mean, another 4 million, and he's already blown past his 2020 results in terms of just straight numeric votes.
Right. What I'm saying, but we have we know. Never mind. It's not. That's nitpicky.
I'm just saying that, like, I think Trump's going to outperform 2020 in terms of raw numbers of votes. I think that a lot of this election, because third parties didn't do that well in comparison to prior elections, I think this is very much people choosing Donald Trump over Kamala Harris.
That is something I wanted to piggyback on. Right, choosing Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Because Wick, and I'm not trying to pick on you or anything. I think we're all here in the spirit of learning, right? You had made this comment where you were like, well, I think Trump's racist. And I think that, Latinos, you alluded to the concept that most Latinos would agree that Trump is racist because of the comments that he made, but that Kamala was worse. And I don't think that's true for a majority here. What I think is actually true is that they voted for Trump. Like, I think so many people on the left have misviewed, especially with Latinos and immigration policy, that like they have played this game that like all of these comments are racist, and therefore there's like this simplistic idea of like Trump hates the brown people ought to vote with us if they have any sense, when really Trump really genuinely is a civic nationalist, someone that thinks that our border is importing socialists that are given tons of welfare and shipped into swing states and given, and the Democrats are begging for a pathway to citizenship. And I don't think he actually particularly cares, though he does show some signs and symptoms, I don't disagree with that, about like the color of their skin, so much as he cares about the fact that they are coming from rundown countries, not going through a legal process, and are given welfare and are going to be permanent Democrat voters that vote for policies that he thinks will be destructive towards America. And I think a lot of Latinos legitimately agree with that, think it's a problem, and voted for him to save the country from their perspective.
I feel like we're last bit. I don't disagree with the last bit, but what I'm trying to say here before I read my super chats and I'll let Staxiums go is I know there's going to be a temptation here, and I'm going to fall into it, and forgive me if I do, to have a policy debate, right? Which is fair, but we're not here for that. We're here to kind of do like a post-mortem. And regardless of whether we think it was wise that they voted the way they did, or they should have voted the way they did, we got to look at why they voted the way they did. And
that's what I was explaining.
Really go through it. Does that make
really?
sense?
Yeah, no, that's what I was explaining.
I'm just reiterating to not just to you, right? But I'm telling everyone here, including myself.
Right, but that wasn't my point.
Let's not argue
like
about
No, that wasn't my point. But very quickly, just to rehash it. Like my point is that many people think that they have confused what Donald Trump is putting out as a policy, as a bad vibe with racist tendencies, and I think that there is a bias there from the left, and they have misunderstood it, and I think that is reflected in how many Latino men didn't see it that way. They saw it as saving their country and keeping it stable.
I feel like you're kind of talking out of the side of your mouth here when you're referring to Latino voters, because you're kind of saying that the Democratic Party is importing a bunch of voters so that they can vote for the party, but then also recognizing that Latino voters voted Republican this election.
What I said was, from the position of the average Latino male and from the rhetoric that is coming from the campaign, what was sold. I didn't give you any indication of what I individually believe, but rather that has been a tried and true messaging from the Trump campaign that we saw reiterated on Joe Rogan by both Trump and JD Vance leading up to the election.
And
which is
Elon Musk a lot.
Right, and Elon Musk, all of them on Joe Rogan. I mean, the Trump interview was 45 million views on YouTube alone, right? So I think a lot of Latino men saw that.
You're not saying that these are...
I mean, I think that some of that is true. I don't think of it as like a person behind the screen rubbing their hands. I think it's more, a tendency of bad actions.
Both could be true, right? You could have a political side say, you know what, like this demographic benefits us. We want to get more in, or at least be more lax when it comes to restrictions, and then have that backfire, right? Or have like all of a sudden the prediction fails,
and
right?
then the one person on Joe Rogan that would have countered it was John Fetterman, and he admitted that Joe Rogan was right about the thing that I just said. Like he did stupidly or wrongly, but whatever. I think a lot of Latino men saw that.
I do want to read some super chats. I got to make a little money, gang. Okay. $2. By the way, I'm no longer sponsored by anyone. Just FYI, right? No contracts or nothing. So here
There's
we are.
no more victory for progressive victory, right?
$2 from Artemis Fowl. Hello there. $20 from Lawson Harrison. Wick, you are operating on the assumption that the average voter can even recognize a success versus a failure. $2 from Zephyr Hash. Wick, the package has been delivered. Put it on. I'll find it if I can. $5 from Zephyr Hash. At the end of the day, everything points to inflation and immigration. People think their jobs are in threat, and costs are rising. Perception is reality. And I want to talk about that for a minute, because I think that's a kind of the elephant in the room here, right? We talk about rhetoric all day. We could talk about campaigns all day. But what if it's just true that the inflation high, we vote out the incumbent. Inflation low, we vote for the incumbent. What if it's just that simple? Like, what if we're overcomplicating this?
I had a professor who Delegate Kirk Cox in Colonial Heights, Virginia. He taught. I said professor, but he was my AP government teacher. And the first thing he did, obviously the first day of school, is he pulled out his wallet. And then he slammed his wallet on the table and he said, there you go. That's how 80% of Americans vote, right? When times are good economically, they vote for who's in power. And when times are bad economically, they vote for the person that says they're going to fix it.
Sure. But I will say that it's a little bit more of a complicated picture, though, as Will Stansel always calls it. It was a little bit of a vibe session, right? That wages outperformed inflation and people were very capable of keeping up with the higher prices, but it still felt like people were losing money for reasons that I don't know if I fully understand. That it was probably due to the media environment. That it was probably
it's not true. Because everybody knows it's not true and that they're struggling with their bills.
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to refer to right now. Where point to any specific point, like what data? Like I feel like I said wage growth.
Right, I agree. No, I agree that this. What my problem is that for example, the data collection doesn't actually collect everything, and so let's look at it, right? When we look at the CPI and things.
Let's look at some anecdotes.
It's not an anecdote. I'm gonna give you some examples of how the CPI doesn't accurately measure inflation.
Are we doing the debate thing? Right? Are we doing the debate thing on the policy? Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
Well, I'll just be very quick. I think it's not just vibes that aren't true. I think what is true is that families go to the grocery store and you say, oh, well, for the average family across the board, it'll even out that wages went up. But they're going to the grocery store and they're seeing different products.
You cannot use slurs in my chat. Hold on. I'm pretty free speechy, but my monetization is important to me.
Fair enough.
Don't do that again. Continue.
Well, I'm just saying, people are seeing their food ingredients change. People are seeing the quality of their food change. And then there is this factor where I think a lot of people, especially middle class, are being more health conscious, and they know that the food isn't the same food that they ate 20 years ago. And so they're having to buy more expensive, healthier food. And they're even if their grocery bill, right, purely based off of inflation from comparing like things like Kraft mac and cheese to Kraft mac and cheese, they realize that like, well, you know, Kraft mac and cheese has yellow dye in it, and I need to buy the Annie's organic mac and cheese for my kids because like that's the only shit that doesn't have the yellow dye in it, and that shit's like twice the price of Kraft mac and cheese. So their actual grocery bills that they're paying are going up, even in a way that isn't necessarily measured by. Like
I wasn't
CPI,
denying with that, and I don't know how that wouldn't be factored in the CPI. But I think the main thing that I'm referring to.
Calculate.
Oh, like you're saying the fact that someone wants to have a more health conscious lifestyle, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a form of inflation. That's also a form of progressing from the lower to the middle class. That's
not what I said at all.
Okay, yeah, I thought that's what you were saying, so I just corrected.
Okay, so if you believe,
I'm saying their grocery bills are going up because they have to make different choices.
I never denied inflation was
stuck in the thing I didn't want to get stuck on. Staxioms.
Yes.
Okay, and this is to Staxioms and Econoboy. Okay, so regardless of whether it's true or not, people believed the economy was bad, and frankly, Kamala's messaging on the economy failed to convince the voter.
Mm-hmm.
What could she have done differently to convince the voter?
I mean, I think that so it's true that there's more people in 2024 who will say that their financial situation got worse than 2020. Like that's undoubtedly true. And it's also undoubtedly true that Trump does a lot better, obviously, with the people who say that their financial situation got worse. But again, what we have to keep in mind is part of that is compositional. The fact that turnout is so much lower on the Democratic side relative to the Republican side, right? Like of the people, this is a poll of people who voted, right? So of the people who voted, a much larger percentage of them will say that their financial situation is worse. Now, in part, that could be people whose financial situation is worse are just more likely to vote than people who say the opposite. Like that's probably true. And so that's not a good thing for Democrats, which paints a picture almost like what Wick's point is, which is, you know, to some extent, like inflation's killed incumbent governments just across the world. Yeah. Like Australia, New Zealand, the UK, Canada's coming up. Like Modi's government does terribly, even though it's a historically popular government. Japan's ruling party lost their majority for the first time in like 40 years. And that's in a country that doesn't even have that high a level of inflation, right? Like it's clear that inflation it's really just fucking hard to win re-election if inflation is high. And I've always said that the behavioral effects of inflation are there, like they're sticky, they're apparent. It's just, you wouldn't have imagined that it would have, I wouldn't have imagined it would have had such a big impact because I thought Democrats would still be inspired to go out and vote. So the only thing in my view that the Democrats could have done is to give themselves the best chance of winning in this election. It's hard to say that they still would have won, but optimally, the Democrats should have run on a progressive platform of populist messaging, expansion of government services and the welfare state and things like that. And that's at least a progressive message that would stick on to people's financial troubles a lot better than like this incredibly skinny, narrow platform that Kamala went with. Again, like Bernie Sanders does better with Hispanics in the 2020 primary than like every other Democrat. He runs on the most populist platform. People are saying, oh, it's because Kamala lost Hispanic voters. In some regards, that's true. It's not only just one thing. But I think a more populist platform helps significantly in this regard.
That's sorry, just to be clear, what kind of like, because one of the main things that Kamala was running on was like the expansion of the child tax credit. Like that was like front and center of almost all of the
yeah, but that was Trump's position. So like
most people
she didn't really own it.
Most people who vote aren't parents, right? And so again, I think that the things that you probably are going to want to run on is just like these more expansive, like okay,
like for example, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, like Kamala's healthcare plan was like insanely narrow. We're going to expand Medicare to cover home care. Who gives a shit? Nobody gives a shit about that policy. It does help some people, and it's not a bad policy, but like run on a public option that everyone can actually take out of, right? Like, you know, be more forceful about. She brought up the minimum wage 2 weeks ago. Like we're months into a campaign. She talked about legalizing marijuana yesterday. Like the day of the election is when she mentioned we should legalize marijuana. Like how are we not, you know, Tim Walz had to be reeled back in because he said he wanted to get rid of the electoral college, which by the way didn't matter in this election. Like how are you reeling that in? That's just way too milquetoast of a platform to inspire, again, the 13 million Democrats who sat this election out. Way too milquetoast of a platform.
I also think, just to add to that, I don't disagree with anything that he was saying, but also the sense of urgency, I think that a lot of Democratic voters had during 2016 and 2020. 2016 mostly because we were new to the idea of Donald Trump, and 2020 because we had lived it. This, it kind of feels a little bit more amorphous, the kind of threat of Donald Trump. So I feel like it's possible that Democratic voters just weren't motivated or urgent enough to vote him out of the White House.
I want to pose a question if I can.
Go ahead.
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Say
No,
what
it's
you
fine.
know what I mean?
Guess what you got.
Well, no, it's just one of the things that I've noticed, and this is like, again, like this is, I'm like strong in this position. I'm just curious what you guys think about it. At least on the right, is like Gen X seems like they have been in terms of the culture war a sleeping giant. Like, I have noticed so many more Gen X people that were asleep in 2008 when millennials were like pissed, right? Like we were like when we tried to get jobs and the economy collapsed because of the 1% or however you want to occupy Wall Street, right? We have been fairly engaged, and I have seen like a lot of Gen Xers that were very boring. They were engaged, but it was just like, my wallet, whatever the taxes are, simple shit. And the culture war seems to have brought Gen X like back. Like, I have seen so many Gen Xers come in and be like, the adults are here, we're going to do it. And I'm like, hey, sit down, calm down. You have no idea what the fuck you're doing because you haven't been paying attention to politics for 20 years. And we're happy you're here, but you're going to have to listen to the generation under you because we've been fighting this for 20 years. I don't know if it's per se as true on the left, but I mean, like, things like, libs at TikTok, right? Like, that wasn't a millennial Zoomer fucking thing. That was like Gen X parents and like people coming in and being like, what the fuck are they, right? Like people like Cat Turd, right? Like, what the fuck are they doing to the kids, right? And so like, I wonder how much of that has like had an effect on the election.
That is actually kind of to piggyback off that. My question I had in mind was that we do see a lot of these exit polls, a lot of exit interviews, and a lot of I grant you some of it's anecdotal, but a lot of people saying, you know what, I voted for Biden in 2020, I voted for Clinton in 2016, but I voted for Trump in 2024 because Democrats make me feel like the enemy, right? Democrats make me feel like the bad guy. Do we think that had any serious impact at all?
Yes.
No, I think it's negligible.
It had zero impact. It had literally no noticeable impact, I don't think. I just don't think that the story of this election has... If you ask people what issues they voted on, they're not saying transing the kids or because
it's
they
inflation
called me
and
racist.
immigration. It's those two.
Okay, 90. I'm looking at an exit poll right now. 95% of the reasons people voted were democracy, immigration, the economy, abortion, and foreign policy. That was 95% of the reasons people voted. One of the polls that was crazily wrong in this election, like 20 points wrong this election.
Seltzer?
Was no, not Seltzer. When people
Which
polled,
was
also Seltzer.
Well,
fucking Iowa.
No. The poll that was crazy. If we had known this poll, I would say Trump would have won. The poll of who people view as the change candidate was wildly wrong. I'm looking at it right now. Of the people who said bringing change was important to them, 74% say they voted for Donald Trump 74% of the time, right? Like, we had polls that said Kamala was the change candidate, 48 to 45. Like, it was so incorrect, it seemed like. And so
a change from what?
Well, yeah, I
From
think a
herself.
change from the incumbent administration that
From the
well, a
status
change
quo.
from the a change from the status quo where people had to deal with a lot of inflation. Like, Wick, there's literally no evidence that we can point to that a significant reason why 13 million Biden voters sat out was, the messaging of the Democrats was too socially progressive. There's no way that we can make that claim. 13 million Biden voters are not like afraid of going too woke by voting for Kamala Harris. It's because they don't view her platform as tantalizing enough to actually go out and positively vote for her.
Hold on. I have anecdotal evidence. I understand it's not a study, okay? But I have people in my life who voted for Biden in 2020 who did not go to the polls or who voted for Trump because they were tired of being called racist. They were tired of watching them say nothing about the college protest campus, watching people say nothing when white people are denigrated or men are denigrated. So no, it's not a study I could point to. Now again, I don't know if that's caught like that was enough to flip, right? But when you combine that with the inflation, a lot of people just were like, "Nah, fuck it, I'm staying home."
Let me just say this,
on my show about this, but I gotta check something real quick. You guys go. Someone, I guess,
just very quick,
bought me a
like
hoodie, and I'm.
I find this so weird that I'm already seeing so many people, and I'm seeing it on this panel too, right? Like where today, especially today, not the next 2 years or the next 4 years, today is kind of a day for the left to shut up and listen to the right and figure out what they got wrong. Like the hubris of like, I have this data and we're right on the, like the people that ran on vibes are just immediately discounting the very vibes that the right are trying to tell you what it is that they felt within their echo chambers, within their group of people, within their community. And it's like, actually, I've got this polling data that was wrong.
Fabian is
and I've got some new polling data.
Here,
Like,
this
it's
is
like,
complete
come on,
bullshit.
dude.
That doesn't
Gosh,
mean
that's
anything
right.
because you guys voted for Trump the last 2 times.
didn't
you
vote
ran
for Trump.
office too.
I didn't.
I didn't vote for
You
Trump.
weren't even fucking in America, but like
I was in
right-
America. Whoa. I voted for Gary
talking
Johnson in 2016 and Joe Jorgensen in 2020.
Okay.
I voted for
Third
Donald
party.
Trump in
Third
2016.
party.
I voted third party in 2020, and I voted for John Galt for president. The only Republican I voted for was Hung Kao.
I think the
'Cause
people
fuck
we're
Tim Kaine.
referring to that genuinely matter are the Democrats who didn't show up in the election or Democrats that swapped to Republican. But I think that when you're like, oh, just listen to us, and it's people who lost in 2020 and 2016, I don't know why we should listen to your group of people when you didn't sway the election any one way.
I'm
Does that
talking
make
about
sense?
I'm talking about the fact that left wing spaces,
Mhm.
people do not feel comfortable speaking their true opinions in left wing spaces. If you want people's honest, raw opinions, you're not going to get it from the media and you're not going to get it from left wing echo chambers. You have to talk to right wing people where these people go, I didn't leave the left left me. And then they come and talk to us. They say their genuine opinions. They don't say it in left wing discords or on left wing spaces or at the office
on
place
polls,
because they're
right?
afraid of being judged and they're afraid of being attacked and they're afraid of being marginalized in different ways. And you guys are just dismissing it because you have like exit polls. And
No,
and
I'm
it's
saying-
like,
by
they're
the
not,
way,
they're
your
not
polls
going to
were
capture
wrong.
everything. Listen, you guys
because
were
you're-
wrong. Listen to the right for one fucking day.
Fabian
the day
is wildly
that they
misunderstanding
won.
our point. He's going on a soapbox. Like you're misunderstanding my point entirely, right? So I'm not saying that in the stack rank of all the issues people said they cared about, that they're not going to say, oh, the wokeness is annoying and I don't like the wokeness. My point is that if you look at the actual composition of this electorate, what happened in this election was not a bunch of Democrats saying, I'm going to vote for Trump. Now, to be fair, you could make the argument that, oh, like, of the 13 million Biden voters that decided not to vote for Kamala, it was because of, woke policies and like woke rhetoric and things like this, right? I find this like to be a very dissatisfying argument because I think that you could argue in many regards from a social policy perspective, the Democrats, and this is what people talked about coming out of 2020. Oh, this was why the election was so close. Oh, they're going to defund the police. Trans issues are becoming a big deal. CRT is a big deal. Like these were major election and talking points in 2020. Democrats end up winning that election. And Biden ends up getting a much higher percentage of Clinton voters and a much higher percentage of Clinton voters coming back than Kamala does in 2024. When Kamala ran on a messaging campaign of like very much not emphasizing the fact she would be the first female president, very much not emphasizing the fact that the historical nature of her presidency as a woman of color and a biracial woman, very much not emphasizing the fact that Donald Trump is a racist and Donald Trump is like
Do you think people aren't motivated a little bit to vote for the first female president?
No, I think it's funny to make the claim that those things weren't though those things weren't waterboarded to America over and over and over
When
again.
you ask people, no, obviously, well, Kamala, the Democrats, in some regards, like they can't control like what media pundits and people in alternative media.
They
spaces
pay
do.
those fucking media pundits.
Hold on.
They
Fabian,
fucking bring
Fabian.
people to the DNC and give them $10,000 to make the TikTok videos that go viral.
I've been
what are you talking
my
about?
own panel while I got this brand new hoodie. Thank you, Zephyr Hash, for the hoodie.
Looks
Zephyr Hash
good.
bought me this hoodie. It's a great hoodie. But this idea, right? This is something that Bill Maher and others like him have been calling on Kamala to do for months now. Have a sister soldier moment. She never did. She needed a sister soldier moment. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, let me refer to you. It was a incident in the Clinton campaign. I'm talking the 90s, right? When he was running for office. Sister Soldier was a not super popular figure, but she was considered kind of like extremist on the left side, like things like that. Clinton publicly, right? Publicly excoriated her. Publicly, right? Went after her, right? And it was considered a win.
I have a question.
Win. And it made people more comfortable talking, right? More comfortable being like, I can support this guy because he's willing to stand up to the extremists on his own side, right? And
Biden did the opposite, and he won in 2020. Biden embraced progressives, ran on a
$20. Okay, Lex Speedman for $20 says the left attacked left-leaning people to an insane degree. It was exhausting and unwelcoming. That too. Right.
Yeah, but that happened in 2020 too. Like again, like Biden, he runs in 2020, embracing progressives, saying, talking about appointing progressives. He does actually appoint progressives. He runs on a progressive platform, especially relative to Kamala on social issues too. Biden
ran on
better.
No.
Biden ran as a moderate. One of the reasons he was elected to the primary in 2020 was because he was seen to stand up against extremists.
Kamala Harris
ran as a moderate.
Wick. Are you actually making the claim that Kamala's platform was more progressive than Biden's?
No.
Yes, in 2019.
That would be idiotic.
But my claim is that people saw Kamala as much more extreme than Biden.
Okay,
That's
this is a question. No,
Wick.
Wick.
It's just a failure of a campaign.
No, Wick, I have a question.
If you believe, Econoboy, if you believe that she was not as progressive as Biden was, that's fair, right? But then you have to ask yourself, why is it that she failed to communicate that to the public?
Okay, so I have to ask you, right?
Please.
So if we would agree, it's actually the case that it's actually the case that Kamala ran on a less progressive platform in 2020 or in 2024 than they did in 2020, which you've agreed with. It's so clearly the case that is true, right? But you're also saying, well, people viewed her as more extreme. I can tell you that most people said Trump was more extreme than Kamala, right? Just based on the polling that I'm seeing here, right? This is an exit poll. Exit polls are typically very reliable, right? Because they're huge sample size. But hold on, Fabian, 1 second.
You're
people
judging
let it
her in the left-wing space.
You gotta
not
let
against Trump.
You gotta let Econo finish. Let's hear his point out. Let's hear him, and then you can go. Econo boy, you have the floor, please.
So what we have to argue then, we have to somehow make the claim that Biden wins on a more progressive platform, but people think he's more moderate. Okay, interesting. Like, I don't know what Kamala's supposed to do about that other than run on an even more moderate campaign. Like, I don't know how she does that. And then on the other hand, we have to argue that the people who sit out the election are doing so not because of the fact that Kamala runs on a milquetoast platform, but in fact because they just think she's more extreme. Like, what do you do?
She ran on an unrealized gains on a capital gains tax to act like she is this milquetoast neoliberal that isn't bringing forth left-wing socialist policies as a major part of her platform. Is like
you guys are wild.
I'm listening.
No,
I'm wild for saying she ran on something that was literally on her fucking website that said I'm running on this.
Look at the idea that people view the unrealized
the left
capital
didn't
gains.
go left enough, and it's like, what are you talking about, brother?
The idea that average
brother in
people
Christ,
are going
like
to sit there.
we need to double down on the things that made her lose. Like it's
you're pointing out unrealized tax gains instead of like the public option that Biden proposed, or like decriminalizing weed, which he talked about way more ad infinitum than Kamala did.
Forgiving student loan debt. I mean, like there's a ton of stuff
that's a
like,
huge
on the
one.
progressive.
hold on, but Kamala isn't in a vacuum. One of the things that was very effective that the Trump campaign did, right? We just got to acknowledge reality here. The Trump was able to tie her to her statements in the 2019 and the 2020 primaries, right? And a lot of the much more extreme rhetoric that she ran on then. Then she tried to moderate. She tried to walk that back, but it's just clear that the electorate did not trust her.
I don't think that anyone remembers Kamala for the 2020 primary. Like the statements that she made on a debate stage. Rather, she's the vice president and she's the person who campaigned over the last year. Like I don't think that this sticks so much.
No, they absolutely
remember what
her someone. They remember
what
her saying
what did she say in the 2020 primary that stuck in everyone's mind?
What she said, one of the things that stuck. One of the things that stuck was her saying that she absolutely supported mandatory gun buyback programs, and a lot of fucking people that love their guns in America heard that and were like, what about it? And she was like, actually I own a gun because I'm a cop. And what kind of gun is it? Glock. Anyways, next question.
Her healthcare proposal was also more progressive.
But here's the problem. When you ask these people what they feel about, none of them say the Second Amendment. None of them say that that's the motivating force for why they voted for Trump.
Wait. This is okay. First of all, the idea that Kamala Harris was less progressive than Joe Biden in 2019, I think, is ridiculous. She had a more progressive healthcare policy. She was far more progressive when it came to gun.
She ran on open borders.
She like on every single issue. I recall like her government spending proposals like made Biden's look like a drop in the bucket, right?
She ran on open borders.
And GovTrack put her as the most progressive senator. GovTrack put her as the most progressive senator in 2019. I think it's complete historical revisionism to say that she wasn't this left-wing progressive in 2019. Now, I agree that going into 2024, she wasn't as vocal about a lot of that. But another thing, kind of tying this back into the culture war conversation, another position that she held in 2019 was trans surgeries for detained migrants, right? And Trump said this during the debate stage, and people thought it was crazy, and then it turned out to be real. And now this is in every fucking Trump ad, or at least like fucking a quarter of them, at least that I'm seeing. And the reason for this is, I understand that like the culture issues are not the only issue, and I think there's like specific issues that people feel very strongly about. But I think the culture war does create a sort of vibe of hostility that people feel, where it's like, this person does not stand for me. This person dislikes me. This person wants me to feel I don't trust this person. I don't trust this person to look out for my interests, right? And she can't walk back the transgender surgeries from illegal migrants because she's going to alienate the transgender vote and the highly progressive vote. Again, like 2019, her proposals were far more progressive than Joe Biden. And she got clobbered in the primaries. She got absolutely destroyed because, again, the problem is not that she wasn't left enough, is that she wasn't authentic enough.
Biden.
I would say she wasn't familiar enough.
Biden does not run. Biden doesn't run the most centrist campaign, even in the Democratic primary in 2020, right? People like John Delaney ran. No, okay, listen, Lactoid, just give me a second here, okay? We're comparing general election campaigns. Biden ran on a substantially more progressive platform in the general election than Hillary Clinton did. What do we see? What are the results? He does do worse with Republicans who voted in that election than Hillary did, but he ends up winning. Why? Because a lot more people voted, and of the people who voted, of the Democrats who voted, he ends up getting a higher percentage of his own base voting for him. There was less party crossover. Right, you could say, there's a confluence of factors. I'm not trying to boil it down to one thing. We might say, in some regards, Kamala was destined to lose this because of inflation. Maybe in some regards, Trump was destined to lose in 2020 because of COVID. Like, obviously, that doesn't hurt the Democrats. But we're trying to talk about all else equal, like what would have led to a more, getting more votes, basically, is what we're talking about. And all else equal, I'm looking at the results of this election. I'm seeing 13 million Biden voters just not vote. I'm seeing the electorate be disproportionately old, whereas in 2020 it was disproportionately younger compared to this electorate. And that's a very clean story of Democrats just were not inspired to come out and vote. And when you ask people why they voted, they don't say it's such a lack of touching grass position. People aren't not voting for Democrats.
I really want to win an election in the future, so we cannot let this be the takeaway.
You're wrong.
No, it's not. It's very simple. It's way simpler than that. it was way. Hold on, it's way simpler.
You should
than that.
listen to them on how to win
it's way-
elections. I
it's-
agree.
It's way simpler than that. Okay, 2020 is an outlier because it was retarded easy to vote, and that's why young people were there more, because it was retarded easy to vote. Young voters historically have had a problem with voter turnout. They're perfectly fine making TikToks about politics so that they can get likes, so that they can be on the right side of history. But when it comes to actually going to a voting poll and voting, there have been a lot more restrictions in a lot of states that got rid of mail-in ballots or made those more restrictive or didn't fortify the election, according to New York Times, in such a way. Like, yes, a lot of people voted in 2020 that didn't vote now, and that's because the voting process was different. So if you're going to use 2020 about it and talk about which age and demographics voted more, then your answer isn't we need to double down on progressivism. Your answer is we need to force more ballots that can come across at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I do
for our
need to make a
candidates.
little money, so I need to read some of these super chats. Apologies. $5 from Trib1. Kamala had a better shot by defaming Trump instead of talking to leftists. This is a loss by Garland. Will the right stay MAGA post-Trump? I say yes. $2 from Zephyr Hash to say, imagine this is aggressive catcalling at Wick. Well, thank you, sir. $2 from Artemis Fowl. When do I get my moment, Wick? I'll bring you in near to the end. Don't worry. I know you want your moment. $5 from Cameraman 502, who honestly believed Harris believed her own rhetoric and was actually moderate. More likely, she was still one of the most progressive and just lying. It was a trust issue. $5 from Audacity. It has nothing to do with the extremism of her progressive values. It has to do with her campaign was actively attacking men in the electorate. $5 from the Trib one. Trump can lie without worrying about his base fact-checking. He can commit a coup, say the election was rigged, lie on Haitians, and still get votes. $10 to Feder Methodist. The two on the left won't listen to the right-leaning libertarians, and do you? Will they listen to a lifelong Dem that says all of you are correct and they are tone-deaf and condescending? And then $50. I forgot that America's memories only start when the general election starts. I find it hilarious that lefty socialists are telling people who is or is not moderate while accusing Trump of being Giga Hitler who just won the popular vote. And then finally, $5. To be clear, though I don't dislike what Kind of Boy is saying, I just think the progressive route would hurt our centrist voters. A wash, in my opinion. And then $10 more, again, from Lawson Harris. He typed it out. Let me get back to it. Oh, no. It's the Lawson Harrison. Please just DM me it so I can actually read it. The chat scrolled it down, and I'll read it later. But sorry about that. I guess to get it back to you guys, to you, my dear audience members, and also to you, my dear panelists, again, I don't know. I can't tell. It's too early. It's too early. We need to go through the data more. The votes haven't all been counted yet, right? So I'm just giving you my gut here, my instinct, my intuition, but it is based on some data, right? Is that there were plenty of people who otherwise would have gone to the polls, but who decided to sit this one out because they could not tell that they couldn't see a distinction between the Trump and Kamala. And that was because, in a large way, that they saw both as liars. We can like it or not. That's what they saw.
What do you feel like they see?
When you got Pisco and people like that lying about Liz Cheney's statements, they're like, well, fuck. Well, I mean,
I think if anyone's...
I think that's silly. I voted for Harris, obviously. But this is a lot of the calculations they made. Go ahead. Stack Jams, please.
Sorry, what comments about Liz Cheney?
Okay. Trump made a statement.
Wick is just taking a shot at Pisco for their Twitter argument.
It was a lie, for sure.
Do you okay?
This is a lie in a sea of lies from the left.
I'm going to shortcut this just a little bit.
It's the most recent example I can think of.
I don't believe that anyone has ever heard of this story and wasn't already a committed voter either way. Does that make sense? Like the amount of political capital that you have to be invested in order to hear whatever this story is. That's my call, but I
think you're right.
I think one of the big stories that we're going to take out of this is we could put to bed the myth that what nobody say on the internet doesn't matter. I think it does matter.
I don't think anyone's saying that.
No, I actually kind of agree with you to a certain extent. I don't think anybody that heard the Liz Cheney thing or the media's reaction changed their opinion. But I do think there was probably some people's opinions who had changed when Tulsi Gabbard got back out there and reminded people that Trump in this administration is avidly anti-war. I think some portion of it, when we talk about foreign policy, some portion of the people that voted were single issue voters, like white women and black women that were voting pro-abortion. But I think there were also single issue voters that are looking at Ukraine, that are looking at Israel and Palestine. And they're not looking at it because they love Israel or that they love Palestine. They're looking at it because they're sick of they're tying it to the economy, right? And even though the money we spend on these foreign wars is kind of a drop in the bucket compared to Social Security or all of these other government programs, they hear Trump talk about, they hear Kamala praise the immigration bill, then they hear a Republican go, "You mean the bill that had twice as much funding for the Ukraine war than it did for the border? That's the border bill you're talking about?" And then they see Tulsi Gabbard come out there and fire the one time they watch Fox News or MSNBC when she responds and remind them, yeah, we're the ones that want America first. We're the ones that want to fix our problems here instead of spending billions on war and death. So I do agree that the initial petty remarks weren't that effective, but I do think Trump's response this time around and being able to put Tulsi Gabbard forward and remind people that he's the candidate, presumably, that is anti-war, I think probably had a big impact. So maybe not big in the way that, massive, but we're talking about those little last minute things that change people, those few percentage points of a percentage. I think that was
there's going to be a million marginal things like that where it could be true. I'm just looking at the data here, and it does say that of the 4% of people that prioritize foreign policy, the overwhelming majority vote for Trump. So I think it is one of those just marginal things where I guess that message caught on a little bit better than Kamala's message. To be fair, I think that Kamala didn't really, to your point, maybe I don't think Kamala had a particularly, I just don't think she didn't speak to foreign policy almost at all in this campaign. Not that I can.
Well, I think she was.
I don't know what her policy is.
Do we think that was a mistake?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
probably.
I think she couldn't. It's marginal, but
I don't think it was a mistake of Kamala. I think it was a position that she was in with Israel, Palestine, and the left currently.
Yeah,
she was in a position where she had to choose between Jewish donors or left-wing socialists that are hard to get out to vote, but are a significant portion of the electorate that are pro-Palestine. The far left sees any support of Israel as supporting capitalism, as supporting Western hegemonic imperialism, as supporting the oppressors against the Palestinian people. And at the same time, she can't piss off every Jew by just coming out as a pro-Palestinian candidate. When they are a big portion of the donor class, and they are very important in Pennsylvania. And so what she ended up doing was kind of a terrible decision, but kind of maybe the best one she had, which is run away from that question every single time she ever gave it and never gave an honest answer about it. And I think that harmed her in other ways. It was probably good for that single issue voter that she didn't have a strong stance one or the other way, but it was bad for people that were looking at her and going, "You just look inauthentic. You don't ever give me a real answer. You don't ever give it to me straight. You're just bullshitting and we know it."
I think there's something to be said about Democrats towing the party line probably a bit too much and not being very maverick in their policy prescriptions. I was saying months ago that I think there is probably room to run with a more progressive message on Israel and Palestine as a specific issue. Now, again, I think there's a confluence of factors that causes those 13 million Biden voters not to come out. I think that, having a more progressive message on Israel and Palestine is but a marginal one of those things, which I think would be a net vote getter. But to Fabian's broader point, one thing I've said about, and this is what sucks to see, especially in hindsight, about the neutering of Tim Walz with regard to his progressive messaging, is that one thing that people do respond really well to with Trump is that, okay, for instance, and this is some evidence that I pointed to earlier, most people in this election viewed Trump as the more extreme candidate, right? Mm-hmm. However, of the people who said both candidates are extreme, they overwhelmingly chose Trump's extremism. Like they overwhelmingly, but when people said both of these candidates are extreme, they voted for Trump anyway. And so I think there's something to be said about like, even if it's the case that we think progressive messaging, like people like Bernie Sanders, let's say, are not offering optimal policy or are, perhaps not right for certain portions of the electorate. At the very least, what we could say about running a guy like Bernie Sanders is, well, he definitely would score those points. Like he would be representative of like a genuine person with like real convictions. One thing people said about Bernie the entire time he was running is, and I think this is why you see a lot of Trump Bernie voters is, man, this guy's authentic. Like he's been saying the same shit for 40 years, right?
Yeah.
And I think there's something to be said about that.
I agree. But my problem with looking at data, and obviously I understand we're all kind of shooting from the hip here, waiting for more information, right? I'm not judging you for that. But my problem with some of the data on like this person's more extreme or that person's more extreme is it's difficult to parse out when they say Tim Walz is extreme. Do they mean Tim Walz is extreme because he's really progressive, or do they mean Tim Walz is extreme because he said live on TV that he believes that the free speech doesn't protect against misinformation and hate speech, right? Or vice versa with Trump. Are they saying Trump is extreme because he wants to radically lower taxes and implement tariffs as a new tax policy, or because he wants to drain the swamp and he wants to, release the JFK files, et cetera, et cetera? Or are they saying that because of like January 6th or like, bloodbath comments, which obviously is a hoax, but whatever. It's like, it's hard to tell what they mean in that regard. You know what I mean?
Also, I think it's important to point out that like the national exit polls are going to be a very different beast than the state-by-state exit polls. I think that one of the problems we get into when we look at these things is a lot of people will cite national exit polls, but then they look at like exit polls from like Pennsylvania, for example, and there will be some pretty extreme differences there. And what appeals to a California voter, right, a California Kamala voter, might not appeal to the Pennsylvanian potential Kamala voter. And we just got to look at like what is it that the various specific localities want. You did make a statement though that I want to hone in on it because I don't know what you mean. You said the neutering of Tim Walz's progressivism, something like that.
Yeah, like Tim Walz, he ran on several platforms. I shouldn't say ran. He just enacted several very progressive things in the state of Minnesota that, we didn't really see a lot of lip service to during the campaign, and they weren't part of Kamala's platform, right? Not in a very sort of unfiltered sense, let's say. Like for instance, Tim Walz implemented like a paid family leave policy. He talks about the free school meals. There was a public option that was implemented in Minnesota. Tim Walz, obviously hate these things or love these things. He did govern, especially when the Democrats finally took control of Minnesota, as a progressive, right? And I think that, he does very well in Minnesota. Minnesota is obviously one of these Midwestern states. Like, I just think that I think one of the biggest mistakes that Democrats, and I feel like, Wick, you're making this mistake, is I feel like people assume that voters that call themselves moderate or that call themselves independent prefer like actually moderate policies. And I just don't see a lot of evidence for that.
Technically, Bernie's an independent.
Yeah, like when you poll independents on like who they would rather vote for, Bernie or Kamala when it comes to the hypotheticals versus Trump, and it's not Kamala, but like Bernie versus like Hillary in that hypothetical, Bernie does better with independents. Like this isn't like a super moderate group of people, and I think a lot of people when they look at a platform like Bernie, they don't necessarily say like, oh, that's a really extremist platform, right? Like, I don't think people have very sophisticated views on that kind of thing.
It's populism, right? I mean, like Bernie is a populist. Right? Bernie sells the message, which you can be right wing or left wing, which is that the elites, the corporate individuals that have moneyed interests, are rigging the game in the favor of them, right? And Trump does the exact same thing. I mean, they're very, very similar candidates. That's why so many Bernie bros voted for Trump, right? And the left was like, how the fuck could you vote for Bernie and then not vote for Hillary in 2016? And it's because they looked at Trump in 2016 as the guy who was going to go after corporate interests and the guy that was going to clean up, like, for better or worse, whatever your opinion of that is. So I do agree. I don't know that that's progressivism, though, that's selling it so much as a recognition that the individuals that are running this country are doing so in their own favor. Right? Because that's the similarity there, not the progressivism, but the populism and the anti-elitism and the willingness to take on big corporations like big pharma with RFK.
You're not wrong on this. Two things. One, right? I don't think this was an election about the policy issues. I don't think people voted based on the policy issues. I think they voted based on trust. It was an authenticity election. It was, who do I think is actually going to fix these problems, or at least actually, who do I believe? Who do I trust? And Trump, like it or not, people view him as authentic in a way that they just don't with, or just did not with Kamala. That was a huge problem. I think that policies, it didn't really matter. If they don't trust you, if they don't think you're being straight with them, it doesn't matter what policy you put forward, right? It doesn't matter how progressive or how conservative you put forward as a policy, right? They don't believe you. They don't trust you, and you feel inauthentic, and so they're not going to vote for you. And I think that this is how this played out. That's the first one. The second thing, right? How do Democrats win the working class back?
So again, like there's
stop attacking white men.
Well, I mean, again, I disagree with that characterization, but like when it comes to what you just said, Wick, like, yeah, like I would say that in general, what the Democrats need to do is they need to offer like a biting policy message. Right now, Biden didn't run in 2020. We have to speak in relative senses, right? Because Bernie didn't run in 2020, right? Or he didn't like win, so he didn't go to the general election. So we can't run this experiment perfectly. Of course, I'm like taking a leap and saying that the even more progressive platform, and to be fair, I do think these are better policies. Maybe this is a convenient opinion to me to have, but I do think that would be a more biting platform, like a more forceful rhetoric that people would adhere to. To your point about authenticity and to Fabian's point about authenticity, there's something to be said about just like proposing something and the fact that it starts a debate. It's like, hey, Bernie Sanders just proposed this. And yeah, you're going to have a bunch of news pundits debating about whether or not that's crazy or not. But it does get people talking. And I think people do respond in general to a strong message. Trump's campaign is insane. It's not a centrist campaign. No one could claim that Trump ran to the center in this campaign. That would be a crazy opinion. He won. And he won in 2016 too.
I don't think that's that. Like socially, it's very centrist. Obviously, right? Like, I mean, he's essentially
we're talking about the economic things, because the economy and the immigration issues were things that motivated
mass deportations.
I'd like to make a point. I recall the exact opposite argument being made in 2022 when all the MAGA candidates lost and the moderate candidates won. Like people were saying, like, "Oh, it's time for moderation." Well, this was really the last election before this time. Like, it's time for moderation, and because the moderates won and the non-moderates got their ass kicked in 2022, and so that was the last evidence people had. But now you're saying, well, no, that was kind of an outlier, and we actually need to be more extreme in order to get people over.
Well, we have to recalibrate, obviously, because it's clear to me that very moderate messaging, at the very least, we could say it didn't move the needle significantly in 2022. So at the very least, if people might say,
I take I'm back, gang. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why this happens every day at the same time. I'm gonna have to look into this. Are we back?
It's Trump. Was it right when I made my point? Wow, that sounds like
it was right when you made your point.
Stackings, what are you doing over there?
Well, anyway,
sorry. Go ahead.
What was it?
I was just gonna say, like, to the extent that
I missed it,
to the extent that we might make the claim that, like, this election was truly policy neutral, like it just like doesn't matter what policies are getting proposed. Well, I'll just say that I prefer the progressive policies because I think that they're better. But in 2022, that is a real anomaly because inflation was worse in 2022, and Democrats did substantially better than expectations. The only thing that I can think of that makes sense, like literally the only thing I can think of, So yes, like you could say that the feelings on Roe versus Wade were stronger because it was closer. Now, to be fair, Roe gets overturned like June 21. I think it was June 21. Was it 22? I don't remember, but I think it was. I think there was a fair bit of distance between the election and Roe v. Wade.
It was before the election. I think there was
June.
Yeah, there was a little bit of time for sure.
Well, I think people being raw
Well, it was
about Roe
leaked.
was one
You
thing.
got to remember,
but
it was leaked early, right? It was
Yeah,
the
it was-
first
it was
time that a
leaked early,
SCOTUS
that's right, yeah.
decision has ever been leaked, because it was so important for the Democrats to win the election based off of something that they had no power to win the election over anyways, because they wanted to trick the American public that way.
People were more raw about abortion in 2022. I think that's probably part of it. But then I think that there's also something to be said about the fact that Democrats there's a lot more Democrats who are higher propensity voters than used to be. And the fact that in 2022, the Democrats still lost popularly. They still lost the House, right? So that wasn't like a net good year for Democrats. They gain in the Senate for various reasons. They just outperform expectations in certain elections, but they still lose the House, right? So I think that in combination with like the Democrats becoming the party of educated people who tend to overvote in midterms compared to uneducated people, which is a base that Trump does disproportionately well with, I think that in conjunction with the abortion issue being more raw in people's minds, that explains the overperformance in 2022. That's the only way that I can reconcile those.
Just to be clear, though, I'm not just referring to the overperformance, which it's true and it is there, but I'm also referring to the types of candidates that lost, right? Like in 2022, you had the DNC funding in Michigan pro-MAGA candidates because they felt they'd be easier to beat, and they were right. During the primary, the Democrats were funding the most hardline Trump supporters, and those hardline Trump supporters like universally lost in 2022, and the moderates did way better. The moderate Republicans did way better. I just think that
it's possible that's true because of the education. Like midterm electorates are way more educated than general election electorates, and it wouldn't surprise me if people who have like as a population substantially less education are just like more willing to basically vote for extreme policies, right? And that's not a comment on whether or not that's right or wrong. Obviously, vote for whoever people think is right. But I think that probably is what explains why those people relatively outperformed in the midterms, but they perform seemingly just fine in 2024.
$5 from Portland is burning, and I think this is a valid question to kind of thing. It's a statement, I should say. Yeah, that's his name. Kamala lost because she couldn't answer simple questions like, how will you make things like groceries and gas more affordable with working families?
Or
I wanted to
what will you do in your first 100 days of office?
I wanted to answer the point that was made before. I'm not sure it is like, oh, the more educated people are voting in the midterms. I mean, that could be a factor, but the fact that MAGA candidates were able to win in the primary, a midterm primary over moderate Republicans would seem to indicate that, I mean, if we're assuming that more educated people are going to be voting for the moderates, which the whole premise is based on anyway, like why would the MAGA candidates be able to win the primaries and then go on to go against the Democratic challengers? I think you see something else going on, which is that extreme policies. I think I agree with Wick. I don't think extreme policies are actually as popular as people think they are. I think that they sound good to some people, and I think like a very vocal minority gets very excited about extreme policies, and they'll be out there talking about it openly. But in terms of appealing to like the vast majority of people, you saw both Trump and Kamala try to moderate their position immensely, especially Trump. I mean, the Republican position on abortion this election has never been so moderate. You have Donald Trump going in and rewriting the Republican Party platform to now abortion is a states' rights issue, as opposed to all the prior ones, which is pro-life, ban it everywhere, right? I mean, this is by far an incredibly moderate position. And that's because you got to moderate, right? I mean, moderates are ruling the day. And I think that a lot of people didn't see Trump as super extremist, maybe perhaps not as much in 2016, but they did trust him more.
I want to piggyback off that, Lactoid, just real quick, because I think that's important, right? Whether you believe him or not, and frankly, I don't, but that's beside the point. Trump was willing to stand up against the pro-life extremists in his party, right? And he was willing to say, no, that's bullshit. I'm doing this. Again, do I believe him? No, I think he's fibbing, but that's neither here nor there. Can you point to a moment that Kamala had that was similar?
I have a question for you, Wick.
Well, can you answer that, though? Is there a point where you can point to where Kamala stood up against an extreme position of her party, right, or the left's party, or the progressive policy, right, and said, "Nah, that's bullshit. We're not doing that."
When you're saying stood up to, you mean just like change the position of something that most
I
of the
mean,
Democratic Party believed in?
publicly denounce it
No, I
and
can't.
change
Well,
it.
I don't know if Trump. Okay, I see what you're saying, but I guess my
Trump did
question.
with the abortion thing. That's he did.
But
Right?
it was
Again,
more
whether
of
you
just like
believe
a
him or not,
change in
he did.
policy, which
Right?
Kamala did the same thing with healthcare. That she
Where did
moved
she
from.
publicly denounce the
Okay.
extreme positions? Like that's all I'm asking, right?
I guess because back to your like Sister Soldier comment about like finding some radical in your movement, who would you suggest that Kamala would distance herself from?
Hassan Piker.
Like some fucking random
Running
By
against,
name.
hold on,
First off,
running
this-
against,
He's not random. He's the biggest one on Twitch, isn't he?
Hold on,
understand,
running
but-
against,
Twitch
running
politics,
against
yeah.
extremists on Twitter, right? Extreme lefties helped Trump win.
Okay,
Why
but
don't we
here's the
do
thing.
it too?
Here's the thing. Hassan distances himself from Kamala. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't like Kamala either. Like he says fuck the Democratic Party every single day on his stream.
Which is why it's an easy choice to publicly
No, but then that's not on your
sacrifice him,
side because that's not
basically.
even
Put
someone
him
who
on the
agrees with you.
pedestal and say this is something that we are against. We do not stand for. This is evil. This is gross. And going at this. This is something that will bind a lot of people. It brings a lot of people to vote, right? And you get to make sure that you introduce Hassan to a wider electorate and in such a way that shows you as opposed, which prevents people from being able to tie you to the extremist like parties and things. Like this worked for Clinton. This is exactly how Clinton won extraordinary victories in 92, in 94, in 96. Right?
4 years. It was 3 different elections that he won from one instance of just calling out someone in his own party. Like
it wasn't just one thing he did. This is simply a moment that encapsulated a strategic style of
I mean, because
politicking.
he had after that moment when he was kind of like floundering as president and the midterms came in and Newt Gingrich came in, he worked with the Republicans on welfare reform, right? So like in many ways, Bill Clinton was able to capture a concept of being in the moderate position throughout all of his presidency and then ride those coattails. Now, some of that is obviously, Perot, right? You know what I mean? Like some of that is he a little bit of an outlier
that is a
because of
confounding
that.
vector variable.
Yeah,
I get
so I
it,
don't.
right? But-
I mean, like I would love to see the Democrats get more moderate, right? But I'm just trying to be honest here about like that there are some other variables there that might have changed that. But I mean, and he also repealed Glass-Steagall, right? So I mean, he worked with Republicans in a way that I think he probably needed to because of Perot, and because there was a big push for financial responsibility.
Speaking of working with Republicans, can we just get a shout out to Manchin real quick? Can we get a public shout out to Manchin with, for
shout out
protecting the
Manchin
filibuster,
for
to
making a
protecting
worse
the
Inflation
filibuster,
Reduction Act.
to make the filibuster still a thing. We're gonna need that, boys and girls. Okay, we're gonna need that. We're coming into a Republican trifecta. We are going to need the filibuster.
Oh, yeah, I thought you guys wanted to
Thank
get rid of
you.
that and pack
Thank
the court.
you, Joe Manchin. Thank you, Joe Manchin. Thank you.
No. They need to wait till the midterms when they have it, and then they can get rid of it.
Then they want to get rid of it and pack the court. That's convenient.
I don't know who you're talking to. Who do you feel like has that position?
I'm not Wick, and maybe not you, but I feel like as though I have had multiple conversations with people who are saying, "Oh, hold on, pack the court." I know specifically. Pisco supports it. Econoboy, do you support packing the court? I think you said yes to that. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I would pack the court and get rid of the filibuster.
Okay. But look at that. Was somebody on this panel's axioms?
Wait, sorry.
Why?
No. But you're pointing to
What's that to do with
hypocrisy,
me?
saying that I wouldn't be for ending the filibuster even when we had a trifecta.
Well, hold on. Are you for ending it now?
I don't think that we have the means to. But
on
sure.
January, hold on, are you for ending it on January 20th? Let's say.
Why would
Yes,
these
it
things
would
be
Really? with the Republican trifecta?
In
You're cool with that?
principle,
Okay,
yes.
all right. What do you think about that?
Look, I'm not here to policy debate. I think that's dumb. We'll argue that.
I mean, I don't think
You established that earlier, so that is a fair
whole
defense.
conversation.
I mean, fundamentally, I don't think it's unreasonable to say like the filibuster creates bad governing incentives. Like, it's not a good. It's like the Electoral College. Like, you know, for instance, like let's say that Kamala wins this election but loses the popular vote. What I would say to that is, well, we should still get rid of the Electoral College, but I'll take the fucking W. Like, I still think it's better that Kamala's president, right?
Yes.
You know, and so I don't know if there's necessarily a contradiction in that rhetoric, and I would hope that like I so hope that the fucking lesson that Democrats take from this election isn't, oh, reforming our institutions is just like not a thing we should really think about or talk about. Like, hopefully that's
I mean, like, I don't understand. I mean, like, I get that you guys are against the Electoral College. I think that's stupid, but like, even if I set that aside, why, like, what do you stand to gain from something that requires a constitutional amendment when like our country is like so polarized right now that you just know that that's not something that could ever be meaningfully done? Like,
I don't think
at least not in the current. You don't think you need a constitutional amendment to abolish the Electoral College?
Are you talking about the compact, Econoboy?
The National Interstate Voter Compact is like very clearly constitutional.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, well, that's constitutional, but the problem with that is you have to get the small states on board with giving up their power.
You would have to get at least, you'd have to get 270 votes worth of. It's an uphill battle. I agree. Like, getting rid of the Constitution, getting rid of the Electoral College isn't easy. Now, with regards to could you pass a federal bill? I guess I haven't looked into whether or not that would be constitutional. I mean, to the extent that we think it could work, I guess that would be good. But you should still advocate for policies, even if we imagine that they would be difficult to pass. Like, I think passing Medicare for all would be difficult, but it still would be good policy. It would be good policy, and at the very least, from a platform perspective, be good politics. Again, like, I think that the narrative that I'm unconvinced by. I mean, I'm open to being wrong, obviously. Is that, oh, like, if Kamala runs more moderate, because we seem to know that the reason she lost is because so many Biden voters sat out. So the argument that we have to make is, which you guys are making coherent arguments for it, I just disagree with them, is that if she runs more moderate, that is more in
votes.
No,
switch votes. Yeah.
Switched votes was clearly not a significant reason why Kamala lost this election. That was clearly not the case.
So can I maybe pose a question?
I don't know about that.
I think
anyway, hold on.
You say that clearly. Make your argument. I'm curious. Why is that clearly not the case?
Yeah,
especially
so
Latinos.
You have, right?
So it's not that there's not some people that switch their votes. Obviously, like, that's a group of people that does exist. But the people that Kamala loses in this election are, like, disproportionately. Let's say she does lose some percentage of Biden voters. Like literally, it was 93% of Biden voters voted for her. Now, normally it's like more like 4 or 5% will kind of switch parties between, you know. So Trump does better with his own base than Kamala does with Biden's base, right? So that's true. But in this electorate, she loses people who didn't vote in 2020, so new voters, and she loses people who voted for someone else in 2020, like former third-party voters, let's say. But the big chunk of people she loses is just people who didn't vote at all. She was not able to retain Biden's voter turnout in base. And so the argument that you guys have to make is that's because she ran too progressive. A more moderate message would inspire those people to come out and vote. And like, that doesn't seem convincing to me.
So here's a problem that I have when we do things like polling and like, you find like the overwhelming majority of Americans, for example, support Medicare for all, right? Like, that's a progressive position that is popular with Bernie Sanders. And is very, very popular with the American public. And so on its face, it goes, well, okay, I understand the concept of like, well, if that is a position that is a progressive position that's super popular, like, why would we not run on that position? And there's two problems that I have with that. And that is number one, popularity with the American public is not everything when the policy harms your donor base, right? Like, there are a lot of, Kamala Harris outspent Donald Trump massively, and the overwhelming majority of millionaires and billionaires were supporting her and not supporting Donald Trump. And so that's one. But two is that it's one thing to say this is a popular idea against Americans that haven't scrutinized an idea to an extreme. And it's another thing to say, let's run a national campaign on this where the other side is going to be able to debate that on a debate platform at the presidential debates and rallies and things like that. Like I imagine maybe she would have won if she'd have run on Medicare for all, maybe. But I also can imagine that tying her to being called Commie Kamala or a communist or a socialist when her father is an avowed Marxist, right? When she says certain things that are very reminiscent of that behavior, when she has other policies that are very socialist, and then running on what is a very clear and obvious socialist position. What does the popularity look like when Donald Trump gets on the debate stage and rips her apart for being a communist, for having that position? I don't know that stays a winning position. I think there are a lot of Americans that go, yeah, Medicare for all sounds nice, until it actually becomes a national debate about that specifically, and you get in the ring with somebody like J.D. Vance or Trump about that. I don't think that's as winning a position as you think, just because the polling data says that it's popular.
That's again. I need to stack seems I know, but I just got to reiterate 100%, and this is my sincere belief based on the data that I've seen. Policy didn't matter this election. It was about authenticity. Who do they trust? Who do they
well,
think
yeah,
is
but it
better?
tangentially matters, right? Because the
True.
debate
I mean,
about
yes, there's a lot.
the debate about the
there's 5,000
policy.
paper cuts. I get it.
Right,
There's
it's like
5,000
the
paper
debate
cuts,
about.
There's a multivariate
Well, no, I don't.
reason.
No,
Right,
I don't
why
mean
she
that.
lost.
I mean
It's
that.
not just
I
one
mean
thing,
that.
right?
No, what I mean is that effective messaging to the electorate is twofold for two different groups of people, right? And Donald Trump is pretty fucking good at this, and Kamala Harris is pretty bad at this. But she does all right with the young people carrying water for her on TikTok and stuff. But it is about vibes. It is about authenticity.
Hold on, also,
but it is also.
Didn't she lose Gen Z voters too? Right? Like you guys keep saying
She
she's
lost
doing
Gen Z
well,
males.
like, but overall, right? She got less of the Gen Z vote. Like more Gen Z voted for Trump than voted for Trump in 2020.
I haven't seen that in the latest polling data, but
right, I could be
Yeah,
wrong.
like
I could be
but
mistaken.
again,
I'm not
we have
confident
to
in
keep
that,
in
but-
mind that is true, but again, we have to keep in mind that that's compositional, right? That like way like less young people voted. So of the young people that remain, those people voted like not more for Trump, but she does worse than Biden with young people who voted. But we have to keep in mind that a lot more young people voted. So I think
Just
that what we
didn't
could
vote,
say
yeah.
is, yeah, what we could say is the relative enthusiasm of young people to come out and vote for Democrats was lower than the relative enthusiasm of young people to come out and vote for Republicans. Again, young people still vote for Kamala Harris instead of Trump, but again, relatively speaking, she underperforms that group. And again, that's because less of them came out and voted. And so you're always stuck between that
Well, you
ultimate
didn't have to
question
come
of,
out and vote in 2020.
So I found
that's
one
really what it is. Come
CNN.
on.
I found that's a big part of it. I found one CNN exit poll. It indicates I think that Trump gained really from switching votes, but then also from new voters as well, right? So among voters who are not first-year voters, Trump gained 2 points. So people who had voted in the past, but and voting this time around, obviously, Trump is up 2 points. And in 2020, it was a complete tie. Neither Biden nor Trump were ahead in terms of people who voted in the past. In 2020, Biden was up 32 points in terms of brand new voters. And this election, Trump was up 13%, 13 points for new voters. And that looks like it's a bigger percentage, but you also got to remember that, a 2% of people who have voted is a massive group of people, right? That's a huge swath of people that changed their vote to Trump.
Well, it's
and a lot of
2%
newer
Gen
people.
Z voters, right? Which is a relatively small percentage of the voting base.
I just don't think.
I think this is just. I think this is just voters generally.
Like 2020 is an outlier
I'll post
because
it,
of mail-in
yeah.
voting.
Thanks.
Right, like 2020 is an outlier because of COVID, and that's why I think that's a major reason why the Gen Z voted in 2020 was simply because it was easier to vote. Like if you're talking about unenthusiastic voters, right? Like there is a difference between driving to the poll and standing in line, and then just being like, oh well, fucking, it's here in the mail. I might as well. Like that's a very different way of voting, and so like I don't know that necessarily Kamala lost those people that Biden had captured so much as the game was just different because of COVID and election fortification or whatever the hell you want to call it from whatever aisle. But what I'm saying is that policy does matter, but I agree with you, Wick, that like messaging and authenticity matters. And the way that Trump or a charismatic person does this is that they attack the other person's policy, and then they utilize that as a means to attack their character and authenticity. So you can't really divorce policy from the quote unquote vibes, right? If you run a super progressive campaign, it becomes easier to paint you as a socialist. And let me tell you, if you want to gain more votes amongst the Hispanic population, that's a great way to do it, is to run against socialism.
I super disagree. Because I can't explain why Bernie super outperforms amongst Hispanic voters in the Democratic primary and amongst hypothetical polls in general elections. Like, now, to be fair, we could always say,
because he didn't.
We could always say, well, the polls are just wrong. The polls are just wrong. Like they're not true. But
I already explained this. So engage with how I explained it. Where I said there's a difference between popular ideas that haven't actually entered the lexicon beyond like shit that like college educated people read, and then it being on a rally, being on a debate stage constantly with a conservative attacking it. That's a very different thing. There's no doubt in my.
Did Bernie not have a sufficient like attack against his ideas?
But he only had them in Democratic primaries.
But Fabian, are you making the argument?
So what I'm saying is that in Democratic primaries, usually the left tends to run further left in the primary and then try to moderate towards the center, just the same way the right does, right? Because you're for the most part trying to target your base, right? So that is one reason why Bernie can do a little better and his ideas aren't attacked quite as hard, because we're not looking for the moderates, we're looking for the moderate left-leaning people all the way to the far left when we're in a primary process. When you get into the general election, now all of a sudden there's this other half of the country that is the opposite of what you are in terms of the political spectrum.
On the Bernie question specifically, if your idea, your progressive idea, can't win you a Democratic primary, right? Because it's just
because
not going to win
CNN cheats for you.
It's just not gonna win the general either. So
That's
if Bernie
true.
could not win on his positions, progressive as they are, in a Democratic Party primary, I don't think that they would have survived to the general. But
they wouldn't have survived Trump.
The one thing that I might be missing here is people view Bernie as honest and genuine, so they may give him a pass on some of the commie policies, right?
I think that there's again, I think that Fabian, to respond to you and then to respond to Wig, Fabian, you would have to make the argument that in my view, this election was lost because basically Biden voters in 2020 didn't come out. Now you're saying that's because it was really substantially harder to vote in 2020, or like it was measurably harder to vote in 2024 than it was in 2020.
I'm not doing univariate, but I'm saying that's got to be part of it. Like, you know that
well,
that has
sure,
to be some percentage. Is it the main one, or is it minor? Who knows?
Well, sure, but then we have to ask ourselves, why were Republicans more likely to come out and stubbornly vote instead of Democrats? And I don't know if it's stubborn voting. I think in general, what I would say is that a more progressive platform
Republicans already do that, though.
What I would say is that a more progressive platform would inspire like many more, not necessarily new entrants, but old sort of previous entrants to come in and come back and vote around again. On Wick's point, Wick, your point, it just doesn't, one of these things doesn't follow logically. The reason why Democrats vote for centrists in the primaries is because the Democratic base, like the core group of the Democratic base, it's disproportionately kind of like your middle-aged and older black people and people of color who are themselves moderate and liberals. Now, I would totally agree that this platform is just difficult to win in a Democratic primary, but that doesn't mean that it's not a strategically advantageous platform in the primary. This is what Republicans were saying for the last two, in the general, this is what Republicans were saying for the last 2 years. Oh, if only our nominee was Nikki Haley, she would do so substantially better with this group, that group, and this group. And the hypothetical polls seem to indicate that that was true, that this would have been an even bigger landslide if Nikki Haley was the nominee. But she wasn't, because the Republican base just prefers someone else, someone who's less strategically optimal.
2 points. I'm trying to. So first off, to address your situation.
Get some other, but go ahead.
Yeah. So to address your comparison, I do think that it is substantially more so that Republicans turn out to the polls, right? I think this is kind of obvious, right? There's a reason early voting was swinging Democrat, and as the night went on, the day of the election, every dump Trump got higher and higher because Republicans tend to want to be on election day with a paper ballot in line at the polls, and they'll vote on the machine if that's all that's available, right? Whereas I do think the data definitely shows that there is at some degree that young left-leaning voters are less likely to physically go to the poll and are more likely to vote in mail. But again, with this Bernie progressive position, you're not addressing my point, right? Which is that a hypothetical poll where you just grab people randomly and say, what do you think about this policy, is substantively different, for better or worse. It might even go in your favor, but you have to recognize that is not a good indicator of how it will perform in the general election, because
That's not
the
what I'm
general
saying.
election comes with this national debate about the issue where a lot of normies get to hear both sides that don't have particularly strong opinions on it.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that if you throw a bunch of people in a room and give them like progressive policies, well, a majority of those people tend to vote for progressive policies, so therefore you should take all those progressive policies and put them into one candidate. Because there's a lot of reasons why when you put all those progressive policies that a majority of the broad populace support on an issue by issue basis, you put them all in one group, I would agree there's a lot of reasons why individuals would vote against you. It's like, hey, like there's a lot of voters that are like, I'm anti-abortion, but I don't hate gay people. Or like, I want all these immigrants to be deported, but like Medicare for all sounds pretty all right. Like there's a weirdly large amount of people. I know it sounds weird from our perspective because we're much more ideologically consistent people, but there's a lot of voters that are just like that, right? What I'm saying is almost like a combination of you and Wick's point, right? Which is that I think one of the advantages of like a progressive platform is not that people say they like progressive policies. It's that it's biting. They are sort of polarizing policies in some extent that I think motivates those Biden voters to come out a second time. And I think that it does lead to a general aura and atmosphere of like, man, and there were a lot of voters like that in this election. Man, I disagree with this guy or this lady on policy on some of these things. I don't know about them, but he's speaking from the hip. They're speaking honestly. They're not listening to the pundits. They're not listening to the establishment. They're just doing things that they genuinely think are good. And I think that does gain you points relative to Kamala's performance in 2024. I don't know if it wins her the election, but I think it yields directionally a better result.
Let me just ask this, okay? And maybe we can get this back
I can see
on
that.
track just a little bit, right? Because again, we're all kind of guessing here. There is some interpretation of the data here, and the data is incomplete. All sorts of. I'm gonna start with
all the
Stack Teams
professionals.
right?
Yeah.
I'm going to start with on Stack Teams on this. I want to go through. What is, if you were in charge of the Kamala campaign, and we could go back in time, 2 months, right? What is one change you would have made, right? One change you would have done differently.
Oh, okay.
Like,
yeah, I think I could go just kind of off the bat. I do think that she didn't really adapt to the new media environment. I think that she was kind of playing a pretty consistently traditional campaign when Trump was kind of going off the wall. It's hard to tell if that was advantageous for him. Like, maybe it's possible that was a disadvantage, that he went on Joe Rogan, that he just went on like Joe Rogan's podcast, Theo Vaughn's, Logan Paul's. But I do think that it kind of made him a little bit more accessible and approachable. So I don't know if we're in a new environment where you kind of have to adapt election campaigns to make sure that you are, you approach it that way instead. So it's possible that would have been a better vector to approach
So
it.
the media environment, you would have changed how they approach that.
Yeah, maybe going on Joe Rogan. I think that wouldn't, stuff like that.
Kind of boy.
But who
Thoughts?
knows?
So you're asking like if I could change like literally any
You have
aspect
a
of the
time
race?
machine. You go back 2 months in time. You were in charge of the Kamala campaign. She's like, man, I don't know if we're gonna win or not. What is one piece of advice you would give me? What would that advice be?
It's an interesting question. Like, if we're gonna assume that Kamala's gonna remain the candidate, and I think there's evidence that probably she wasn't an optimal candidate, if we could just like pick anybody. But if Kamala's gonna remain the candidate, I would say that honestly, just like take her 2019 platform, just run on that. Like, don't change a lot of these progressive platforms. And again, I'm not saying that that change in and of itself is enough to literally just win her this election. But I do think, again, it puts her in a better spot in an environment where incumbent governments across the planet are just like conservative, right-wing, left-wing, center-left governments across the planet are all losing right now because of this period of inflation that we had in general. Like, their backs are ultimately against the wall. They do better than they otherwise would, and I think they do better than they otherwise will in 28 if they nominate a progressive and run on progressive policies.
Okay, Fabian, you want? Okay, let's assume you want her to win. Okay, none of this
Yeah. I didn't vote for Trump because I won't vote for a socialist. So obviously I wouldn't be a pro Kamala guy. But if I was in charge and I wanted her to win, I probably would have done two things. Number one, I would have leaned towards support for Palestine more. I think I would have said fuck the donors that are like creeping the fuck out about pro-Israel, because it killed her authenticity. Even though I understand why she did it, it destroyed her ability to look authentic to a lot of people. And if she would have played up the pro-Palestinian position a little bit more as a means of why we need to negotiate with Israel, and been like, look, I'm not against Israel. I understand the right to defend themselves, but we're not putting troops there, and we're not going to continue funding wars in this regard. Like, you know, if you want help and aid from us, you're going to have to fucking come to the table and give us concessions, because we're not going to keep funding this. And then the second thing I would have done is I would have reached out to union leaders, and I would have created some form of probably some socialist policy to, you know, like kind of like the CHIPS Act. Even though I'm completely against it, it was very popular among the left and among centrists. And I would have done something similar for American manufacturing, and I would not have let Donald Trump and tariffs completely grab the white working class. I mean, I think he owned the white working class because she had zero positions for the white working class, mostly because Democrats have a general disdain for white people and a general disdain for men. And I think many white voters, and especially black men, felt this. And she probably wouldn't have lost as many black men if she had done that as well, too.
Fair enough. Lactoid, same thing. Again, no sabotage. You actually want her to win. Okay. What are you doing?
I think I would copy the policy as to reaching out to unions. I would select Shapiro as the Veep. Definitely not Tim Walz. I think that was a horrific disaster. On the kind of the sort of DEI kind of culture war issues, I would have been advised her, I guess, or I guess if I controlled the campaign, told her to just be more right wing on that, and just like basically take the position of, yeah, like, you know, these kids are, you know, these kids are ridiculous. And I would disagree with the Palestine issue. I do think that you're going to lose more voters if you do that than you would gain. So I think those are kind of the two main ones: the union thing, and then go more right wing on the DEI stuff, and then maybe the economic proposals. Were horrible, and they seem to be pretty unpopular generally. Don't propose those.
Like the homeowner thing or the child tax credit, or
the tax on unrealized gains, the rent control, and like the price gouging stuff. Like the stuff that she was attacked for a lot, because I mean it was just economically illiterate, and it also doesn't hit like a very wide portion of people. Like I think perhaps instead of any of that, she probably could have been like pushing for a higher minimum wage. I mean, that would have been like a broader, like left-wing economic proposal that would have gotten people out to vote.
I think when it comes to, I don't know if this is closing or anything like what you're asking, but
No,
just
it's not,
I'm going to interrupt. I'm going to respond to
soon.
I'm going to respond to Lactoid for just a second. I don't think that like economic capabilities was on the ballot because like every economist, when it comes to economic policy, like obviously Kamala's policies were far and away better. Like you can be critical of rent control, and I'm critical of rent control. You can be critical of the whatever policy,
the tax on unrealized
the fucking tariff. like 100% tariffs on all countries that are importing, like ensuring that we're so protectionist
Well, that was
that
never
we can't.
a position.
Well, that was what he stated. Like if you're
No,
just
he never
saying that we
stated that.
can't even trust.
No, he said he wouldn't do that to Chinese cars and built in Mexico, and then he
You're
got them
saying
to shut down the factory. Not
Sorry,
100%
you're
tariff
saying-
on all goods.
Or
I'm
another
against
thing
the
that
tariffs,
she could have
bro.
done.
I'm just saying,
she could have done is she could have taken perhaps like an anti-tariff position and like somehow found a way to respectfully disagree with Biden and say, yeah, like we currently have some Trump era tariffs that are causing like increased costs. I'm going to get rid of those to reduce costs. I'm also going to increase minimum wage to increase wages. I don't know. Like there could be like some way of arguing it, but
You're right.
I think on the economy, she was bad.
Across the board
We need to
tariffs
just be
of 10 to
socialists.
20% on all imports.
Yeah,
should
no,
have
like I hate
advocated for
tariffs. I just
socializing
like
production.
he didn't say that.
Yeah, I don't think that would have been successful at Conaboy. I don't think that.
I think it would have.
I don't think so.
She comes out with one of those Russian hats on, just like linen.
Well,
just like her dad.
what we do know, right, that almost regardless of why, the Democrats lost the House, the Democrats lost the Senate.
Is that
we don't know
confirmed?
that yet, Wick.
The House?
We don't know that yet.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, we don't know it yet.
Republicans have flipped 5 seats so far, right?
Hey, Kamala could still win Alaska, okay? You don't know anything.
Yeah, sure. Is this like the Bernie Coke back from 2016?
So
I have a question.
Something
Yeah,
has
sorry.
got to change. Something has got to go different. We cannot afford another loss like this. Okay, we simply cannot. So we have to figure out what went wrong. And there's probably, as everyone here has said, a myriad of factors, okay, of what went wrong.
Oh, Alaska just got
We're
called.
going to get to
Fuck.
closing statements. And I have a couple callers who want to call in. And I promised them some time. So we're going to give them some time. But I want to give you each some closing statements. Gang, we got a lot of stuff coming up. This isn't the only discussion we're going to have here. We're going to be talking about this as we go through. And we're going to probably dissect a little bit. I will say, if you like the stream, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Can I just say, just before we get to closings, I have, since last night, bled subs, okay? Bled them. I am down like 120, maybe more at this point. And I'm not sure if it's just because political season's over in a lot of people's minds.
It's because you went moderate. You need to go more extreme in
or
order to
that, or
cater
a lot
to
of
more.
people don't like the me just saying.
You're telling them what they don't want to hear.
Up, right? We really fucked up, and we need to look at it. I don't know which it is, or a combination of both, but whatever. So I could really use your support. I could really use your sub. I could really use your monetary support as well. So feel free if you think that this is something you want to contribute to and want to see more of, by all means. But I want to give each of these a closing statement. My closing statement is simply this: Biden would have won. Okay, Staxiums, go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly just going to reiterate my original points, which were that like nearly all the OECD countries lost their incumbents, including the LDP of Japan. I just sometimes there's not a lot that you can do. I do think that there are some things that we can do, but it's an uphill battle for sure. Also, just to criticize you a little bit, Wick, you played that Jake Tapper video at the beginning. That is edited a little dishonestly. She actually outperformed Biden in 58 counties, and if you extend the clip like a minute, it shows him showing that.
58 out of how many?
Oh, like 1,000.
1,100.
No, for sure.
Okay.
No, for sure. Look, hey, who cares about truth now, Wick? I thought even if it's negligible.
Okay. You know what? Fair.
Bitch.
Fair. True. I'll take the L on that one.
Thank you. No, I agree.
Where can people find you? Where
She
can people
underperformed,
find
of
you?
course. I'm Staxiums everywhere. I mostly post on TikTok, but you can find me Twitter, YouTube, elsewhere as well.
Thank you for being here. We'll have you on again. I apologize. And to be clear, there's about 3,000 counties in the U.S.
Sure. No, 100%. It's basically 0%.
No,
but
I get you. Hey, Conaboy, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I think that, in my view, I just think directionally, I don't know if Kamala wins if she runs on a substantially more progressive platform. I just think she does better than she did in this election. That's for all the reasons that I mentioned. I think it would make her look more authentic. I think that Democrats would be more inspired to come out and vote for that platform. Ultimately, look, we'll see if we have elections come 2028, which is an interesting follow-up debate. I'm sure Wick will schedule at some point. If we, if everything goes just fine. Well, I think that we probably will. I'm mostly joking, but like, I think that if Trump does what he says he's going to do, the economy is going to literally be in such a terrible state come the midterms that Democrats will win an FDR level of Democrats. Like,
100%.
even though they're going to have like 55 senators, they flip the Senate even in like 2026. If he does 20% universal tariffs and deports 10 million undocumented immigrants, the economy will literally go into the worst recession since the Great Depression. That is just what will happen. And I think that would cause a lot of people to come out. That will cause Biden voters to come back and vote. And that's why I say that it's probably the case that if Biden does what he says he's going to do, you could elect even a centrist Democrat and that person will end up winning. I just think that it's important to think all else equal about these kind of things, because I think we win even more if we elect a more like left-leaning person, like whoever that ends up being from the progressive depth chart. I think that what I've said about 2024, I should say, the Democrats have a big depth chart. Like, there's actually a lot of good options for the next Democratic primary. So I'm sure that it'll be a robust primary come 3 years from now when it starts kicking off. I'm sure, at least the base will agree on whoever rises to the top, and we'll just all get behind that person. So,
well, thank you. Where can people find you?
Kind of Boy on YouTube and 3 Wonks and Live and Learn and all these things. Yep.
Check them out, gang. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate you, even though I think you're wrong, but that's okay. I'm sure you think I'm wrong, but I still love you.
We'll see. We'll see what it looks like.
Oh, okay. Fabian Liberty, go ahead.
I think the winds of a change are upon us. I think Trump has shown that populism is probably going to be the name of the game in the next 20 years of U.S. politics. Whether that is left-wing populism or right-wing politics, I think that is just kind of what's going to happen. I wish the left would moderate, but I think what lesson the left will likely take from this is exactly what Okonoboy is pushing. I think what they're going to think is we need more progressivism. We need more corporations are bad. We need to run heavier on price gouging and run heavier on rent control. And we're going to see people pop up that are going to be for nationalizing certain industries. And I fear this, not just because I fear the left, but I also fear the right's reaction to this, because my ardent and true and hopeful goal of populism is that we get more fiscal conservatism and liberty-minded people and deregulation and, less corporate power in the United States politics. But I think what we're likely going to see is we're going to see the left look to heal their wounds by coming back more progressive, more socialist, more disastrous economic policies like the ones Okonoboy puts forward as good. And more raised fist, more Marxist flags like the one that's behind him that shows that he genuinely is a racist, horrible person, because that's what the progress flag is.
Is it the American flag? Is that what you're referring to?
Fuck that flag too, but but no, I don't think we're gonna I don't think we're gonna learn the right lessons from this. I think we're going to see the rise of fascism on the right, and I think we're going to see the rise of more socialist progressivism on the left, and hopefully I'm going to do everything I can to moderate the right, as that's kind of where I sit in those regards, and push people more towards sensible deregulation instead of sweeping fascistic change. And just buckle up, right? Because Trump won on populism, and populism is here to stay. I don't think you're going to win as a moderate. As much as I want them to do that, I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think they're going to come forward and trash, put more hate for white people, more hate for men, more equity, more diversity, equity, inclusion, etc. And it's going to have a lot of shit is going to happen from that.
Where can people find you?
Fabian Liberty. People keep following me on Twitch every time I say that, but like I don't stream to Twitch anymore, guys. Like, I'm gonna get banned if I stream to Twitch. Like, that's why I'm on YouTube, and Twitter, and I do have Rumble, but I don't really do much on there. I might end up doing some stuff there. So thank you.
Just to reiterate, all links to all these guys are in my YouTube description. Please click on those links. Give them a follow. They spent their time to come on my show. Let's spend some time to click on their links. Blacktoid finishes out, and then we have 2 callers I want to get to, and then I'll let you guys go. Blacktoid.
Okay. Yeah. So going back to the prior question, what would I change? Another thing that I think I would change in the campaign here is that, there was a lot of insinuation that JD Vance was weird and that he was bad. And it turns out that based on the interviews and the debate, he turns out to be extremely normal. In fact, probably more normal than the other 3 candidates, right? Walz, Harris, or Trump. And I think this is part of a pattern of the party that's saying that you can trust them, that they are the ones with integrity. That in reality, like they were consistently lying. They were misrepresenting and lying about not only Trump but also JD Vance and a lot of different things. And I think that created a sort of aura of distrust. And there was a distrust because of this lying constantly and the radical beliefs. That were, although they were expressed in 2019, sure, they may have not been brought up or tacitly denied or vaguely denied in 2020 or 2024. But how can you trust that, right? Because the trust is already broken to begin with. So I think no trust and a fear of radical progressivism were big contributors to this election loss for the Democrats. That was the big reason for me, right? I mean, this was the first election that I ever voted Trump. And it was also the first election that I canvassed for president. And this was in a swing state. And for me to do that, it had to be, in my opinion, pretty serious to do so. And I think I made the correct decision. So to the Republicans, I think the black pillars, you guys were wrong. The court is secure. Stocks are up. Things are looking good, but continue to push for libertarian policy. Push Trump hard for libertarian policy. He's not going to do it unless you push him hard. And that's the only goal at this point. The work is absolutely not over. The work really is just beginning. And then to Democrats, I mean, I'm sorry. For my little moment of gloating here, you guys were destroyed, right? Told you so. Fuck the 13 keys. Trust the betting markets. Polymarket is good. It is accurate. When Polymarket says something, listen to it. It is speaking to you. It is the crystal ball that predicts all things. And once again, it was correct. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for being here. You're wrong and dumb about the betting markets, but that's okay.
Actually, I saw.
Fair enough. Sorry, but let's bring on the people who paid me to talk to you. So, Lawson Harrison, you have a question that you wanted to ask. I'll let you ask it. You've paid the money to do so. Go ahead.
What's up, fellas?
Hello.
What's up, Lawson?
Oh, not much. I had a question for Econo Boy.
Yeah, sure.
So this is going to be kind of loaded, and I know most people are going to disagree with it, but where the economy's at, right? Versus the perceptions of where the economy's at. And my question is how do we address a problem that like a politician that goes up and says, hey, this problem is actually the most of the public's fault? That's political suicide, so that's not an option. So how do we address a problem that's not even really a problem? Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think I'm open to the idea that Democrats were just doomed this election because incumbent governments across the world are just taking L after L. There are some exceptions. I mean, Modi's government does actually survive in response to this, but again, that's an example of almost a generationally popular political figure who still takes losses but is ultimately able to maintain power. That's a big question for me is I think that the progressive politics and stuff like that probably helps the Democrats, but does it actually cause them to win? I'm very unsure about that. I'm actually very unsure about that. I think there's a path to if we imagined a truly optimal Democratic candidate process and messaging campaign and platform, there's probably some room to maybe lose the popular vote but win the electoral college because the margin in some of these swing states is probably winnable if you get enough people to go out and vote. But even that's that question. And so I'm not sure. And I think there's also just principled questions, to the extent that people would say, well, we should moderate significantly on our social messaging. Okay, what, is that the right thing to do in some intrinsic sense? I don't know. I asked the question on my stream. It's if Mitt Romney was the Democratic nominee, would we have won this election? And that's an interesting question. I don't know that the answer is yes to that question. Would we have done better in this election? I don't know if the answer is yes to that question, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, because like I can't prove this is just my suspicion, but I have a strong feeling that that the way Americans feel about the economy is largely like, I mean, 70% plus due to poor spending habits. But you can't tell people that because then they freak out. So it's like, I don't know. It's frustrating.
What you can tell them is well, no, your spending habits are fine, but it's those people's spending habits that we need to get under control. And those people's spending habits are the problem. People will respond great to that.
Yeah, if you're in that 30% wick, I can say that to you. You're right.
That's all I'm saying. But
I would just like to add, it's actually your spending habits. The biggest problem is that you're not subscribed to Wick TV or to Fabian Liberty, and that you're not getting the content.
That's where you're wrong, sir.
To have a better. I didn't say you. I'm speaking to the people. All right, I'm to the people.
For sure.
You know, like to the masses. You know, if you had done that, then maybe you'd be a little bit better informed about the issues.
Okay, Fabian, whenever I'm down in the dumps, I just watch your conversation with Toyolo. Cheers me up every time. All right, thanks for having me on, Wick.
I'll take you later, buddy.
Bye.
That was a frustrating ass conversation.
Was it?
Well, hello there.
He's crazy, but it's fun.
Okay. What's up, Artemis?
What's going on?
I don't know. You want it on. You paid to be here. Here we are.
Oh, yeah. No, you told me I could come on. I didn't have to pay to be here.
You gave me money.
Yeah, I mean, that's money is money. I don't care about
Fair
that. So how did Debbie's election predictions work out?
It worked out pretty good. I followed the betting markets.
There are two things I was wrong about. Okay. My map was off by 3 states. Okay. That's a big deal. I'm not pretending otherwise, right? I think I got Pennsylvania wrong. It looks like I'm getting Michigan and Wisconsin wrong too, right?
Yeah,
I underestimated Trump. I underestimated Trump for sure. Like I thought it was gonna be closer. I thought he was gonna win, but
why would so not well?
I
Yeah,
wanted to keep going because there's a second thing I was wrong about,
Yep.
and I think it's very important to understand like what we get wrong, so we can not get that wrong in the future, right? Coming into this, I thought JD Vance was going to be a anchor around Trump's neck. I thought that he was going to be someone that couldn't pull his weight nationally. That was a mistake. That turns out to have been wrong. So we have to acknowledge I got that one wrong. That is something that I got wrong. That's just
I'm actually can I ask you about that a little bit more? Because like when I saw JD Vance, the first thing I said is like the guy who wrote Hillbilly Elegy, the guy who is one of the few intellectuals in right-wing politics at a high level, right? I mean, like there are not a ton of right-wing people that are incredibly educated and just think and speak like an intellectual, right? I mean, if you read his article on like why we need to abandon libertarian economics in the right wing, etc. So like when I saw that, I was like, okay, yeah, I don't like him, but this is obviously a winner. And the left was like bad vibes, weird. And I was just like, what is like, I don't like, I saw so many people on the left immediately dismiss him and I didn't get it.
Yeah, I'll give you my reasoning here, right? Is much of the same reason why I was hesitant over Kamala, right? I was hesitant over this guy. He screams inauthenticity to me from his flipping the script on his opinions on Trump, from calling him America's Hitler to being his running mate. That screamed inauthenticity to me, right? The fact that a lot of the people in Ohio specifically had very, I thought, and I still think, valid criticisms of him, right? That informed my choice here, right? And plus, he was wonkish, right? He was, in his writing and things, it was very wonkish. And it just didn't sit right with me. I read that wrong. That was a wrong reading on my part. But those were the touchstones I was using in order to inform my opinion on the man.
I got a few things. I got a few things about that. One, about JD Vance. Do you think your lack of keeping up or looking into JD Vance gave you the opinion of inauthenticity? Because people who watched his political evolution over the period of 7 years watched him go from being, a anti-Trump person
I think
to
that,
slowly getting to
I
this
can
point
just I
today.
can just cede to that. Yes, the fact that I didn't follow him closely for 7 years did make it so I
Yeah.
misjudged him. Yes, that's just true.
Okay, because right now Ohio went for Trump even more so now than it did in both elections prior.
But that's
I gotta hop out of here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll see you later. buddy.
Okay,
So-
just make sure nobody had anything for me. But pleasure being here. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. I got
So
a prior
what about
engagement.
that? Yeah.
All right, guys, give me just a second, and I'm going to be talking to Rob Knorr. Just gotta find the link. Where did it go? I might have to click the flag. What does that mean? Okay. All right, all right. AFK announcements welcome. Is it rules? There we go. Hey, can you hear me?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me? Yeah.
Is it at all possible for me to take like a quick pee break? Like, all right, appreciate. Sorry.
Go for it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sorry. No, I was like the panel ran just a little bit late, so like I literally just left there. I just gotta take a quick piss. I'll be right back.
No problem. See, it worked out anyways because I was afraid I stiffed him. But if the panel just got left out, no problem. But he was just on a panel, which I'm sure he'll talk to us about on Wick show, where it was him and Lactoid, who's a libertarian adjacent lawyer. I like Lactoid a lot as well. And they were arguing with Econoboy and some other lefty as to the fallout from the election and why Democrats lost the election. So it'd be interesting to hear him talk about that. As the chat with Fabian's going on, apologies if I don't get to many comments or super chats. I'll try my best, but sometimes in the flow of a conversation with a guest, it's hard to get all those. But having said that, Canisius 4W super chat for $4.99 says, Rob, I am for one, I'm looking forward to Trump's won a lot of dictator day. Keep rocking it, right? Pack the court, right? End the filibuster, right? That's what the Democrats told me. Right? That's the plan, right?
I didn't wash my hands, but also I sat down and didn't touch my dick. All right, so just know that.
Like, you know, here's a true story. I used to have this big argument with people about whether or not you unbutton your fly to piss or you just unzip, right? And in the context, by the way, I was an unbutton the fly guy. I've switched. I'm now an unzip guy. However, my friend was telling me we are in the context of being debaters and we're just arguing at 3 a.m. back from a debate trip on this. I'm like, I don't know, it just feels a little handsy, like you're reaching in, grabbing your dick out, you know, and getting a little handsier than I would otherwise be. And he goes,
right,
well,
you touch it too much, you're playing with it, you know?
That's right. He goes, actually, your penis is cleaner than your hand. And I was like, okay, man, then the next time you want to come shake hands with me, you can just shake my dick. And he was like,
That guy 100% lets dogs kiss him in the mouth.
Yeah, that's
like that rationale is like, no, you're not a true conservative because you don't have the right disgust mechanism from a personality trait. You're an infiltrator. You let dogs kiss you on the mouth. You let them sleep in your bed. I see you, you secret Democrat.
He is a
hey, Rob, how are you feeling?
Democrat, I'm doing
You
great.
must be happy as fuck.
I am happy. He is a vegan Buddhist who's a borderline Antifa guy who works at a prestigious university in administration. So he is not even pretending. You know.
Okay.
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. It was a great night for my political beliefs and what I wanted to happen. But I thought it'd be interesting to talk to you because I could be wrong. I was listening to some of your panel. You didn't vote for Trump, correct? So you didn't really have skin in the game as far as you might.
I voted for
him over.
I voted for Hung Cow because I don't like the fact that he is like, you know, with it, he seems like he would protect and maintain Social Security, but other than that, he seems like a pretty good on libertarian issues and limited government, and so I did vote for Hung Cow, but no, I did not vote for Donald Trump because I have substantive issues. So I won't say that I don't have a dog in the fight, right? I am of the right wing persuasion, and certainly Donald Trump did a lot to court libertarians in this campaign with. You know, promised to bring a libertarian on. You know, he promised to free Ross Ulbricht. You know, there was certainly a few things. You know, lowered taxations, deregulations, things that are popular with both. So like,
Tariffs
the
gotta
way that
piss
I
you off,
view
though.
this, the way
Right,
that I view it
tariffs
as a
would piss you off.
libertarian is that populism won the night. And I'm actually looking forward. I won't say terrified, right? But I am worried and watching this very closely that we end up, I feel like Trump has just solidified a populism swing in both parties. And I think we are going to see Marxist proposals and socialism that's what the left, that's the vibe, vibes, whatever, that I get, that the left thinks that they were too moderate, that the left thinks that they were too happy with their neoliberal base and their donors and not radical enough. And I think the right is in a position where hopefully libertarians can influence them because of populism to be like, look, we need fiscal responsibility. We need deregulation. We need limited government. And it could also very easily, I think it could swing the other way, which is there's a lot of, people that have a more fascistic bent that are like, hey, we got to get rid of the left at any means necessary. And I think that's where the fight for libertarians is to rein in those aspects of the conservatives as they win, support them the best we can, but remind them, hey, we're here. And if you want our vote, you want our support, you want our voice, you better be fucking slashing regulations and adopting more free market principles.
Yeah, I mean, the way I've looked at this, so it's a weird disparate coalition. I feel, for me, the number one issue is corruption. I feel that it's someone who's libertarian adjacent, but not fully libertarian.
Yeah, we can both be all on for that, yeah.
Right, and then you even look at a group that I'm not going to, like the Christian nationalists, right? Like, or you could look at like your left-wing, like Jimmy Dore type people, or your Aaron Matei type people. For me, I see this monolithic sort of establishment that is so corrupt that all of us have to head in this direction. Like, we all have to head in the same direction. There comes a point where we all start branching off, though, right? Where it's like, okay, I can't go with you down this path any further. So the first step, I think we're all right to go in that direction. Where can it go from here? Here's a fear that I have. I think that you're starting to see what I would consider establishment light influences, even if you look at not Elon Musk specifically, but what he represents, the wealthy corporatist that's like, hey, I can now have a voice and influence here. I worry if we're not 10 to 15 years from seeing sort of a party switch where all of a sudden, all of those establishment institutions, now you're Jeff Bezos. Maybe he says, hey, I can have voice in the Trump administration. And you get these.
I'm going to have a 50-50 split on Washington Post. I mean, all my journalists will be hardcore lefties that shit on you and lie. But like, I'm going to let a Republican on the Washington Post every now and then give his position. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be funny? And then then you're a finger snap away from all of a sudden the FBI being like, yeah, we'll go after your opponents, Trump. Shit, why not? And then all of a sudden,
can you fucking blame him?
Oh no,
real quick.
I could.
Two fucking assassination attempts and an insane amount of lies and the insane amount of lawfare. Like, obviously, I would blame him as a libertarian, but it's like I'm almost surprised by how Let me back up. When I saw Trump and his presidency in 2016, I saw a Trump that was heavily narcissistic, right? Grandiose narcissist. Everything's about me. We're the greatest in the world. And like, I have since had to change my opinion on that. Because when I saw him bring out Tulsi Gabbard to defend him against Liz Cheney, instead of him trying to do it, he shut the fuck up and he let the expert do it. When I saw him bring in JD Vance to do his hardball interviews because he recognizes that, you call it the weave from the Joe Rogan interview, right? That like JD Vance gives pointed, quick answers and switches on them and forces them into a corner. When I saw him put Vivek on college campuses with Charlie Kirk, and when I saw him grab RFK to talk about issues of the pharmaceutical industry, I said, this is a totally different Trump than what we looked at in 2016. This is a guy who's learned his lesson about having a bunch of swamp holdovers from the Bush administration like John fucking Bolton in his ear whispering bullshit. And so for like it or love it, I think we're going to see a much, much more effective. I don't know that that's going to be good for libertarianism or free markets or whatever, but we are certainly going to see a far more effective Trump presidency. And that's another reason why I think populism is here to stay, because the lefty cope that Trump is going to like destroy the economy with a 10% tariff. Look, I hate tariffs. I think it's a terrible position. I didn't vote for him. And a big part of it is that, but I don't know. I think we're going to see huge changes, and it'll be interesting to see how that occurs and what the left does in that regard. Terrifying,
Yeah,
but interesting.
And listen, like to anyone in the audience, it's like, oh, how could you be saying this shit today? Look, winning the election's one thing. The hard work starts with what do you do once you're there. Look, obviously, from my perspective, we're going to celebrate for a while, but I've always been of the, like, this is what frustrated me about so many, quote, never Trump Republicans was I see a lot of these people that all of a sudden got big balls, you know, during the election that didn't say a goddamn thing from 2016 to 2020 when it mattered. When Trump was in office and all of a sudden he's paying lip service to things like lockdowns and I'm screaming my head off and I have all these constitutional Republicans that are saying, come on, Rob, you got to go with MAGA. They didn't say shit then. And then as soon as
It killed the LP too. There was so many libertarians that didn't say shit about the lockdowns, and it's like that's a big reason. I mean, people want to talk about Chase Oliver, right? Jill Stein beat Chase Oliver. Like from the conservatives, guys might be like, whatever, who cares about third parties? But as the libertarian here, like the idea that you were crushed by Joe Jorgensen is fucking insane. Part of it is because Trump. I think this is a more existential election for a lot of libertarian-leaning people. Part of it is because Trump courted the libertarians, but part of it is that the LP has collapsed, and it's been several issues. I don't want to get into it, but COVID is something that I 100% agree with you. There were a lot of silent fucking people that all of a sudden found their voice in 2023, and it's like, how many of those people are going to gain influence with their grifting bullshit as we try and correct the problems that we've had over the last decade? How many of those people are going to be in our fucking way?
And for me, the problem is from the perspective of if you're going to vote Republican, once the primary's over, that's it. For me, that's the time to try to build a coalition and win the election. Once the election's done, that's the time to hold someone's feet to the fire. Now you bring out those criticisms. And Trump, I think, is unique in that he's not very ideological, so he's sort of malleable. So if a big portion of his audience says, what the fuck are you doing banning bump stocks? He's liable to say, oh, okay. Right?
What bump stocks? I never said anything about bump stocks. I didn't mean anything about bump stocks. They'll just run away from it immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it frustrated me that when he was doing things I disagreed with, like bombing Syria or massive spending or sort of paying lip service to lockdowns, I felt like a voice in the wilderness that was one of his voters. And now so many of those people, all of a sudden they come out when he needs their support to win. Now they're against him. And now that he's in office, it will probably, again, for the short term, I think you're likely to see a lot of never Trump type people, not your Lincoln Project never type Republicans, but maybe your Vivek's or DeSantis or Nikki Haley that are sort of on the fence. I think you're likely to see a lot of them jump back on the Trump train. And for me, it's like you have it opposite. Like you should have jumped on the train to get him elected. And now's the time, once he's elected, to say, okay, man, now we're going to hold your feet to the fire and say, you're fucking up. You're not going to have our support. I don't know. I just see it backwards.
I don't know. I might, under normal circumstances, I would agree with you. I'm hesitant to agree with you in this position because I think he's going to have articles of impeachment on day one. I think he's going to have so much lawfare and so much insanity that it might be conducive, not to me, the libertarian, like I'm a fucking ANCAP, right? To the audience that doesn't know me, hello, I'm Fabian Liberty. I am the final boss of libertarianism in terms of the fact that I want to completely abolish the state. You know, I want to do it slowly in a way that we can actually make it work, but I am a hardcore libertarian, private property rights, privatize fucking everything. But I do sit on the right and I am fairly conservative in a lot of issues. But so barring that, but from the Republicans, I do think he's going to need a lot of support to get shit done. And I do think under normal circumstances, I would agree with you that this is when you like attack the right from the right and you know what I mean? And don't let him fucking let up. But like the shitstorm that we are headed for is going to make 2018 to 2020 look like nothing. You guys better be prepared to talk to your family about the insane, like the lies that you heard running up to this campaign, like economic bloodbath, the things you had to, or like very fine people, those things you had to debunk. Yep. There are going to be lies that are literally straight from the ether. The media is going to be saying he's doing shit that they're not even going to quote him anymore. Right? Like I guarantee you this is going to be a tough fight for a lot of you. And like, they're going to be like, he killed people that he didn't kill. Like it's going to get wild. And so I do think, after your celebration, buckle up because it's going to be a fun ride.
And let me be clear. Two things, because I see people saying the honest. I'm not saying Ron DeSantis is never Trump. I'm saying some of his supporters are, right? And so there is a portion of Ron DeSantis supporters that are like, I hate Trump. I'll never vote for Trump, blah, 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 blah. And for me, it's like the time to make those criticisms is after he wins. Anyways, I agree with you, though, in what you're saying here specifically, Fabian. I'm saying in the general point, if you had to pick a time to be critical of the guy, the run up to the election, it should be for coalition building to win. Something I disagree with Andrew Wilson on, by the way. Like I'm on
this is the perfect time because he's not actually in power, but he's already won. Right. So like this is the time where you talk the most shit and be like, you better fucking do this promise, right? Like you better do this thing that you said you were going to do, because he doesn't even have the power to do anything, and remind him of the promises that he made.
It was
I have high hopes. I have high hopes, but you know, I think we're in a, you know, precarious 20 years. I don't know.
I'm friends, and I love the people at the Crucible, and I love a lot of these people that are Christian nationalists. Clearly, we're going to disagree substantially. I debate them all the time on this shit. I know you've debated those sorts of people on those issues before, right? Like, because as a libertarian, you're going to be at odds with a lot of the stuff they want. But what blew my mind is, like, I'm trying to, like, have a strategy. As small of a streamer as I am, I'm like, okay, I have a plan. And my plan is to build as broad of a coalition. I want to bring libertarians. Hey, you should vote for Trump. I want to talk to never Trump DeSantis voters. Hey, you should vote for Trump. I want to talk to Christian nationalists. I want to talk to Bernie bros. Everyone I can. Fuck it, black nationalists. Sure, vote for Trump. Whatever, will hash these disagreements out once our side wins. And meanwhile, I keep getting invites from people I respect that are like, hey man, we want to debate the 19th Amendment a week before the election. Women shouldn't have the right to vote. And I'm like, this is so dumb. You're just giving ammunition to the other side saying, see women who right now Trump's going to need women to vote. And so like the day before the election, I'm on Jake Rattlesnake's show. And Andrew
have you seen this meme? That there's a bunch of people on the right that are like, now that Trump won the election, can we admit that Project 2025 is real? It's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just so stupid. You know, it's like,
for me,
really,
you have to have an eye for strategy. And it's like the 19th Amendment, the reason it's so dumb to be talking about this literally the week of an election is this. Let's say that you're right and we should repeal the 19th Amendment and women shouldn't have the right to vote. It's clearly not going to happen, in the next 24 hours. So you're going to need women to win.
Let's do what we can to get women out to vote for Kamala Harris. You know what I mean? Like,
and it just, I'm like, why are you wasting your time? Now, granted, the correct answer to that's like, I think Fabi and me are very interesting, right? But let's be clear. I don't think if me and you had this knockdown, drag-out debate 24 hours before the election where you're like, fuck the Republicans, fuck Trump, all about libertarianism, man. I don't think that was going to be the deal breaker because we have such a big reach. But you understand the strategy of why that attitude, from my perspective of trying to get Trump to win, is sort of nonsensical. But enough about the right and divisions on the right. One of the things I think that would be interesting to talk to you about, you just got off a panel, right, on Wick's show, where it was basically lefties asking, where did we go wrong? Like, I thought one of the things you said that was like, I only caught a little bit of it, but I'm sitting there with my wife listening to this and I'm like, yep, when you're like, dude, what the fuck are you guys doing today, the day after? And like, let's look at these data points. Why don't you listen to the people that either didn't go out and vote Democrat or voted for Trump and see what they're saying? And they can't do it. They can't do
it. So there is this cult of scientism that has infected the left to an extreme degree. It seems like the ideology of the left has captured this concept of Saul Alinsky's rule number 6, right? Which is make your opponent play by, make your opponent play to the rules of his own rules, whatever, right? So, attack your opponent in that. And what has occurred is as the left has captured so many institutions, right? Basically all of the institutions are captured by the left in American culture and in politics and in research science and data, et cetera. And one of the things that midwits, which are the communicators of the left, right? The right tends to have a lot of dumb communicators and a couple of high intellectuals. The left tends to have a fuck ton of midwits, people like Destiny, right? They're not stupid, but they're not particularly geniuses either.
Right.
And what I have noticed is over time, they've leaned heavier and heavier into this concept that I think really kicked off during COVID, during the trust the science era, where they have forgotten, or maybe they never learned, the concept that like data doesn't capture everything. There are lies, damn lies, and then there are statistics. And it's okay to try and be informed by empirical evidence, right? Like that's a noble goal, right? But when the polls are wrong and you're sitting there going, what the fuck happened? And your response is, well, let's look at more left-leaning polls from other lefty intellectuals the day after you fucking lost, instead of going, what did we miss, and talk to the right. And I tried to tell them, I was like, look, there's a reason right-wingers don't answer polls. There's a reason right-wingers don't talk about their beliefs at the workplace. There's a reason right-wingers don't talk about their beliefs in your Discord. You know why? Because they get banned from your Discord. Because they don't trust the pollster, they don't trust the media, and they know that they might get in trouble at the work the moment they out themselves as a conservative. If you want to know what conservatives feel, you have to be willing to talk to the right-leaning individuals or conservatives that speak to these people in the spaces where they open up about their experiences. And staring at another fucking data sheet from institutions that are captured by the left to try and understand what happened is about as dumb as a thing as you can do.
They just don't get it, right? And to illustrate sort of what you're talking about, where sometimes data isn't everything. So when I did policy debate in college, almost everyone at the top, I made it to the top level, which was sort of amazing because most people have done it all through high school at a private school. And then they go to Harvard and they got perfect SAT scores. And here's little old redneck me that got like a 1,200 on my SATs, by no means some genius. And I'm debating the top teams in the country, right? The reason that I had success was because some of these people couldn't understand the concept that no matter what, your judge is a human. Period. End of story. They wouldn't do the littlest things like watch your judge while you're talking, pick up little cues, see what arguments you can pick up that they find interesting. It's okay to lose 90% of the arguments as long as you could articulate the 10% you're winning is what's most important. Storytelling is more important than data. If you could connect to another human being, that's more important. So oftentimes what I would do is I would find success. You also learn that there's data for everything. Like you could debate the highest, smartest people could have infinite time to research, and they're both going to have compelling data that backs up their argument. So there's something more to it. Let me give you an example. Yeah. You could debate Econoboy, who was on that panel with you, until you're blue in the face about, actually, let's go through the economic data and see how things aren't as bad as it seems right now under the Harris-Biden economy. And actually, the things that are bad is because of Trump and blah, 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 blah. You could make that argument. The problem is your audience, the voting, they're wrong, by the way, they're wrong about that argument. But the problem further than that is their audience is the voting public. And you know what the voting public sees? The Harris-Biden administration told me over and over it's one of the strongest economies ever, and I can't afford groceries. Fuck them. That's what they see. They're like,
I was talking to Econoboy about this. Or no, it was Straxium, whatever his name is. I'm not intentionally mispronouncing it. I just don't remember.
Sure.
But I think that was close. But yeah, and he was talking about, it was like, well, wages, outpaced inflation. And I was like, well, no, they fucking didn't.
They didn't.
And it's like, and I was like, look, look at the CPI, and I was like, the CPI attempts to count, uses like a 7% metric, but like they attempt to account for the change in products. So like when you look at the consumer price index or the producer price index, they all have these flaws, and because you can't capture these things in a one-to-one. And I was trying to explain, I was like, well, what's a one-to-one? And he was like, oh, great, another anecdote. And they're just ignoring me the day after they lost. And I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Right. And I was like, listen, when you look at, I was like, I can tell you, I'm a father and I give my kids mac and cheese sometimes. It's not the greatest decision to give my kids mac and cheese. I'm sorry. I give them, I try and give them healthy stuff. Like, I don't give them fruit snacks. I give them like mango dried, like whatever, come at me. Right. But, 5 or 6 years ago, I would have bought mac and cheese for my kids, Kraft mac and cheese. Well, you're an idiot if you buy your kids Kraft mac and cheese today because it's got yellow dye in it, right? And it's causing cancer. A lot of people are waking up to that. And so what do? They're going to buy like Annie's Organic or like the Target brand Organic or something like that. It's like, so when you do the CPI and you go, this is Kraft and this is Kraft, these are the same things. They're not the same thing. The product has changed. And a lot of Americans, obesity is down 6%. Massive win, right? Probably a lot of that's Ozempic, but whatever. It's a massive, a lot of people are more health conscious. And so when they say inflation and you go, well, Kraft mac and cheese actually, only went up by this percentage and your wages went up slightly higher than that. It's like, yeah, but I can't buy Kraft mac and cheese anymore because it's poison now. Now I buy the organic mac and cheese that's $3 more because in the 1970s, you used to be able to go to the grocery store and buy real fucking food. And now if you try and buy cheaply, you buy poison. And this is just like one example of the way their data, their metrics are not capturing the reality. And the reality is moms that are going grocery shopping for their kids are making healthier decisions because their food is poison and they're not buying the same shit they used to buy. And that's part of the reason that they're spending $100, $200 more at the grocery store is because they're forced to buy higher quality products to get the same product.
And that's you talking in a world where, one, the data itself is correct, and we can see oftentimes the data is either through incompetence or malfeasance and misrepresented. And second, that the person talking to you is correctly interpreting the data, which in my estimation, 90% of the times when I'm debating someone and they're trying to bring up like economic statistics or immigration statistics, they are not interpreting the data correctly. And I can say that as a layman myself who struggled sometimes not interpreting things. And so there's a bunch of like assumptions that goes in, and that's not even getting to the level that you're talking about. And then on top of all of that, this was a mistake from the Biden administration from like 2022. I started to say was like, it's amazing to me how tone deaf they are that they kept going out saying this is one of the greatest economies ever. Because imagine that you're a Biden voter and you're struggling. You're that mom that you talked about, and you're reliable. You're a single mom. You're a reliable Democrat Biden voter, and you're like, man, I'm struggling. What's this party going to do to help me? And you turn on your
and they're
TV
telling you
and
you're not fucking struggling.
It's your fault if something's wrong because this economy is doing great. What are the chances that help's coming? And this is the problem.
Dude, you know what it is? It's like, I know this is going to sound woo-woo and crazy, and I hate when the left does this, and so many people do this therapy talk, but it is reminiscent to me, so I'm going to bring it up in this, and know that I'm not trying to psychoanalyze half the country, right? But there is something narcissistic about leftist philosophy and the way that it engages in people. And like, the idea that their response to inflation is to gaslight you into telling you that it's either your fault or that the inflation isn't real is peak Democrat and peak like narcissistic abuser, right? Like it is wild that this is something that we have that is part of their strategy. I don't know. I wanted to point that out. I didn't ever transition out, so please continue.
Well, that's exactly, now that's one little area. We're talking about the economy. Now broaden that out to everything. What are the Democrats? You turn on the mainstream media today, what are they talking about? They're like, well, the problem's Latino men. Like, they fucked us. They're racist. And the problem is white men. They're racist. And it's like, it's always, in everything they do, it's just like, look, you're either on our team or it's your fault. You're the bad person. And so, I don't know if you saw, I put in your chat and your stream.
Yeah, it's friend-enemy distinction.
Right. And so, like, with the Boy specifically, now, imagine the strategy of this for a second. Pisco is going out and he's, just... Look,
Pisco's gone off the fucking deep end.
He's gone off the deep end. And listen, I don't dislike him as a person. Same with the Boy. I actually find the Boy quite a likable person. I like talking to him. I don't say this.
Nah. Hold on, pause. Fuck your networking. Pisco is annoying as fuck, and he spurgs. He's a piece of shit, and he lies all the time. A Boy, you can have a rational conversation with. Like, I know you're trying to fucking maintain all those networks and connections.
Well, no, it's not even just that.
I'm just teasing you, but still, fuck
people
Pisco.
Like you. This is what people don't understand. I say this all the time. I'm like, I have aggressive positions, but I'm actually a fucking softie. And I tell people all the time, there are people like you. There are people like Andrew Wilson. If you think I'm too hard-nosed, you're not going to like to see what's on the other edge of me, because you're going to be like, someone like you is going to be like, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. And so, like, I try, in my real life, I'm not just doing it for network. I try to, even someone like Destiny, who, if anyone deserves derision, is probably the top person. I still am like, look, I don't wish him personally hard feelings. Anyways, imagine this. Pisco, with all of his bullshit that he's doing, selling out any shred of integrity he has. Oh my God, Tony Hinchcliffe said this joke, therefore, and he's trying to make this all caps posting on X, just being a dumbass.
And then the next day being like, check the White House transcript for the apostrophe, and you'll know that Joe Biden didn't actually call half of America trash.
Now,
was this, I mean, like,
go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no, I was piggybacking off of that. Like, there is this. you know, there's this wonderful YouTuber that so many people in your chat are deeply going to love, right? And that is ContraPoints. I'm sure you guys love all of her left-wing pro-trans stuff. But she said something that I think says so much in one sentence, and it's one of the greatest things she's ever said, which is that the left doesn't want power; they want to endlessly critique power. And it was a moment of like pure unadulterated truth that pissed off so many people on the left, you know, and that she couldn't even understand like why that occurred. But it is left-wing philosophy is in critical theory that has affected some, and it's affected a lot of people on the right. All right. And you guys don't even realize it, but especially the left, is this cyclical pattern of historical material dialectics, right? If you want to learn more about dialectics without reading 1,000 books, just read Socialism, Scientific and Utopic by Engels, okay, and just read part 1, and you'll have a pretty good grasp of what the dialectic is from the Marxist perspective. And it is, you know, after, you know, the Frankfurt School and Antonio Gramsci's prison papers and countercultural hegemonic thing, they moved that same process into race. That's how you get critical race theory, into gender. That's how you get feminism, into family issues, etc. And so what has occurred on the left is they have become captured by this philosophy, right? You know, an objectivist friend of mine says all the time, they're like, you know, or I can see Hegel speaking through him. I can see this philosophy. Once you recognize it, you see the philosopher speaking through them. And that is what has happened on the left, is that they have completely disassociated themselves with a desire for reason and truth as a highest order value. What is the highest order value isn't necessarily gaslighting you specifically. It isn't necessarily about like circumnavigating the truth because they hate the truth. It is about this process of this dialectic process of finding the thesis, finding the presumed antithesis, and synthesizing a new lie that maintains both of the contradictions, because they don't even realize that they believe contradictions can occur in reality, that A can equal not A. And that is the greatest threat that is there, that undergirds all of this bullshit, this rules for thee but not for me, this because like, how can a rational person like Pisco, you know, assuming he's a rational person, he's not, but assuming he is, right? How can someone like that in one sentence be against Tony Hinchcliffe and what he said, and then do this super fucking major critique against Joe Biden? And it's because it is the process, the philosophy speaking through him, that the friend-enemy distinction has found the enemy, and there is a deep desire to subvert the narrative and subvert the argument by finding these nitpicky things and pushing it. And they don't care that there's a contradiction because they're blind to it. They're blind. Like, you think they're being evil for power. And I'm telling you, the philosophy has literally affected the way that they think. They don't see it.
Well, and I remember talking to you once, and you were talking about sort of the hierarchy of levels of people that are involved in this, right? And I'll give you a chance to explain that, because I think it'd be very interesting. But one of the things is, even within those same strata of levels, there's different levels of sort of intelligence, or I don't even think intelligence is the word, the ability to sort of see through a narrative of the story you're trying to tell to a logical end. So Pisco's on a different level than the two people I'm about to talk to, which is Econoboy and Pondering.
There you go.
And the I have
to
bring
pull that up.
Yeah. So what happens is, here's what I was trying to say. Pisco understands. He understands, right, that he's trying to make this defense where he's like, for whatever his rationale is, actually Joe Biden included this apostrophe, blah, blah, blah. He didn't call everyone garbage. He didn't do that. And so then he brings in his two Progressive Victory PAC co-hosts, and Econoboy, one of the very first things he says is, well, but 50% of MAGA is garbage. 50% of Trump voters is garbage. And Pondering's like, well, they're certainly all immoral. I don't know if I'd use the word garbage. Now, from Pisco's perspective, you just tried to run defense and say, well, Biden didn't actually say they were garbage. And then the two people that don't have the foresight as him comes on his very show, on that same show where he's running defense, and it's like, well, but they all are garbage. Or at least they're all immoral, or they're all moronic. And it's like, so the reason I bring this up in the context of you on Wick's panel, it's rich for me to hear Econoboy going, Well, you know what we should do? We should look at this data, the exit polling, and we should look at this. And for me, it's like, hey, Econoboy, why don't you take a step back and introspect yourself and see how you literally called 50% at a minimum of the people that voted for the other guy garbage. And maybe that gives you some sort of clue as to what those people that didn't vote for you, because you can't help yourself. And to me, it's the same rationale. It says, well, this economy is great, and if you have a problem with it, it's your fault. And the border's secure, and if you have a problem with it, it's your fault. You're a racist. And foreign policy is amazing, and if you have a problem with that, that's because Russia's paying you, and you're a piece of shit that's spreading every single problem that an average American, who's not necessarily someone who's deeply looking into shit, it's just shit they feel in their everyday life. When they look at the Democratic Party's saying, hey, if you don't agree with us, you're a piece of shit or you're a moron. And I think that, like, that's not the only reason they lost. But for me, to watch you say, like, Econoboy, why don't you listen to people on the other side? And me knowing that just 4 days ago he was saying 50% of people on MAGA are garbage, it's like, holy fuck, if anything, today would be a day to say, whoa, even if just for strategic reasons, maybe I should reevaluate how I'm approaching it. But they can't do it. They absolutely
Well, like
can't.
I saw a tweet, and I think you liked the tweet or something. My response, right? That Destiny put out. He just put out his mother's email.
Yeah, it was
right?
terrible.
And it was like, and they were like, and he put out the whole argument that his mother had put out. And they were like, and he was like, look, and he didn't call her dumb or anything, but he was just like, look at this. Like, these are the arguments I deal with at Thanksgiving. Right. And it's her giving an entire thing about, you know, January 6th and the BLM riots, and that there was a disconnect or a cognitive dissonance, or, unequalness and unfairness, however you want to put it. And there was some other things, and she talks just like any fucking boomer that reads Facebook memes would talk like, right? Like, she's not
Half the people at the
sophisticated in her
bar
argumentation.
down the street right now. Yep.
Right. Like they just see. They see that they're playing a rigged game, and they're angry, and they don't know all the fucking details. And I responded, and it's not, my response isn't really particularly like insightful or anything. I was just kind of like, what the fuck, dude? But what I think is interesting about that is that it does kind of showcase that 20, 30 years ago, before much of this philosophy had really fully captured the left, right? We shared a kind of common values of like respect in such a way that like you just wouldn't see a talking head do that.
Yep.
Right. Like that is something that like I'm not really particularly a Southerner. I'm from Virginia, and I have, but like, just the idea of putting your mother on blast for clout or for comedy, and like what is intended to be a private communication, and just fully putting it out there. It's like, and they were like, well, and there was all these comments coping, like, well, she put half of this on Facebook. It's not a big deal. She's been on his stream. And it's like, I'm not saying she's mad. I'm not saying she's feeling disrespected. I'm saying that we're dealing with an entirely different type of person than we were 40 years ago.
Right.
Because normal people 30, 40 years ago would just never have done that. They would never have even thought to do something like the lines of what is acceptable in discourse in terms of respect, order, argumentation, and of course in the pursuit of truth, have completely blurred to the point of astigmatism, right? Like they have blurred to the point of like not being there. But yeah, that was the 4 categories of woke that I was telling you about.
Yeah, and it's like to further go off that, I mean, you're absolutely right. So just to be clear, the cope that they were saying, well, she was going to put it on Facebook anyway. What, to her 3 followers, right? Like Destiny's someone who has hundreds of thousands of followers. This is an entirely different game than the 3 people from your town see a post. Now, having said that, it's a pet peeve of mine. People I know in my real life that are putting their personal bullshit on Facebook, like denigrating even cousins or neighbors. It's like, dude, it's a bad way to live. You shouldn't do that. If you have disagreements within your own family, keep that shit in house. For me, family's family. I don't give a fuck if they're the dumbest, most annoying people in the world. That's my family. I can fuck with my family. You can't. And I will never air that dirty laundry. That's sort of what you're talking about, the old vision of that. But to take this to the logical extension, if you're someone like Destiny and you're willing for whether it be comedy or for clout to sort of put your mom on the spot like that, what are you willing to do to people that you have no connection and disposition towards liking?
People
what
you
are you
hate.
willing to do? And so you could see when you heard Destiny's comments after the Trump assassination, he was spiraling, right? Like the news stories aren't, and they're so used to, when you're pro-establishment, you're used to victory after victory. So all of a sudden you got this bad news cycle where it's like you had the Supreme Court decision went the way you didn't want. Now the same dude that I've argued with tons of times about the corruption of these institutions, all of a sudden the Supreme Court's corrupt. He made fun of me when I gave evidence of the FBI's double standard, but now it's the Supreme Court's corrupt. And then you have the assassination attempt of Trump, where you can see that he looks like a fucking boss when he gets up and yelling fight. Then you see Joe Biden's terrible debate performance. So Destiny's spiraling. And what happens? He lashes out. He's in these weird sort of dynamic relationships with people online. He can't back down. He has this persona. So someone says, ha ha ha, fuck you. Now I'll up the intensity to the point where you're saying, fuck around, find out. You're a Trump supporter. Even if it was my mom there, fuck them. That's what they get for going. They know that they're putting their life in risk supporting this insurrectionist. And it's like, he can't back down. He can't apologize because of who his persona is. And the problem is, it's not just Destiny. It's like you said on that level there. Maybe Destiny's that vanguard, but that lower level, they don't know how to differentiate. And so all of a sudden people are showing me like from Destiny's Reddit, account or whatever page or whatever. And people were saying shit like this. Well, we tried to use lawfare to take Trump out, but the Supreme Court basically made him God, Emperor, King. So now we have to go to the next step. And it, like, for me, I'm not someone here I'll finish with this. I'm not someone that's here that's like, stochastic terrorism, but then fuck that, say what you want. I think you should be a little careful, but say what you want. If you say, fuck the state, and then some lunatic goes out with a car bomb and does something horrible, that's not your fault. But if you're Destiny and you see how many people are getting radicalized in your community and you're making fun and basically being super ambiguous about whether you thought this assassination attempt was good, I think you could start to see a really dark space that illustrates what so many people think when they look at the Democratic Party and sort of the voices and the faces of it. They're like, these people are fucking unhinged.
Well, so I think a couple of things here, right? Like in terms of like the stochastic terrorism position, I agree with you that like, free speech ought be enshrined, and that, second and third order consequences, you can't lay this like legal burden upon them. But one of the things that is so interesting about the poverty of philosophy, to borrow a term from Marx, that we have in America today, because no one learns philosophy anymore. No one knows philosophy. Like if you haven't gone out and tried to learn philosophy, and I don't even mean like in a fucking college, because I've taken philosophy classes in college and they're hilariously bad. If you want to know, great place to start in my, never mind, actually. Anyways, but like, I was like, nah, I don't even know who you guys are. But is that like people have such a difficult time with the separation of is-ought distinction. Right. The left, especially, I think it's a symptom of statism, and I'm a libertarian. You're going to get libertarian opinions from me, but I do think it is a symptom that very often I'll say things like, this is this way. And the assumption that many conservatives and especially the left have is that there's an implication that the state or that some violent apparatus ought enforce what is the morally good or morally, or enforce against the morally bad thing there. Right. And it's like, no, we should be able to look at somebody like Destiny that, or any of these people, right? I don't want to pick on Destiny specifically. You know what I mean? I'm not a clout chaser. I don't give a fuck. He doesn't like me anymore. But that's because I fucking dog him on philosophy usually, and he can't do anything about it.
He doesn't like to talk to people that he can't push around. It doesn't matter what the subject is. That's what happens.
But right. But like what we have seen is with this is-ought distinction thing breaking down. It's like I should be able to say, we'll just use Destiny again as an example. Yeah, that's a morally corrupt piece of shit thing to do. Right? It's like we used to have this understanding, from like the ADL, for whatever fucking theories you have about the big noses aside. I don't mean you personally, I mean the listeners.
Right, I know.
Right? They defended the Ku Klux Klan. Right? Virulent anti-Semites. And you can say, oh, it was actually a conspiracy to get rid of... Shut the fuck up. What I mean to say is that, like, we used to understand that the way to deal with the Ku Klux Klan after they had lost political influence and power, right, was to let them do their demonstration, walk by them in the park with our kids and go, those are bad people. Those aren't good people. Those are fucked up people with fucked up ideas, and walk by. And the left has completely forgotten that, right? Like because they are tied to a complete acceptance of violence. And I mean this primarily violence of the state, but also, Antifa and all this other shit,
Sure.
Violence in a more raw, realistic, or more, in your face kind of perspective, where, they say that's horrible and you shouldn't do that. And they immediately think that you talking about like arrests or conviction or being banned from a social media platform or something. And it's like, no, what I'm saying is everyone should look at you and spit on the ground in front of your feet so that you never get to walk on a clean sidewalk again. That doesn't mean I think you should be banned, and that doesn't mean that I think that you ought to be beaten or arrested or fined. And it's like, that is something that seems to be so missing from the conversation that I hope libertarians can bring back in. And it's something that like the Christian nationalists have forgotten too, is they're moving very rapidly towards fascism, because they have forgotten that Christians were supposed to police their brother, police themselves, be of the world and not in it, right? And look at disdain and banishment and separate themselves from hedonistic, fucked up people. And instead they're like, well, the world is crumbling and they're using power and I'll use power too. So let's ban pornography and let's use the state to police people's moral behavior. And I'm hoping with Trump, and I'm hoping with this growing libertarian influence, that like now is the time that libertarians can push in and like make more people realize that there are solutions here that aren't these wide sweeping violent actions like using fines, censorship, and and legal things as a means of punishing our enemies.
So there's two distinctions I want to make here. There are people that operate within the state and people that are operating in positions of leadership who have done things that I think it is justified to use the state to go after. I'll give you an example. If you see a director of the FBI that engages in an act of corruption for political power, I am all for retribution on that person within the legal scope of, I don't mean go punch him in the face. I mean, yeah, he broke laws. He should be held accountable. That's different than what I see the appeal of a lot of right-wing people, maybe Christian nationalists would be one group of that'll say things like this. Well, they did this to us, and so therefore we can do this
to them. Yeah.
So they say, you had Antifa, you had BLM riots, we get riots. And I tried to say, the problem is there is a moral failure in that. It is not morally justified, but it's so hard to convince people of that. So then you try to take it to the next level, which is the strategic value. The problem is when you control the state, when you control our institutions that make up most of our power and culture, you can get away with shit. So lefties that are the foot soldiers of what these institutions want, they could go out and burn down cities, and only a small handful will ever be punished and in the lightest possible way, because they're basically doing what these people want. But if you're a right-winger, or for that matter, an anti-establishment lefty that's antithetical to what those people with power's beliefs are, they're going to bring the fucking hammer down on you. And that's what so many people found out on January 6th. A small handful of them justifiably got in trouble for engaging in acts of violence, but the vast majority didn't do hardly anything at all. It doesn't matter. They were cracked down upon. And so I try to encourage people, look, you don't want to give in to that. But it also works in a way as if you're talking about overtaking these institutions, having them be used. Strategically, it doesn't make sense, because I think that one of the lessons is the failures of the Democratic Party last night is that the average person, even if they're not analyzing this like you, which is at one level, I'm at a level not quite that deep, but I'm sort of near where you're talking. But most people are just
continue stroking my ego. I won't interrupt you.
I just mean, like, you're looking at it more from a more well-read. I feel I have a very good gut feeling and I have some limited reading, so I know what you're talking about. But most people, it's just surface. And it's not that any of those are wrong, by the way. The surface level people are right. That they, like you said about Betsy's mom, you feel like the system's been fucking me over. I can't put my thumb on it exactly, but you're right. Your gut's right. What these people see is they'll say something like this: our kids are being indoctrinated by this radical LGBT fucking ideology in schools. So what we're going to do is take over the schools and indoctrinate people into Christian values. That's what we're going to do. And
well,
I'm
like,
but the the problem is, what happens is the great swath of people in the middle that are currently disgusted by the left, they're going to be like, oh, well, then we're disgusted by you as well. That goes too far for us. And so strategically,
We'll see.
I think
I don't
what ends
know.
up
History
well,
doesn't.
eventually it
History
will.
shows they'll pick a side over and over and over again. People are a lot more malleable. I think I mean, I want to love Americans. I want to think that they're great people and that they would never do this. But the Germans were no different than you and I.
But the problem is, okay, let me rephrase.
Or
It
the
would
Russians.
Take time,
You
it
know,
would take
take-
time
take
and cultural.
Populism.
It would take time and cultural and political victories to get enough people to be malleable to that. Right now, like, let me give an example. Right now, the large swath of people in the center could see the actions of BLM and getting away with it, like, or Antifa, and say, that fucking disgusts me. But when they see January 6th, they're like, oh, well, there's no high ground because now both sides are fucking lunatics, right? And the problem is, you have even proportionally, you can see that when it comes to the amount of violence, the disproportionate effect on what our institutions did about that violence, it doesn't matter to a large swath of people that are just looking at it as a surface level. It's like both sides are lunatics. So you lose that sort of competitive ground when it comes to something like an election. I think at this point,
Well,
I'll finish with this. At this point, what I don't want to see is, I think one of the reasons the Democrats lost was because it's the you're either with us or you're against us mentality. And if the Republicans go the direction of some of these people I'm talking about, that's like, let's tell all the gay people to fuck off. Let's tell women they shouldn't have the right to vote. If that becomes a serious voice within the Republican Party, even if you're listening and you're like, well, I kind of believe that. I kind of think that the LGBT agenda has gone too far. Maybe we need to tell gay people we don't want, like, the problem is you're going to lose that sort of advantage that you have right now because people are going to say, oh, fuck. Well, this side's made up of, authoritarian lunatics as well.
So I think I disagree here. I want to zoom all the way back to the Edward Snowden, right?
Okay.
And we'll follow this thread and we'll make it real quick. So Edward Snowden, we know, proved unequivocally, along with oh my God, who's the Brazilian guy that founded the Independent?
Greenwald, Glenn Greenwald.
Glenn Greenwald, thank you. Right, along with Glenn Greenwald, a German guy, and et cetera, proved unequivocally that James Clapper lied to Congress, that he 100% said that we were not wittingly spying on Americans. The highest level of treason that someone at the NSA could ever commit is to lie to Congress. And the thing is the Republicans there knew he was lying. That's why they asked those questions a bunch of times, because they're not allowed to divulge state secrets, but they wanted to make sure that he was on the record with Congress lying his ass off. So what happened to James Clapper is the Republicans got power and he quit of his own volition, retired, and then got a job at CNN.
Yeah.
Now let's compare that to Steve Bannon, who was using presidential authority that every lawyer agreed he had because his conversations with the president were under the purview of presidential authority, and that he should not be. He did not need to go before Congress, and the reason was because those were privileged conversations that Congress didn't have the right to those answers to, and that if they wanted to, they needed to take them to court or they needed to file. There's a process. I'm sure Pisco's somewhere
Holder
going,
did the same
actually,
thing.
you're wrong. Right. And so that guy goes to prison for 4 years, just gets out. Right?
4 months.
This is the kind of thing that's scary, is because this is our moment to do something good for the country. And our moment to do something good for the country is to recognize that we got to get rid of similar situations like this, where and to fight our nature in utilizing executive power and Congress, et cetera, to go after our enemies the way that the Democrats did. But that's not enough. You have to reform those institutions by defanging them, right? Like when the Obama administration went after conservative NGOs with the IRS and specifically targeted them, hoping to cripple, conservatives' ability to engage meaningfully in elections by having them under massive audits and trying to bury them in legal frameworks. Like, this is where we have to start defanging institutions. And the fear that I have is very much similar to what you talked about with the trans stuff. And this is where I begin to disagree with you, is that I don't think people go, oh, January 6th, oh, BLM, both sides are crazy, therefore I'll sit this out. I think what ends up happening is they go, both sides are crazy, so I'll pick my crazy side. I'll pick the crazy side that's going to keep fucking drag queens from flopping their dick out in front of my kids. Because if I got to pick between dicks in front of my kids at the public library and not, and there is no libertarian option of like, hey, we should just, you know, like, hey, we should expand freedom of choice in schooling, and we should have vouchers, and we should, you know, defund the Department of Education so that, you know, and lower property taxes, and, you know, have all of these, you know, pseudo libertarian positions. And if all that's given to them is pick, we either get rid of it all or you allow this to happen to your kids. That's the type of shit where they just go, yeah, fuck it. We'll use the power of the state. And so as a libertarian, with Trump winning and likely winning the House and almost certain and having won the Senate,
yeah.
This is where we come in and we have to be like, dude, there are two paths you can go down, and the one you need to fucking go down is reducing state power in these institutions, because use them at your own risk, because they will be used against you, and they already have.
I don't disagree. Actually, I think there's maybe just our interpretation. I'm not saying that people won't pick a side. I'm saying that the advantage you had to people more likely coming to your side is lost, and you're forcing, and so more people that otherwise would be on your side. You're right. Some of them are still going to say, fuck it, I don't care, I'm still on your side. But there's an awful lot that would said, I otherwise would have been on your side, but now I listen to, you know, Jake Tapper or Liz Cheney, that's like, oh, now we can point to this one. Because for me, this is a conspiracy theorist to me, but I don't give a shit. I think this would be borne out in history to be true. I think that what happened on January 6th, certainly there were actors that acted of their own volition, but if you understand mob mentality, I think that there were state actors that were intentionally inciting people to engage in acts of violence, and they know enough about mob behavior to know if you intentionally have a lack of police presence and then encourage people in the right ways, you could get a predictable outcome that causes acts of violence. You let them get to the Capitol, and then you say, okay, now they're into the Capitol, now we'll crack down on it, and you have your excuse. Now, all of a sudden, you have the image that you need to treat these people like treasonous state traitors, and it allows, you know, the silencing of all conversation about election integrity. It allows sort of an in to talk about censoring disinformation, which would then be used so much on the pandemic, and, you know, et cetera. It gets to that sort of authoritarian impulse.
Let me respond to that, which is, you know, in the bounds of what I can say on YouTube. Right. So instead of putting forward a conspiracy theory, I mean, I think the best way to look at these things is to look at incentives. Right. And so, you know, I think all of the incentives match with your theory. I think all of the incentives match with your theory. And I think that is true of many institutions. I mean, we have Twitter files. You know, and Twitter files, by the way, is Donald Trump's fault. Like, Donald Trump signed CISA, right? Like, and that is one of the things that I think is going to be interesting about a second Trump presidency, because if he had Tulsi Gabbard in the room and he had fucking, you know, JD Vance in the room, maybe not JD Vance, but certainly Vivek and Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, they'd have been like, hey, dude, this is going to be used to censor you. Like, especially Tulsi. You know, so I do think he has a much, much stronger team going in, and he's probably going to be prone to less of these errors, because he had a real bad problem of trusting, you know, holdovers around him that he should never have trusted. But yeah, I think. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like.
You're absolutely
sorry.
right.
I have to do two conversations in my head. I have to think about the response and think about what I can say on YouTube.
What you're allowed to say. And so I'll just say this. If you look at the guy that was tasked with defense, Capitol Chief's son, he seems to suggest that there was an intentional effort to not give him the proper amount of security. So it lines up in.
Oh, there's a fuck ton of it. We don't know what I was reticent to say, but I'll just say we don't know whether or not they were intentionally acting. What we do know is that the FBI does that shit all the time. They did it with the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot, where they grabbed homeless crazy people and someone that lived in a dry cleaning facility and then drove them around, gave them vehicles, came up with the idea for the bomb so that they could arrest them. And I think we've all heard this phrase 150 times every time there's a crazy mass shooting that doesn't make sense, which is he was known to the intelligence community. What the fuck does that mean? Right? And it's like, oh, we had a retired FBI agent in a Discord server and some guy named Sandman that helped him write his entire manifesto and told him what guns to pick out. And it's like, okay, we're not investigating that anymore. Like, okay, right. These institutions are corrupt and they need to be run through. And we need to push Trump and the Republicans to say, these institutions, like at a minimum, we need to be firing half of these people. Like we do not need to be trying to put our people in charge of corrupt institutions that are corrupt and have been corrupted for 30, 40 years from all the way top to the bottom. What we need to be doing is defanging this shit. The amount of shit that the CIA, the NSA, Department of Homeland Security, there are so many 4-letter agencies that literally none of you guys, not 3-letter, 4- and 5-letter agencies that none of you guys have heard of. There's an article by New York.
95% of America has no idea who CISA is.
Oh yeah, sorry, I brought that up, but yeah, I didn't realize that nobody even knows what that is.
That's the point. But you're right.
There was an article about a year ago. I want to say it was Wall Street Journal, but it could be any of them. It's one of them, right? Where they talked about how they couldn't track down every government agency in America. Recognize what the fuck I just said, that there are so many government agencies that a team of journalists who have access to FOIA requests and all of the public documents don't know how many government agencies we have. That's how fucking bloated these intelligence communities and executive agencies are. It's like Elon Musk said when he was talking, about people leading up to the election about the Department of Government Efficiency. I'm kind of iffy on it. I feel like you don't need the department. You can just have some people do it. Because I don't want Democrats in charge of the Department of it's like, what does the Department of Government Efficiency look like when Democrats are in it? Make sure the DEI is extra DEI. I don't know how I like it, but he's like, you can throw a fucking dartboard and you will find a government agency that doesn't need to exist. And so this is our moment to be like, okay, you've got the power now. As Ron says in Parks and Recs, slash it. There's so much shit that needs to be cut.
I disagree.
And I'm hopeful for it.
The pushback is right. Listen, there is a way to thread this needle, I think, but the pushback is, and it's difficult to argue against this. Fucking revenge is cathartic. It is. And if you've been on the losing side of shit for a long time, it's a hard case to be if you're someone, not me, let's say you're some fucking dude that went to jail for January 6th that did dick all, right? And you spent a year and a half in solitary confinement there, had a really horrible time, right? And you're going to see riots, right? You're going to see riots here with Trump winning. It's going to happen. It would be cathartic for you to be throw every one of those motherfuckers, even if they were nonviolent and they were at that protest, throw them in jail for a year and a half. Every one of them. And any politician that spoke up against Trump, investigate them and throw their ass in prison too. And I get that. It's hard for me to tell that guy that spent a year and a half, or Steve Bannon, who spent, a couple months in prison. It's hard for me to look at him when he says, oh, so I got a subpoena and I didn't comply, so I go to jail for 2 or 3 months? Fuck it then. Throw subpoenas out left and right, Trump. Throw them everywhere. Right. And anyone who says no, throw their ass in prison. Throw their ass in prison for 3 months. I understand that it's cathartic, and to some degree, I think some of those people deserve it. So there is a way to thread the needle, but you can't, I agree with you totally. You can't be well, we'll just put our dude in charge of the FBI. And then, you know what we'll do? I say this all the time, but you're right. It's fucking worthless to say this because it's a foolish game that I continue to fall in over and over again, where I'll implore to people that I think are being above board in good faith, look at the fucking double standards you're employing. So someone like Pisco or a litany of other lefties, it doesn't have to be him. I'll say shit like this. Well, let's say that Trump gets in there and all of a sudden he says, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pay to craft a dossier that says that my political opponents fucked some hooker in a bed and got pissed on, right? And then I'll have some Chinese spy or Russian spy, whatever, they're going to say, yeah. And by the way, those people are working with the enemy to fucking subvert your country. And then I'm going to have my FBI leaders spy on these motherfuckers. And they're going to go through their entire life and all their friends' lives. They'll find out crimes that people did 10 years ago, not connected to this whatsoever. Fuck it, arrest them all. How would the left feel? They would be like, and so here's a strategy that they employed. Like Pisco constantly, when I'll be like, time for FISA warrants, right? He'll be like, I demand that you condemn that right now. Condemn that. And my answer to that's like, fuck you, I owe you nothing. Now, to my audience, I'll say, of course I'm against that. Of course I would be there defending those left-wingers saying, no, you can't do that. Just because it was done to Trump, I can't support Trump getting illegal FISA warrants. But I'll be damned if the people that stood there and sneered and chuckled and made excuses for, if I'm going to owe them anything. I don't owe them a goddamn thing. So it is tough. There is this impulse, I think, and I could, like you already said this about Trump. I mean, the dude, he came a hair's breadth from being dead right now. So can you really blame him for being like, fuck you, motherfuckers. I'm going to go balls out. Whatever I feel like doing, fuck it, go after. He won't, though. And it's not that he won't because he doesn't have a bent for vengeance. He just goes about it in a different way. And he's going to have people around him, I think, that steer him in the direction of like, there's a way to legally go after people within the bounds that you think have acted corruptly, but you can't just be like tit for tat. We'll do the exact same thing to them. And there's smart people that I respect that are like, nope, nothing will change. I'll say this and we'll see what you think about this. To me, there's two differences here. This is difficult. I talked to Casimir the other day because when you're talking about the difference between is and not, that's a very fucking difficult concept, even for someone like me that isn't sort of looking into the philosophy of libertarianism. So I'll explain one of the things Casimir said. Let's say you have a shop owner, right? And he sees a man starving and it's nothing for him to give the man a little piece of bread so that he doesn't die, but he doesn't. And he's under no moral obligation to give his property to this man. And so there should be no legal ramification to this shitty owner for not, and the dude starves to death, right? But what you do is, it's not that you have a legal obligation. Everyone ostracizes this dick after that. They say, you know what? We will refute. We'll spit on the ground you walk on. We'll say, fuck you. No one will deal with you anymore. And so you've solved that without violating sort of a non-aggression principle because you haven't gone after their property. You have just sort of ostracized them in a voluntary way. That's difficult for someone like me to understand and for a lot of people to understand. And so if you apply that to sort of the idea of cancel culture, people like me said cooler heads will prevail, but they didn't. And so what happened was the left never understood the consequences of cancel culture until it was employed against them. Now all of a sudden with the Bud Light attacks or the John, but that's different than should the state be going out doing shit. People voluntarily coming together and saying, fuck you, Bud Light, I'm not going to purchase your product is different than having the state say, we're in charge now and we don't like DEI. So we're going to use the state to criminalize Bud Light out of existence. Like, do you see a different there for people's voluntarily associations versus sort of retribution through the state like that?
So I agree completely, but I want to expand on it. And so one of the things that I think is a genuine, let's put my I'm a Christian conservative Republican that believes in the state hat on, right? And what has happened is we see that values are gone. We see that we used to grow up in a society that was a high trust society. This isn't something that you can easily, identify, but it's something you kind of feel, right? I think everybody, they say, oh, social media, the left says you're crazy for thinking crime has gone up. Crime's actually gone down, even though we had to, redo our numbers that showed the crime went up. But even still, right? Crime reporting can go down and crime can go up. There's all these other things. Again, their obsession with data. But what has occurred is I think everybody, maybe not everybody, but most people, they feel it, right? They feel a change in the culture. They feel like they used to be able to go out and get smiles at a local corner store. They feel that they used to be able to maybe not leave your door unlocked, right? Because that was always kind of fucking stupid. When people are like, well, I used to leave my door unlocked and I don't anymore. I'm like, well, you might be retarded because thieves have always existed. Like, lock your fucking door. Right. But but there was a feeling that nothing would happen if you did it. Right. And so the high and it's not one thing that has done it, it's not California making petty theft under $600 changed us from a high trust to a low trust society because of the looting. It's a confounding variables. And what has occurred is that the knee-jerk reaction of both the right and the left is to try and fix a cultural breakdown, a breakdown of culture and values with power, to enforce those cultural values, to return to a sense of normalcy or to return or establish order. And the problem is that it becomes a game of whack-a-mole. Every time you use the state and you craft some legislation to try and control and craft people, it comes from when Christians do this and they say, oh, we got to ban porn, right? I don't disagree with you that porn is bad.
Sure.
What I'm saying is that when you do this, you are exactly the same as communist Russians. And the reason you're exactly the same as them is that this comes from an innate axiomatic, or not innate, but an axiomatic position that people can be controlled at their very core, and that the morality in society can be controlled in that. And what actually happens is that you have all of these unintended consequences that you didn't foresee. And it becomes this game of whack-a-mole where you need more power, you need more laws, you need more control as problems get worse, because you're not actually addressing the issue. The issue, I would say, predominantly is a poverty of philosophy, but also is that breakdown in culture. Right? It is that our culture has changed because of those policy things. So like capitalism, the market, it does not provide you what is good. It provides you what an individual wants most, right? Whenever you take a tax, whenever you tax money for whatever program, whatever enforcement, whatever regulation, whatever it is, what you have essentially done is you've taken an individual choices and you've taken them away. And what you have done is you've taken an individual's most valued wants, their most valued needs, and you have moved them somewhere else into society that is less valued. And this is just a fact. This is an is, not an ought, right? This is saying that when I take money from you and then I do it for a welfare program, it's like you hear the people go, well, I would gladly pay that tax. It's like, cool, then make it voluntary. Oh, well, see, it can't be voluntary that tax is for welfare or whatever. Yeah, it's because you might pay it, even though I know you're full of shit, but you might pay it, but the person next to you won't. And so you're not saying you're glad to pay the tax. You're saying you're glad to use the threat of violence and a gun to force that person away from what it is that they value most into something that they value less than whatever it is. Whatever they were going to buy with that money now has to go towards this, collapsing, retarded government program that doesn't work and only causes more problems. And so I would say to that store owner thing is like, Casimir's right and wrong in this analogy, because the only way Casimir's right is if the culture of the people are of a high trust society and they choose to do that. And it is the knee-jerk reaction of moralists to say, well, I can't fix the culture, but I can use power to make you do that. And it's the same thing that the socialist does. And it's like neither of you are addressing the problem. And the longer you continue to not address the problem, our culture, our values, our communities, our beliefs, the more problems you're going to get, because you're never going to fix the problem. You're just going to fix one and it's a hydra. You're just going to create more problems.
See, I agree with like 90% of what you're saying, but I don't agree at the complete level, which will always lead to, this is one of my favorite meta arguments when I'm arguing with a real libertarian, as someone who's just like, I don't know, minarchist or libertarian adjacent. The criticism that you're going to have to deal with is looking at the most extreme situations and seeing if there's any time where your ethics wouldn't apply for a reason of pragmatism. But the criticism for me that you're always going to be offered is there's always this threshold problem. So when I say, no, there is a time where actually in that instance of the man starving to death, I don't mind, this is the 7th guy that starved to death on this store owner's foothold. I don't mind saying, give him the fucking bread. Take the bread and give it to him this one time, right? And you would say, but now there's this problem of threshold. How do you determine when that threshold's been met? And so
what I'm actually saying right now, very quick, and I'll let you finish. What I'm actually saying is address the problem. There's a
Oh, I know.
reason that it's the seventh man starving.
That's right.
And then people come in and they go, I will use violence to solve this problem. And they won't. They don't solve the problem. All they do is give bread to these people, and then they make the problem worse.
But I would disagree for that individual that it made the problem worse. And I would say you're right that you have to solve why the
Now you'll have
problem
9
occurs.
starving people and 10 starving people and 12 starving
I-
people. Now
but
you've
you have-
incentivized starving people.
But what if you can't solve the cause because society won't go and you still are looking at this individual? Nonetheless, this is a debate we've had partially before.
Billion
I'd be happy
times,
to have this
and it gets
debate.
very far away from like
That's
Trump's
right.
victory and what we do
Well,
and how
this
the
is what
left
I
is
s-
coping. Yeah.
This is how I was selling you to the audience. I was like, Fabian's one of the most frustrating people to listen to, but one of my favorite people to listen to, because you could take a conversation of like, hey, Fabian, did you see this video of this fucking moron at the, Raiders game getting the shit beat out of him? And we're going to end up within 10 minutes of this philosophical conversation of sort of non-aggression principle. But
No,
that's
no,
because-
no. I can make fun of people getting beat up. All right.
Right.
Like, give me a little credit.
But it's not really an insult, because what it is you, unlike 99% of the people I talk to, actually have a grounded philosophical position that you're coming through and a worldview. And so you can't help but use that worldview when you're interpreting any of these situations. So many people just want to, like, I could comment on this specific thing, and then you pry a little and it's like, well, how did you come to that conclusion? And they don't know. It's basically like
They vibed
feels,
it.
or someone
They vibed
told-
it.
Right.
Like how they thought Kamala was going to win. We vibed it.
Wait, right. So
Yeah.
to get it back though to sort of what we're talking about, like with this defeat of the Democrats, like specifically in Kamala Harris, it's very interesting because you see all of these people that try to manipulate data. And one of the things I found the most blatant was, if you watch the media, almost immediately once it was obvious she lost in the wee hours of the morning yesterday, or I guess today, they started saying things like, well, all things considered, with as bad as the economy is, as bad as the border is, she actually ran a reasonable campaign. She did pretty well.
Yeah, she ran a horrible
She did. But just the flippancy of these people that just 24 hours before that, the same individuals, the same characters that were telling you the economy's great. The border's very good. Like, do you think that even is like surface level as it is, just something like that, is that why we're seeing so many people that are now going to more independent formats and maybe listening to someone like Joe Rogan or something has more of an impact than these traditional forms of media, because people are just like, enough's enough. It's getting so blatant at this point.
I don't know, right? Like, I think, yeah, I mean, I think journalistic integrity has plummeted, right? I think the philosophical change of journalists in legacy media that have chased dollars is kind of very similar to like how streamers change over time. It's audience capture, right? So I think there are a bunch of variables as to why people are going towards independent media. Some of it is just the technology, right? I mean, 10 years ago, a streamer, to have a good webcam was really expensive, right? But now anybody can go to Walmart and buy a 1080p 60 frames per second camera and stream relatively well. You don't need a good computer to do it. So the market gets saturated, sure, but that also means more competition. And so I just think that there are better and better voices out there. I also think some of it is people go and find what they want to hear, and you don't get that from traditional mainstream media. And some of that actually is bad, I think, right? Like, I think people go and they go watch Hassan so that they can have their own opinions reinforced about like why capitalism's evil, why the West is evil, and they use that as a source of news, which really is just further and further cult indoctrination. And some of it's really good, right? Like, because, like, for example, I follow David Pakman. I watch David Pakman regularly. I don't watch David Pakman because I like David Pakman. I kind of do in the sense that I like my ability to be like, to check in and be like,
sure,
how are these people viewing things, right? And it enrages me sometimes, but I try and like chill out and be like, okay. Right? Like, be the bigger person here and just fucking listen to what's going on. So I mean, like, there's just a lot of choice available. I do think X has been is going to be a huge factor in social media moving forward. And I do think Trump really needed to win in order to protect that in a certain regard, right? Like I think if Kamala had won, you know, we wouldn't have X. Like I really do think that X would have been forcibly sold or would have been like regulated to an extreme degree. I mean, she was asking, I mean, she and Tim Walz both openly stated in different ways that it was, she made the claim that it was ridiculous that there wasn't heavy government regulation on speech against X, which is right. And then Tim Walz said that like the freedom of speech doesn't protect you from hate speech and misinformation. And then they're like, and then people like Pisco, you know, like come out of the woodwork and be like, he means election interference, misinformation. It's like, yeah, that's where it starts, asshole. Right. It's like once you justify them in one to remain, it happens in another. It is very interesting. We're in for a kind of brave new world here in the sense that artificial intelligence or natural language processing models is going to radically change the way media consumption is, right? Like the very close next step is that people are going to be getting AIs that aggregate news of the day and then aggregate all of the information, attempt to separate what is fact, what facts are shared and most likely true, and then generate content and articles for people. And that'll be really interesting. I think there will be companies that do it well and companies that do it really poorly. But I think we're headed to an even further domain of actually being able to get true stories once that occurs, right? Like Ground News, for example, is a news aggregate, right? That rates things. It's very easy. I could do it right. I mean, I can't do it right now because I'm not a programmer, but like I could hire someone, probably a relatively small amount of money and if I had enough data and I had a data center, right, then I could just take a news article and then grab all of them, rate them, you know, based off of their bias, and then take the facts that are true amongst all of them and then report them and write and generate an article. You know, so I think people are shifting towards independent news and the old guard news is dying, but I also kind of think people like you and me are going to be fine because we do editorialized content and opinion. But I think there are a lot of shows like what's that little prancy blonde dude that was been around for a long time that does YouTube news? Oh my god, I can't think of his fucking name. Oh my god. I think you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Super famous, but
yeah.
Regardless, like people that do breaking news and like, here's a news story and blah, 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 blah. Those people are going away. Like those channels are not going to make it as AI comes in. So it's going to be editorial is going to be the name of the game in terms of political content and stuff. And I do think a lot of people are going to go for that for context and stuff. So it'll be very interesting to see what news happens. As much as I'm not pro-Trump, right, I am happy to know that X has another 4 years. I mean, I would still love my old account back, Elon. You know what I mean? I would still love for you to stop censoring things like cisgender. It's the dumbest fucking thing you've ever done because it just gives the left ammunition to say that the left is censored, right? Yep. Like I do think you need to tweak your algorithm in terms of how mass reporting works and the fact that you don't have employees review those people that are mass reported. But he seems to be trying at the very least. So yeah, I mean, I you know, and also, you know, Rumble is doing great things, you know.
Yeah, I agree. You should see the names of people. The blonde guy. Here's some of the names people said: Elijah Schaefer, Hunter Avalon, PewDiePie, Kyle Kalinske. None of those people. It's not those people, but Philip DeFranco is a guy like
Philip DeFranco. That's exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think that there is sort of people are waking. To me, it's like the problem is when you're in this bubble, I think what you see with a lot of these, I would call them not just lefties, I would call them like pro-establishment people. The problem is they've got complacent in their control of these institutions, even the people at the lower level that are repeating them. And it becomes sort of a perversion of itself. Like, let me give you an example. I always use modern art, right? It's like you go and you just see some guy like stack up 10 sand buckets and knock it down. It's like everyone applauds. Like, it's because everyone's in this bubble over and over and everyone's afraid to call out the emperor has no clothes. Or in debate, what I did, everyone talks like an auctioneer. Why? Well, because one guy talked a little faster, then a little, and no one wants to be the guy that's like, I can't keep up with this. So you all just keep going along to get along. I feel like that's what a lot of these media landscapes are. Yes, they're just blatant propagandists, but they're so bad now. They're not just corrupt. They're so bad that they can't even hide it like maybe they could have 20 years ago. And so now you just Like,
have you ever
real
heard
quick,
of
I'll say,
have
like
you
the
ever
bloodbath
oh,
hoax?
sorry.
Anyone who sees it for 3 seconds, like Trump says, there's going to be an economic bloodbath in the automobile sector, and they're just blatantly like, "Holy shit, he said bloodbath," and you're like, the average person, even them, I think they're seeing it at this point, like, wait, what the fuck? Like, that's it? That's what you're going to hype on?
So have you ever heard of like the map copying problem from the Renaissance?
No, not to my knowledge. No.
So during the Renaissance, there was an issue with a lot of the maps that sailors used. And what it was is basically there was a game of telephone that was played with maps because the printing press wasn't available. And so because the printing press wasn't available, every single map that was drawn, oftentimes you would have to copy a map by hand. And then what would happen is the original map would go somewhere along, somewhere else. And then you'd have this copy that was close, but not exactly the right. And then someone else would need maps. So they would copy the copy of the map. And then someone would copy the copy of the copy. And then someone would copy the copy of the copy. And eventually what you would have is sailors would go out to like try and explore. They'd have a map that they had purchased that was supposed to be accurate. And there'd be like islands on the map that didn't fucking exist.
Right.
There'd be like the coast would be wrong. Right? They'd have a really inaccurate map. And this is like a map copying problem or telephone. The left and matriarchy is becoming self-referential, and it's causing a serious problem in our culture because Christians are kind of right about the patriarchy and about men in that they were the patriarchy, conservative values, the right, they're grounded in reality in a lot of ways. Obviously, not all of the right wing is grounded in reality, but when you had this division of roles between the patriarchy and the matriarchy, you had men that would go out and work, men that would hunt, men that would fish, men that would deal in the real world, and they established dominance over a culture, a community, a society. And women would then maintain order within the family, within the community, right? And all of these things would kind of like, and there's a symbiotic relationship
Right.
there. And as we have pushed women to the forefront, we've pushed matriarchy, and we've pushed leftism, which is matriarchal in a lot of ways, collectivist, right? Because you can kind of replace matriarchy with collectivism, or you can in a lot of ways because, the role of the feminine in society is to make sure that everyone has food on their plate, right? The role of a mother is to make sure that everyone gets their fair share, right? But when you involve them in politics, things start to change. That's not necessarily a scalable idea for 350 million people, right? This is why they tend to be socialist in a lot of ways. And so that's kind of what has happened with the left is as this echo chamber occurs and you're not forced to be grounded in reality. There's no one on the left, very few, that are like hard-nosed, like, is this real? Is this true? I don't care if it helps me or aids me. It must be regarded in reality because in order for me to fight, I must be engaged in reality. There's only the matriarchal, self-referential, collectivist side of the left. And so what ends up happening as you reiterate this game is a map copying problem. They're not referencing rules that are grounded in reality. They're referencing rules that are grounded within their own philosophy about racism, about bigotry, about all of these other things. And every iteration, every copy goes a little bit more left and a little bit less grounded in reality. And nobody is enforcing rules. It's like it's the classic conservative versus liberal problem of like the conservative comes upon a road that has a fence and the conservative says, why is there a fence here? And the liberal says we have to get rid of the fence so people can use the road. That's the classic problem that you're having on the left is as we get more polarized, as people are less connected, as the echo chambers go, more and more they're concerned with knocking down fences without asking why are those fences there to begin with. And so this self-referential mappy copying problem is getting worse and worse. And I think that's part of the reason, like nobody on the left even knows why they believe the things that they believe anymore. They just know that the collective believes it. And then they get a little crazier every iteration because someone introduces a little bit more of a critical theorist position and they begin to kind of eject people into this I didn't leave the left left me position, which of course causes the right to move over to the left to grab these leftists that are now want a home in the conservative, portions of our society. And so I don't know what to do about this problem. I'm just kind of like giving an about like looking at it and seeing what I think might be. I think that's why shit gets so, when you look at it from the outside, you're like, what you said is so easily Googleable. Even Google that hides shit will tell you that this is retarded. Like even Snopes said this isn't true. Like, how did you not Google this? There's no demand to ground their rules or police themselves in reality. There's only a demand for order to the philosophical concepts of bigotry, racism, feminism, pronouns. Trans women are women, clapping as they say the religious catechism of the left. It's all self-referential order, and it gets more insane every time it iterates.
No, I think that's a great explanation of what you're saying, because to me, not looking at it, delving that deep, what ends up happening is oftentimes as someone who's just basically some redneck that's working in home health care, I think I'm a reasonably intelligent person, but I follow this stuff sort of at a level maybe more than surface, but I'm by no means being paid to be a political consultant, media expert, or any of those sorts of things. And you see this shit and you're just like, how in God's name is this the best you could have came up with? Off the top of my head, I could have came up with a similar
It's like I can argue for you 10 times better than you can argue for you.
Exactly. And it's like the lack of time. And I think you're right that that's a good explanation of it's not just corruption. And people always, the big debate you get when you're talking about these issues, like, for example, if I'm talking about double standards at the FBI, it amazes me how many times what you'll see is the people defending them going, well, it wasn't corrupt, it was incompetence. But the truth is it's always both. It really is a lack of skill and a corruptible institution. That's the truth. And so it's always shocking to me how blatant the corruption is, or how blatant the incompetence is, or how blatant the corruption is. And it's like, because like you said, they're copying sort of this idea. They're not really interested in saying like, we have to keep this believable, right? They're just like, we'll keep going until the wheels fall off the cart because right now it's working. Right. And our side, our little bubble's like, yeah, it's all good.
Right.
No one's calling out bullshit. But eventually,
Like I said with that, it's like I said, and I think you saw it as well. I commented on one of your posts on Twitter about like these Jubilee style rapid debates. And like people on the left are watching someone just get fucking destroyed in a debate. And they're like, oh my God, they worked him. And you're like, what? And it's because it's because the left doesn't have a desire to ground their position in reality. It's become a complete power game. And the power game is to make you look weird, to make you stammer, to make you shocked in disbelief, and then to just gish gallop all of these emotional talking points. And then the vibe becomes the correct answer. The vibe is this person looks confused and silly, and it's like, look how many times Ben Shapiro got tripped up and had to ask questions. And it's like, it's because you didn't make a rational statement. Not a single thing that came out of your mouth was rational. You just said 7 different talking points that don't even make sense and aren't grounded in anything. Or often they're statements that aren't arguments. They're just like emotional beliefs that like, and then it's like, okay, well, let's interrogate that belief. And then they hit you with like 7 more beliefs that aren't tied to anything. And they're like, Ben Shapiro got worked. And it's like, I don't like Ben Shapiro. I think he's a bad debater, right? I think he's competent for like college kids, but I think if Ben Shapiro went on a Twitch panel, he'd wreck two dumb lefties and the rightoids would trounce his shit because like, he's actually not that good at it. But like, that's where we're moving. They're getting further and further away from a desire to be grounded in reality. And it's not because you think, well, okay, well, how could any person not want to be grounded in reality? But it's not that their reality is the ideology, because the ideology is axiomatic, right? So they're grounded in something, and it's not just power. It's not just winning. They're grounded in axiomatic beliefs like America is a white supremacist nation. They're grounded in axiomatic beliefs like the wealthy rig the game against the poor. And there's some truth to some of these axioms, right? There's some truth to it. And because there's some truth, that was the initial reality that dragged them in, right? Like you start off ground it in reality and go, 60% of people that are incarcerated are black males. Well, that's a true statistic, right? And you don't, and then you further deeper, and every iteration, it's less and less about the reality. Once you take the axiomatic position that America is a white supremacist nation and that the Constitution was created by our founders to instill white supremacy and maintain power over black slaves, well now you just self-reference. You never check back in with reality. You check back in with your own axiom and goes, does my argument adhere to the axiom that I have? And then and that's when you're outside of it and you don't have that axiom, you're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Right. And like, let me give you an example in real life that my audience will understand. So the last time I debated, I hate to bring him up again, but I think it's a perfect example of this. Last time I debated Destiny. Long story short, he wanted to do a debate on January 6th, the semantic definition of the word insurrection. I agreed to the debate, but at the outset I said, I don't give a shit about the definition of the term insurrection. What I give a shit is about how our institutions treat what they perceive as insurrections and the double standard of how they do it. That's the debate to me. You could define insurrection so loosely that every criminal action's an insurrection, or you could divide it very tightly. The problem is, if you choose to define it so loosely, then how do we treat that? If I say my definition of a tall person is anyone over 3 feet, you might say, okay, but what does that word mean then? Hey, I saw a tall man pumping gas the other day. You'd be like, so what, a 3'1" guy or a 7-foot guy? It means nothing at that point, right? So that's the real argument. How do we treat what we're claiming that we've seen? Because we can all massage language. I have this debate with them. I say, we go 5 hours, 2 hours into it. I admit to him that I'd been researching this slightly while I was at work, and I used a bunch of articles, and I also looked up something on Claude AI. And I said, hey, I think actually the author you're using says there could be state-level insurrections. We look at it. Yes, he does say that. We move on. 3 hours later, we get to talking about what I want. He rage quits, right? He then makes a post hoc justification. The reason I rage quit was because 2.5 hours previous to that, Rob used AI. And so now, anytime I post something on X, I will get ratioed every single time with someone saying Rob GPT. Rob should be blacklisted. He uses AI. Now that's stupidity. Anyone who's objectively looking is like, well, what's the problem with using AI? In the context of what Rob used AI that time ended up being true. And Destiny talked to Rob 3 hours after the AI was used and didn't have a problem with it. But it doesn't matter because you have this bubble of people that's like, as long as we have a statement that we could point to, no matter how nonsensical it is, it doesn't matter that it's grounded in reality. All that matters is we could say, there's the answer. Right. And so this plays out in all sorts of fucked up ways. Like the example you're giving there was sort of systemic racism. You're grounded in some basis of truth. And then the extension of it is you hear Joy Reid on MSNBC yesterday saying, well, the problem is Latino men are racist against black women. And then someone will speak up and go, but wait a minute, Trump got more of a percentage of black men than Republicans before him. So are those black men also racist against Kamala Harris? And they have to be like, yes. And you're like, this is so fucking stupid. What are you talking about? You're literally saying that it couldn't have been like, well, they were concerned about grocery prices, or they didn't like the message. They thought that the campaign of vibes. No. Universally, almost from the mainstream media, it's very simple. Well, it's because she was a black woman. That's why people didn't vote for. And it's like, none of this is grounded in reality. It goes back to that sort of, like you're saying, the axiomatic core. Well, this is a systemically racist country. And so therefore an outcome that they don't like. What's the reason? Oh, systemic racism. And so we'll just shoehorn, even if it blatantly doesn't make, so you're saying black men are more racist against a black woman than they would have been against, say, a white woman, because Trump did better against Kamala than he did against Hillary with black men. So all of a sudden, black men are more racist against the black woman. You could see the nonsensical reasoning of it, and it gets so fucking
For the record,
frustrating.
that's not why it won't the economy that kept black men out. Let's be real.
No, of course, but there could be.
I'll tell you what it was. I'll tell you what it was. It was black women on podcasts consistently shitting on black men.
Black men.
It was. It was Kamala Harris being a fake ass black person, being like, I wash my collard greens in the bathtub.
Yep.
You know, it was doubts, right? I won't say truth, but doubts, especially people like Candace Owens that are being like, where's the proof that you're black? Other than a picture of you at 20 with Beryl, your grandmother, even though she died 6 years before you were born. You know, leave that where that is. And then it was the immigration. I think there's so, black people, as unfortunate as it is, are still in this mindset that they need the state to help them, that America has fucked over the black community to such a degree that we need welfare, we need investment in small businesses, we need our neighborhoods, our towns need to be healed. And what they have seen is the left no longer gives a fuck about them because they're not low enough or high enough in the oppression hierarchy.
That's exactly
immigrants. I already have your fucking vote. And what I need to do now is I need to bring in immigrants to the tens of millions, and I need to move them to swing states, and I need to give them free housing and give them TANF and give them government programs. And then I need to give them a pathway to citizenship so that in 5 or 6 years when they become citizens, they'll remember that Democrats and the left were the ones that gave them all of this welfare and protected them and, bring in their own socialist country, just like Californians moving to Texas and Colorado, people moving from Venezuela that come from, socialist nations don't realize that it was the socialism that did it to a certain degree. Obviously, there are others that are based. That's what pushed black men out. It was the identity politics and racism that pushed them out. And because they're self-referential, because they cannot examine their own axioms, it is that very thing that pushed them out that they will double down on.
Of course. I couldn't agree more. I think that you're absolutely spot on. And you could see it at every town hall in black areas, inner city blacks, where they're like, what the fuck? You gave our community center to these illegal immigrants. That was supposed to be ours. That was given to us. And now you're taking it and you're giving it, right? And it really is. You would like to see like sort of some self-reflection, like, oh, fuck. The identity politics game got us here in the first place. Maybe we should, but yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Last question.
That's the other problem, the map problem. That's the last thing of the map problem, is that every copy of a map, in order to get to the original, you have to go back to the copy to the copy to the copy to find it. And that's the biggest problem, is that if they admit that, they have to deconstruct their entire worldview.
Yeah, and I totally agree. Now, I think you would agree with this. It's not universal. It's not that the black guy you knew down the street that's been MAGA the whole time voted for this reason. But certainly I think on average,
that's why I showed you that pyramid, right? Sure. Most people are at the bottom of that pyramid. And it's like individuals don't house the entire philosophy. They house a small part of it, right? So it's like the Karen that works HR at a company that votes Democrat and leans left. She's not super woke, right? But she does pass over white men on job applications and prefer black men or prefer, Indian women or whatever it is, right?
Right.
It's as Carl Jung said, people don't have ideas have people. It's when you get a mob. It's when you get a collection. It's the amalgamation of all of those pieces that are instantiated in different individuals and the critical mass of those things in an institution that rots it because it's no longer grounded in reality, but instead grounded in these self-referential, woke, axiomatic positions that are designed to push forward revolution, designed to subvert and destroy hierarchical structures.
So let me ask you this to get you out on this. Last question I have.
Yeah, of course.
You're libertarian, you're ANCAP, you see Trump win. Give me an example. Obviously, you're not going to get everything you want, from just this presidency. It would be impossible even if he was completely aligned with you. But give me an example of like an action he could take early that you think would say, hey, this guy's going in the right direction, that I think is going to set the country on a path that's more likely to achieve the goals that you would like to see. Like, can you think of something early that would be pragmatic
first of all,
you could see him doing?
First of all, live up to his promises, right? He promised to free Ross Ulbricht. Do it. He promised to put a libertarian in a cabinet position, and people think it's going to be Thomas Massey in the Department of Agriculture. Yeah. Do the things you promise first and foremost. The thing that will, I think, make me a lot more comfortable is if he expands upon what he means by tariffs, right? A flat 10 or a flat 20% tariff just cause is the most destructive thing you could do to the United States economy. It's the worst fucking idea he's ever had in his entire fucking life. And the fact that he sold it to so many dumb fucking conservatives that think that tariffs are going to actually boost our economy is really disheartening as a libertarian, because it is one of the most obviously destructive things towards the economy you could do. However, tariffs can be a tool that force negotiations. Currently, Europe has massive tariffs on almost all of our food because our food is full of poison. And I do wonder, it's a very small, I don't like this Trump is playing 4D chess, but I do hope in my heart of hearts that he's playing 4D chess,
Right.
and that his actual goal with these tariffs is to get RFK in a room with these people that in Europe that have these tariffs and go, look, bucko, or whatever he says, here's your 20% tariff. If you want me to get rid of your 20% tariff, get rid of your 100% tariff. And I promise you, we'll write down new regulations in the FDA that make our food compliant with your European laws. And then we get rid of both of them. And what we end up with is, instead of funneling all of our food into China and having to spend tax money to farming corporations, we can open up the European market. Like, if I see actions like that and I realize that maybe he was playing 4D chess, I think I'll be in a much, much more comfortable position about how Trump is running things, because now he's using tariffs as a defensive tactic in a trade war, as opposed to just levying a massive tax on the American people with this fantasy that it's going to fix American manufacturing when it's not.
I hope you're right too. The tariff argument, it's so discouraging, right? Because I know so many people that will bitch about subsidies, but they're all in on this tariff, and it's like you don't see the contradiction there. You don't see, like, the problem. So I agree with you. I think the best answer I heard, I forget who it was, that explained not the level that you're talking about the FDA there, but explained that this is going to be a bargaining chip. I also hope that that's the idea.
Well, that's just one example, right? You know what I mean? You could do it with China and all the bullshit that they play. It's like, does he begin to use it as a bargaining chip, as a means to actually open up free trade?
Their
right?
market,
Because we don't have free trade. We are in a trade war with Europe. We are in a trade war with China. And it is insane that nobody recognizes this. Since World War II, Japan and many European countries have had tariffs on our cars since World War II, and they've never gotten rid of them. Like Ford, like, you want to talk about the destruction of the auto manufacturing industry in America? Yeah, a lot of that is because China does cheap labor, but some of that is because we've let Germany tariff us, and we import German cars and we love them, and then they don't buy our cars because they have massive tariffs on them, right? So, I mean, if he's going to use it as a tit for tat measure to get rid of tariffs, that would be in the long term an economically beneficial thing to us.
Yeah, totally agree. So, real quick, I put your link out there. So that's your YouTube link. Any other links you want? And can you tell people, like, your normal schedule when you're streaming and stuff, if people want to check you out?
Yeah, I just came back. I've been gone because I had to move and, make money, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm going to be streaming Wednesdays and Thursdays with, like, the occasional, Prime Guys or something on Mondays, occasional Sunday fun day stuff. I usually start stream around 6 or 7 p.m. Eastern. Fabian Liberty, you can find me on Twitch. I don't know why you would want to do that, because I don't stream on Twitch, because Twitch has just doubled down on being completely Marxist, because they affirmed, quote, your lived experience makes you immune to all of their hate speech bullshit, which is another term for that is standpoint epistemology, which is a cornerstone of critical race theory and critical theory. It's a Marxist position. But I'm on YouTube. It's all right. I might eventually start doing stuff on Rumble, but without having an editor and stuff, it's become so difficult to do both.
I use Restream to do both, but it is difficult. Yeah.
Yeah. And find me on Twitter, Fabian Liberty. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the audience. I'm not always nerding out hardcore on philosophy, but I usually am. I'm a hardcore libertarian. If you want to learn more about libertarianism and stuff, join the channel, join Discord. But I do the occasional takedown of commie fucks, and I'm really good at it because here you go, little lore drop. I used to be a Marxist, Maoist, Leninist. I've read all their fucking literature. And I slowly came to libertarianism through the theory and personal experiences. So when they try and play games with me, I'm like, yeah, dude, I've read that book. Fuck off.
That's great. I will say one of my favorite streams, oftentimes I'm such a talker, I'm doing the bulk of talking even if I'm on someone else's show. One of my favorite streams where I took a back seat was you and your co-host. I came on and you had a PowerPoint set up. I don't know if you remember this, that went through sort of the history of Joe McCarthy. No one does that shit. If you did, I know there's a ton of fucking work and research that goes into something like that, but I was telling my audience before you came on, the idea of visual learning at the same time while you're talking about it, show me the channel that does that. I just don't see it. So I don't know if you still do stuff like that, but
I mean, I do it occasionally. Like
work.
I'll probably be redoing it on Thanksgiving again as well. And what I do is I go through the actual, not the bullshit leftist history you learned in school about the Native Americans, about Philip's War, about the skirmishes, about the places that were wiped out, about the treaties, about how, the fact that the colonists right before Philip's War had Native American representatives on their council of judges when there was crime between the two of them. All of this shit that these lies that we learn about, oh, we slaughtered natives and all this other bullshit that you learn. So yeah, I do like doing some of those historical narratives that are done. Like I said, I'll probably be doing one on Thanksgiving again as well. If you want to come hang out for that,
yeah,
DM
let
me.
me know. I'll promote it. And maybe I will come hang out or at least watch it, though. Thanksgiving's always rough for me because
I don't mean the day of Thanksgiving. I mean it'll probably be a day or two before.
Yes. Yeah. So because of the crazy work schedule I have, I end up doing like 5 Thanksgiving dinners. So I'm going to put on like 30 pounds that week because I go with like all my clients that I work with. So, but hey, it was great talking to you again. Hopefully we'll talk soon. And yeah, I really appreciate coming on today. I knew it would be fun to hear from you and what you thought about the election. So
appreciate it.
All right, man. You take it easy.
All right. Let's go. Oh my goodness. I have so many. Oops. Give me just a second, boys. I have so many slides. Starting soon, intro video, Discord group content, panel center, gameplay, React Center reaction, charity stream, shame segment. Oh, I forgot about shame segment. I forgot about this one. I gotta fix this one. Fringe cast, that didn't take off. I gotta clean up my OBS. I just realized how messy my OBS is. I agree with Rob. You would make amazing educational content. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe I'll think about doing some more of that because I keep trying to do these videos, and dude, I'm just so ADHD and like writing out a script. Yeah, you know what? Let me put a pin on this. Because I've got some written already for Heroes of Capitalism, and I might start doing some of those. We'll see. I'm writing it down. Hold on. Because I try and make these videos and I don't know, edited content and videos takes up so much time, and I'm not that good at it. But I am pretty good at making a quick PowerPoint and engaging. I'd watch the shiz out of them. Yeah, so there's a video I'm doing. I'm not gonna look for the script right now. Actually, hold on. I can find it. I forgot that I can find it. Where's it at? So part of this, just to give you guys a teaser, I'll read you a paragraph. Okay. A paragraph from one of the scripts I'm making, but I might turn it into a PowerPoint because I think that might actually work better with the way that I do stuff. So I'll read you the first paragraph and then a paragraph later on. See how you guys feel about this. So socialism is not the natural movement of peoples, as the inherent contradictions of capitalism force revolutions of people to stand united in the interests of workers against those of capitalism. Those of capital. No, socialism is a disease, a pax populi, that erodes the philosophy of once great nations. Like a disease, socialism dies when quarantined in a country after a brief flare-up, and similarly, when untreated, it spreads rapidly and becomes endemic. And then moving forward, ask a conservative pundit about the great John D. Rockefeller, and he'll tell you why monopolies are bad and need to be broken up by the government. Ask him about Henry Ford and listen to him trot out factoids about him being an anti-Semite, as if he didn't invent the fucking assembly line. Ask him about Calvin Coolidge and see if he extols the virtues of the greatest president or starts to talk nonsense about the Great Depression that he avoided. Ask him to name a single hero of industry and watch as he shudders at the concept of being recorded saying Sam Walton isn't an evil capitalist destroying small towns. So that's like part of an intro for the video series, but like I haven't figured out how I'm going to do it. It might make it a better as a PowerPoint in a stream though. Cuz I want to talk about Ray Kroc. I want to talk about Sam Walton. I want to talk about John D. Rockefeller. I want to talk about Calvin Coolidge. I want to talk about James Cash Penney from J.C. Penney. Like, people do not know the amazing shit these people did back when we were a far more capitalist nation. With my description overlay, what? Looks fine on my end. Oh, you might be back a couple seconds or something. I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to get out of here, guys. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Should come back tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly what the content will be. I do know that it will probably be about 7 p.m. Just because I have my son tomorrow. So like between prepping for stream and showering and eating and everything, I get my son every Tuesday and Thursday. So I am super happy. Please like the stream if you haven't liked it already. You know, share, subscribe, do all the fun stuff. Join the Discord if you're not in the Discord. That's the only way that you're pretty much guaranteed to get the go likes. Or the go likes. Jesus Christ, I need to go eat. To get the go lives. Even when you cut on the notification bell, it doesn't go out to a lot of people. But I always, add everyone in the Discord, and I really appreciate you guys. And I'm happy to be back. This is fun. I miss this. I miss being able to like just rant about politics without annoying my friends and family. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, did you see this? And they're like, yeah, sure, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I need you guys so that I can talk about this without being like a thorn in the side of everybody else. But yeah, if, see you tomorrow. And if not, I'll probably see you Monday, or considering I have the weekend off, we'll probably do a Sunday fun day and we'll just hang out and game or do something